Here at Hobbymaker, we want your shopping experience to be as simple as possible. That's why you can buy as many items as you like all day and only pay one postage and packaging fee. It doesn't matter what weight, size or quantity of your order or how many times you check out that day, you still will only be charged one P&P. Shopping made simple with Hobbymaker.
Happy Wednesday, everybody. Hello, I hope you're well. Here we are, as ever, 1 o'clock. It's Hobbymaker time, 1 o'clock until 8 o'clock every single day of the week, Monday through Sunday. We're here giving you inspiration, loads of great guests, loads of great deals, amazing products as well, right the way through for 7 hours straight. Now today, really lovely guests are here. We've got Francois, who you'll meet in just a second, with her latest collection of stamps, which I know you all love. Brilliant deals where you can buy the whole show or you can cherry pick some of the pick and mix. We've got Jan here a bit later on as well from Crafter's Companion, with some amazing offers in that show, kind of punctuated out throughout the hour, so watch out for that. That's coming up at 3 o'clock. Julie from our office, who's a Cricut owner and a Cricut fan. We've got brilliant deals on the Cricut machines for making mugs and also doing your cutting, that sort of thing. And we've got Francois back again as well, and then Zena takes over at 5 o'clock. So lots to look after and lots to look forward to between now and 8 o'clock. Now, Francois is a lady we don't see enough of. She comes here probably, is it once every couple of months? Or?
Yeah, it's every other month or every 2 months, really.
Yeah, yeah.
Depending on when my collections come out, really.
Okay, yeah.
So.
And Francois is the lady that designs these brilliant stamps for Woodware. Now, Woodware and Creative Expressions are one and the same. They're part of the same business. And I just love your designs because they're always a little bit different to what we expect.
That's good, because that's what I try and do. I mean, it's a bit like, oh, am I doing the right thing? But, you know, I do try and sort of bring something different to the table each time. Yeah,
and you've got a great design team as well. They get the actual stamps when they're obviously produced, and then they set to interpret Francois' stamps in whichever way they want. And I'll show you some great finished samples fairly soon, so the team do a great job. But we've got an offer whereby you can buy the entire show. When I say buy the show, everything that's here, stencils, stamps, paper pad, and the tag die set as well. Now we're going to come in with the price, and we've also got a pick and mix on the main 10 stamps as well. You can choose any four at a great deal. Okay, but for those of you that want all of it, and there were lots of you yesterday that did want all of it, straight in at $99.99. Now that is not the price you pay if you want split pay. Okay, so it's $33.33 today, the first payment of 3, plus your P&P of $3.95, but it's only 1 P&P for the whole day's orders. So if you want something later on from Cricut or from Jan with Crafter's Companion, you don't pay any more P&P than that $3.95, okay? And you're going to get everything here between my hands. So you're going to get 6 stencils. You're going to get all of these stamps here, which include the pick and mix. You're going to get all of them. And you get that brilliant junk journal paper pad. And you get the tag dies as well. The whole lot is $99.99, which is a brilliant, brilliant deal. AE2814 is the item number. Now, what do you actually get? Well, let's start over here. You're going to get these 6 stencils first and foremost. And I think 6 stencils are, or any stencils, are so underrated. You can use them in so many ways with your texture paste, your inks, your sprays, all sorts.
Yeah, I couldn't live without my stencils now. And these are a perfect addition to the stamps. And you're going to use them with other stamps as well. Exactly. Not just my stamps.
Absolutely right. Then, down at the front, you've got a separate set, which is available as a 3 set if you want, but it will be included in the buy of the show, and that's these, okay? So these are available either as a set of 3, or you can buy them in the show. And you've got the finger pointing, yes, this way, look and you. You've also got the postage frank marks, which I absolutely love. And you get these lovely verses as well. Thank you for making me special. You're one of a kind. One of the nicest things in my life is our friendship. So these are those stamps. Now you can get those as a set of 3. Details on the screen later for that. But it will be coming in the buy the show if you choose to go for it. Then we've got, in the middle here, a set of 10 stamps. Now these are kind of the heart of the entire show and the heart of the collection. And these are the ones that, if you don't want to go for the whole thing, you can actually cherry pick for any 4 at a special discounted price. And I'll go through those individually for you so you can decide which ones you want in the pick and mix in just a second. Then also in the buy the show, you're going to get the junk journal, which if I flick through this quickly, look at these beautiful printed papers in here. I mean, these can be used in so many ways, Francois.
Yeah, I did. You know, I said yesterday, this is a paper pad that's designed for stampers by a stamper. So these will work really well in the background to support whatever stamped images you have. You can also work on top of them because they're not too in your face. So the design's been pulled back for that purpose.
Yep.
So really, really useful paper pad, beautiful colours as well.
Beautiful. So that's in there as well. All of these are individually available on the website as well. And then you're going to get your tag dies as well. Not only do you get the actual tags themselves, which if I turn them around you can see you get the large and you get the small, but you're also going to get your little round dies as well, which will help to cut out the little aperture at the top there too. So you can put your ribbon through, that sort of thing as well. And if I just show you these, just look at these. How cute are these? Make them into almost like a collection of privacy screens. Really beautiful. And we're using lots of the stamps and lots of the papers and lots of the products in the show to actually decorate these as well. Look at this one. Isn't it beautiful? Time to celebrate. The little tags, make them into maybe like rainbow tags. So lots and lots of versatility with the tags themselves, and decorate them however you choose.
Because I was just going to interrupt, because the other plus side to the tag die is that it coordinates with one of the stamps. The two tag stamp, you can cut out the big tag on the actual stamp design, and the little tag coordinates with the stamp that's got the 9 little tags on as well. So that's a plus bonus as well.
Okay.
It's not just a tag stamp, it does something more.
Okay. Well, let me show you then what else is in the By the Show. And these are the stamps that you can select as the pick and mix. Okay, I'll do them one by one and show you some beautiful finished cards. Now, the pick and mix is you can choose any 4 for $24.99. So you're basically almost getting a stamp for nothing. Okay, now this is the first one we're going to show you. Now this is actually your distressed labels. And as you can see, you've got lots and lots of different wording on there and lots of different sentiments, including follow your heart, enjoy the little things, nobody is perfect, the good things take time. And just to give you an idea of what they actually look like when they're placed on a card, how stunning is that? And these other images will be coming up in the show from the stamps as well. So if you just want a lovely selection of verses, you've got Courage, Dear Heart, You're Enough, Take Charge, Don't Hold Back, You're My Favourite. All of those are individual beautiful polymer stamps, which are so handy and so useful, aren't they?
Yeah, they're just nice little sentiments that you can add here and everywhere on your cards. And they're really easy to cut out as well, if you know, when you're stamping them as well. Okay,
pick and mix any 4. Is that going to be one on your wish list? This next couple I've got for you, this one is called Sewing Machine.
You need to turn it the other way, Dave. That's it, because it's the only one to trick you. That's landscape and not portrait.
Okay, so this one's called Sewing Machine, and just look at the amount of detail that's in that. The amount of colouring in you can do, and the amount of detail that's in that is phenomenal. And this one is called So Little Time, and it kind of works together with the sewing machine really beautifully. You've got that lovely lace, you've got the embroidery scissors there as well, a bit of honeycomb there too, with a sewing and a thread and a butterfly. And this card gives you an idea as to how far you can take it and how you can mix those 2 stamp sets together. So just so you know the wording again, So Little Time is the one that's got the lace on it, and Sewing Machine is obviously the one that's got the main sewing machine on it, but that's stunning.
Yeah. It is, it's beautiful. I was going to do it as a small image, and then I thought, no, I want it as a big image. Yeah. And I think it's ideal. You know, we've got lots of people into sewing now, and so it's a great one for if you've got a friend that wants a birthday card with that does sewing in that sort of area. Or if you want to do a larger image for home decor, it's ideal for that as well.
Fantastic. Now, we're coming on to the tags. Now, bearing in mind, the dies, as Francois said, are going to complement the tags themselves. So this is actually all one stamp, isn't it?
It is. You've got the 9 tags, and then you can choose to just keep it as it is, or you can die cut the little tags and use them elsewhere, or you can layer them over the top like I've done. So you've got lots of different possibilities.
Well, this stamp set is called 9 tags. Again, $7.25 individually, but if you buy 4 and put 4 in your basket, you will get them at the discounted price. Moving on to this next one. Now, this one's called your 2 tags. So again, the larger die that's in the By the Show will work with this as well. And then you can, of course, decorate it however you choose. It comes with the feather already included in it and the postage stamp as well. So very much kind of a travel theme to that one possibly, but then beautifully done. That's all one big stamp.
Yeah,
again,
that's all one big stamp. But because you've got the separate die that matches, is identical, if you want to stamp your own version of a tag and lay it over the top, you can do that as well. So it's another plus side to having the die. Okay, so are you cherry picking the 4 that you want, if that's what you're going to go for? This next one is called Fragments.
And Christine Smith has done that particular demonstration, and she's used, again, elements from that. Again, that is what, is that one big stamp?
Hang on, I think you're confusing, because I put two. It's all right, I put two, that's it.
There you go.
just to make sure, just to sort of confuse you. I'm doing that regularly. So yeah, this one's called Fragments, and it comes as one big stamp.
Yeah.
But you've got the options that once you've stamped it, you can cut it out.
Yeah.
And also, if you really wanted to be like almost like a stamp cannibal, you could actually chop the stamp up if you really wanted to. But I haven't done that. I've just kept it as a whole. Yeah. And I'm just sort of either using it as a whole image like you've got there, or I'm cutting it up and using the pieces elsewhere, or rejigging them. It's a bit like a jigsaw, really, in a way.
And it's got a sort of dream catcher feel to it as well.
Yeah, it has a little bit with the feathers and things.
Yeah.
So you can have lots of fun with that one.
Absolutely. So that's called Fragments. The next one in the set is your vintage tiles. So here's your vintage tiles, and just look at that again. Isn't that beautiful?
So that's the demo that I did yesterday. So if you want to look back at that, you can always catch up on that. But what I liked about that shape was that you can repeat it, and you can make different backgrounds with it, and you can make some of the tiles, you can make them go in the background, or you can have them as a main piece like I did on the sample here as well.
I love that eye in that.
Yeah. It's sort of looking at you.
Yeah, absolutely. Got their eye on you. And they're all separate stamps in that one. So that one, if you like it, is called Vintage Tiles. Still more to go. We've got the next one, which is the garden journal. Okay, now your garden journal, maybe you're thinking about your garden at the moment. Lots of garden centres are getting really busy with spring around the corner. Maybe you maybe keep a garden journal yourself. Remind you when to plant this, plant that, dig this up, dig that up. But again, the way that this has been interpreted by the design team, superb.
Yeah, it's got lots of potential, and it's one that you've got little elements that you can use elsewhere as well, or you can build a bigger image like I've done with it. It's like sort of having this one page out of a notebook that you can play around with.
You've got nature has the best box of crayons, and it's the little things that make life big are the verses on there. And again, small tags, little stamps as well, so really gorgeous. Still more to come. This next one is Garden Snail. Now, maybe you're not a fan of garden snails. This particular one, really cute, really, really cute.
Absolutely. I've got fascination with snails. I don't like picking them up or touching them.
No, me neither.
But I really like watching them, and I love the shells. Obviously, you get some snails with some amazing shells as well. But it just like, you know, for a gardening card, it's perfect.
And you know, this is right up my street because I'm a massive fan of vintage postcards.
Oh, yeah.
I love anything like that. I really, really do. And postcards aren't around that much anymore. So that's that one. That's called Your Garden Snail. Couple more to go. Then we've got the daisy frame. So this one, daisy frame, yeah.
Yeah, you can have lots of fun with that one. I've actually sort of cut out I stamped it twice, cut out the main panel. And I've used some of the tinting powder on top, the sepia one that we've got on the show to make it sort of look vintage, on top of my colouring as well. You can cut the whole thing out and not have the ring at the top if you just want the flowers. And then you've got that extra daisy in the set as well that you can use to either stamp a background or add around the frame as well if you want to.
And I can see why you're calling this collection now modern vintage.
Yeah, because it doesn't have to be all browns, and you know, when you say vintage, people just presume it's going to be all browns and shades of brown and a bit of black thrown in. But I wanted to bring in some colours into things.
Well, this last one in the pick and mix is this one, which is called the hydrangea, and I saw you demonstrate.
Down, Dave.
Sorry, I saw you demonstrating that yesterday. Beg your pardon. There we go. CF2851. So all the pick and mix stamp sets are in the same item number. You just basically, on the website or indeed on the phones to the call centre, just cherry pick the 4 that you'd like. And remember, if you choose 4, you will get the discounted price. And this is how it actually works, in case you've never done it before. This is how you put them in your basket. So basically, you put 4 in your basket, and then it automatically gives you the savings. So if you look on the right-hand side of the screen, we've selected 4. I'm not quite sure what 4 Laura's selected, but it then gives you the discounted price. You check out, and then you've got your 1p and p to pay of £3.95. It takes them down to £6.24 each. So by buying 4, you're basically saving £1 off each of those, okay? So CF2851. But if, like me, you would rather go for the entire collection that we've shown you, the stencils, the pad, the dies, and all of those stamps as well, including the fingers. If you want all of this, you're going to get it for $99.99, and it's on split pay. So it's only £33.33 to pay today, plus your 1p&p. You've got every stamp that Francois has designed, including those 3 down the bottom, which I said are a separate set. You'll get all of those in there, and you get the pad, and you get the dies for just $33.33, your first split payment of 3, which a lot of you are going for right now. We are busy for this. A lot of people, quite rightly, eagerly await Francois' return because the artwork in the stamps is amazing. And when you've got the tools, it makes your job of creating them and colouring them in and everything that much easier, doesn't it?
Yeah, you're sort of there. You've got your image, and as we've shown by some of the samples, even if you don't want to colour in, these look stunning just on coloured backgrounds as well.
Absolutely.
So lots of different...
And if I just quickly, before we go to demo, show you the junk journal. Remember, if you're looking for this, these particular cards that I've got here feature sheets from the junk journal in the background, which is great. So they're perfect to use alongside the snail stamps or any of the other stamps. So those are actually in the background, those sheets.
So I've actually, on that tool card, I've actually stamped on the paper itself,
yeah,
and embossed it and then coloured in. So you don't even have to create a background. If you're not into making inky backgrounds, but you like the look and you want to make life easier for yourself, you've got that... And of course, you've got a lovely wood background in the papers as well.
Absolutely.
So that's a nice one for the vintage. So that's the sewing machine looking completely different to the one that you showed previously.
Totally.
And then again with the papers, and that's like I was saying, you can cut off the ring at the top of the daisy frame. That's using the background papers. They're double-sided, and on one side you've got pattern, and on the other side you've got like a linen finish to the paper, which is really nice.
Okay, and of course that is in the by the show, but it's also available as a separate purchase too if you'd like to order it on its own. So lots of options for everybody's pocket, whether you want to spend a little bit more, whether you want to spend a little bit less. Absolutely brilliant. Now, the journal paper is just $11.99 TP2820. So 24 double-sided pages, so 48 sides for you to choose which side you want to use.
And if you like doing like folding over, or you like to do torn edges that you fold over, you can do that with the paper pad as well. The fact it's double-sided.
Okay, £11.99 for that on its own, but if you buy the show, it will be in there, in that bundle for $99.99 with 3 split payments. Right, now lots of you are going for all the options actually. Pick and Mix is busy and so is the Buy the Show too. All right then, Francois, over to you.
Are we doing our first demo?
Yeah.
Okay, so the first demo, I'm going to look at the 2-tag stamp that we've got in the show, and also the wood die that we've got from Sue Wilson. So before I start to demonstrate, I just want to show you quickly how different this stamp can look according to what you do, and then you're going to see my demo as well. So I'll just put these down here so that you can see. So on this one, I've actually stamped the 2 tags here, and then I've extended it in a sort of long way to create a journal page.
Beautiful.
And I've added some of the butterfly dies that we've got today on the show by Sam Poole, which work beautifully with my collection. This is one of the little distress labels, and I've used some of the sepia tinting powder on the top of that to give it a bit of shine as well. So it looks a little bit like a piece of leather on the top there. And next to it, I put another variation where I've just used the stamp on its own and I've not extended it, but I've actually put extra things around it. And I've actually die cut the tag with the tie that we've got on the show today, and then again I've used the tinting powder on the top.
So all the actual products you've used to colour and enhance, they're all on the show as well on the website? Most
of them are there, but people know that I use colouring pencils, and I use the Cosmic Shimmer watercolour inks, which are brilliant as well. So, but you can use obviously the colour clouds that we've got in the show today because they can be used as paints as well. So onto the demo. So what I've done is I've taken a piece of A5 smooth white card by Creative Expressions, and I'm going to use the die today, and I hope it works, because usually dies on TV and me just don't go together. I avoid them like the plague usually. I usually say, here's one I've done earlier. So what I've done is, like I said, I've taken a piece of A5 paper, and then I place the die on the A5 paper, and using a pencil, I've drawn around the die to give me my sort of working area.
Right.
Okay? So this is almost a bit like a viewfinder. So once you've done that, just remove the die for the time being.
And this die is in the show, by the way.
Yeah. And you can see my pencil line. And then what I've done is I've pre-stamped, because there's quite a lot of stamping to this, I've pre-stamped the 2 tags. And instead of doing it sort of straight on, like this, I've put the stamp at an angle,
right,
which is quite nice because the tag's already at a jaunty angle, but it gives it a little bit more jaunt as well. So what we're going to do is I'm just going to show you quickly how you can add to the image with the other stamps that we've got in the collection. So once you've got that stamp, you can use all the little stamps from the other stamps to sort of extend the image and create a completely different looking image.
Okay.
So we'll take our VersaFine black ink pad, and I'm going to start off. I've taken some elements out of the journal set. So this will show you as well how well everything works together. And we'll add a little bit of wording at an angle here. Mm-hmm. Okay. And then I've taken, we've got 2 postage stamps in that journal set. So I've taken one of the postage stamps.
Postage stamps are always popular. Everyone loves them.
Well, I used to collect them when I was little.
Me too.
Courtesy of my dad, he got me into it. And I've really enjoyed like doing the stamp designs because these are actual postage stamps that I've actually designed myself. So they're not realistic ones, they're made up by me.
Right.
So we're going to add, and you can see the detail in that.
It just instantly makes you think of travel, doesn't it, when you see stamps like that? So.
But this is the quality of these stamps, how beautifully that comes out. So in that set, the journal garden, we've also got a little tag. So as we've already got 2 tags on there, I'm going to add a part of a 3rd tag coming away down the bottom. It doesn't matter if you go over the pencil line because this is going to be cut out by the die as well. So
right.
just so that you know. And we'll just take one of the postage marks now from the mini postage marks as well.
They kind of make you really study, you know, where's that postage stamp from? What part of the world did it come from?
Yeah, there was always something really, which I think people miss these days, when, you know, a letter used to arrive from abroad.
Yeah.
And you'd have this lovely postage stamp on it and a postmark, and you'd wonder, you know, how many days did it take to travel and what have you. All those sort of things sort of conjure up in your mind when you sort of think.
Stamps are like mini works of art, really, aren't they?
Yeah, they are. I mean, I've still got all my collections.
Have you? Wow.
Yeah. I also got into a stage where I started to collect certain themes. So I'd collect all stamps that had hearts in them, for instance.
Oh, okay. I used to collect first day covers. That was my thing.
So we're going to come off the edge again with another postmark slightly higher up. And you can carry on and fill it in as much or as little as you want to. Okay. So I'm just going to give this a very, very quick burst of heat to make sure the ink is dry before I move on to the next stage.
Okay. Now, lots of you are coming in for the entire collection. It is on split pay, but remember, there's something for everyone. If you just want one stamp set, just want one paper pad, that's fine. That's in the show as well. Or you can pick and mix any 4 of the main stamp collections, all 10 of them available, and you'll get a discounted price. You get about £1 off each one by buying 4 together. So.
Okay. So the next stage we're going to do, before we put it through the machine, we're going to actually add some colour with the colour clouds that we've got on the show today.
Okay.
So I'm just going to take just some copying paper, and I've just torn it, so I've got a soft edge to it. And I'm going to start off. It doesn't really matter which colour you start off with. We've got some really nice colours. We've got Chic Pumpkin, which is obviously an orangey colour. Mm-hmm.
We've got those in 2 sets of 3. So we'll show you the options we've got after the demo.
So colour clouds are basically an ink pad in a jar. You've got a ring or a sponge ring in the bottom or donut that's full of ink. And when you press down on the surface pad, it pushes the ink up to the surface. And then you can pick it up with whatever preferred sort of thing that you like to do your sponging with. I'm just using a smoothie, which I know we've got on the site, on the website.
I'd much rather have ink in a sponge than just, you know, a jar full of ink that can easily get knocked over. So,
yeah, that's one of the plus sides to it. And of course, it's been developed to have this really nice blending ink that sort of is very smooth. you'll see marks initially when you sponge with it, and then the marks just sort of, it's like magic, they disappear into the background.
Blend away.
So just flip this around, and then we'll add a bit more colour down the bottom.
It's a lovely colour, that.
I really do like it because it's not a bright orange.
No, chic pumpkin, that's called.
So we'll add a couple of strips of that. And then I'm going to bring in some of the chic magenta. Mm-hmm. I promise I didn't choose them because they had the word chic. It just so happened. So, and I'm crisscrossing across the page. As you can see, I'm not filling in the whole space.
No.
I'm blending it away. As it goes away, it's sort of lightening because I'm not adding any, I'm dragging the colour across to soften.
It's great use of ordinary everyday copier paper. We don't think about using it like that. But why not use it as a stencil?
It's great for sort of things like if you want a sort of horizon or clouds. And what I like about the colour clouds as well is that when they overlap, you get another colour. Mm-hmm. So you may well be putting on, say, 3 or 4 colours, and you'll end up with maybe 8 colours on your page. Because where they overlap, you'll get a new colour.
And you're using the, what do you call your blenders again? Smoothies.
Smoothies,
Yep.
yeah.
They'll be on the website.
I don't know why. I struggle with calling them smoothies because I just think of an egg when I look at them.
Yeah, me too.
Okay. So that's 2 colours, and we'll bring in a 3rd colour.
And that 3rd colour in this instance is?
The turquoise.
Turquoise blue, yeah.
Which is literally turquoise.
Ocean blue, it's called.
Is it ocean blue, that one?
Yeah.
Oh, I've got turquoise pool for some reason. It doesn't matter. It's a similar
colour,
shade.
yeah.
I mean, that's the beauty of the colour clouds, is that you can use lots of different colours and they all work really well together. So with this design, I'm not really linking the colours to the design. I'm just creating a sort of colour over the top. Mm-hmm. So you could use whatever colour, and you can see that I haven't gone, like I said, you know, for browns. I've gone for quite bright colours.
Yeah, and so that it doesn't interfere with the actual stamp, what ink did you use on the stamp? That was.
So I used a black VersaFine.
VersaFine, okay.
Okay, it's my go-to ink because you can stamp and emboss it if you want to,
yeah.
Or you can just leave it to dry and then it becomes waterproof.
Right. So you can do any of the effects over the top.
So that's why I also dried it to make sure that it was completely dry before I started the process of inking the background.
Okay.
Okay, so the next stage we're going to do is the bit I hate the most, which is we're going to run it through the die cutting machine. So hopefully we won't have any disasters.
I don't think we will. Now remember, you are going to get in the big bundle the 2 different sizes of dies for the tags, and they match up with the stamps that you've got in the bundle as well. So it's been really well thought through. So that's included, or you can buy it on its own. It's entirely up to you. Or buy this with maybe the 2 tags stamp. It's entirely up to you what you buy and how much you spend.
So what we're going to do is we're going to place the die back on top of the image that we've just created. Okay. And the good thing about this machine is that it has a magnetic plate. So the die is actually being held in place on here, and I don't have to worry about it moving.
Now this is designed by Sue Wilson, this die. It's the Background Collection Wood Grain Planks is what it's called. That's a separate item in the show. If this is all you want, it is available. It's a big die, as you can see, but all the embossed detail in the wood grain is fantastic. It's only $17.99 for a die that size. That's really good.
So what I liked about it was that it gives very subtle embossing.
Right.
So unlike an embossing, it's quite different to an embossing folder, because some people would probably say, well, why don't you just have an embossing folder? But this is much more subtle.
Right.
And it almost, for me, the reason I brought it on was I like the wood effect, but it almost creates like a linen sort of texture.
Okay.
So you can then lift off your die, and then you're going to lift off, and that's our finished piece.
Perfect.
So This is what's quite nice about drawing that pencil line, because you've got like you know where you're working towards when you're going out. So, and I don't know if the camera is going to be able to pick this up.
Or the embossing?
Yeah, the embossing, because it's really, really subtle.
I suppose if you wanted to, could you put some ink on that die and use it like a letterpress, so it actually kind of leaves an imprint of the pattern?
You probably could, actually. You probably could as well. But I quite liked it where you can sort of see some of the texture coming through on here. I think you're going to have to trust me in that you do get the texture. And
I don't think the camera can see that very easily. No.
So, but it does give a lovely texture. And then what we're going to do to sort of finally sort of finish it off is we're going to use some of the gilding polish that we've got on the show. Mm-hmm. We're going to use one of my stencils. I think this one is Garden Screen. If I'm wrong, call me out, but I think that's what it is.
Okay.
So I'm going to sort of look for an area that I think it would be nice to add a little bit, because I don't want to cover everything up, but I want to add a little bit of the gold to come in, because it's nice and rich. Okay. And I'm going to do it slightly different. I mean, I think we associate gilding polishes for actually decorating furniture and boxes and things, but obviously you can use them to, one, colour your own card if you want some gold card, and the other thing you can do with them is actually put them through a stencil. But I don't think a lot of people do that. And also, a lot of the gilding waxes that are out there don't come with sponge applicators, whereas these do. These are gilding polishes, and they come as a set of silver and gold, which we'll give you details of soon. But so that's the applicators in the lid. I should really have removed it, but that's the applicator that you get inside the lid. But I actually want to apply it quite thickly, so I'm not going to use the sponge applicator. Okay. I'm actually going to use a palette knife, because I'm going to take a little bit of a blob and I'm going to literally just gently lay it over the top of my... So I've not seen them applied with a spatula before, but they're such a lovely creamy texture, aren't they? Thick and creamy. Okay. Yeah. And then we're going to very carefully lift up for the reveal. You can see how beautifully that comes out. Yeah, stunning. So, and this is a water based product, so even if it dries on your stencil, later on you can soak it off and it'll come off. Good. So this, just going to bring in the final card, because I'm not going to spend ages sort of sticking it down, because it's pretty straightforward. What you can see on my finished card is that I've mounted it on black card, and I've added one of the little distress labels. Mm-hmm. So I've done a pink one here that I can place wherever I want to on my card. And then I've mounted it onto black and with a bit of ribbon on the card, and that's my finished card. So the main tag stamp is called 2 tags, if you want that one in the pick and mix, but of course it will be included in the main bundle if that's what you're going for. Can we just show you other things that Francois used in the demonstration? I've got here the fantastic wood die from Sue Wilson, great designer Sue Wilson. This is only just under £18, but imagine if you've got like craft card or something like that, it's going to really give you that look of wood, and you can chop into it if you want to, of course, as well, not into the die, but into what the die is cut out. So when you want that background of a wood effect, maybe for garden sheds, that sort of thing, flooring, this is going to be a go-to. Only £17.99, and like I said before, if you added a bit of ink, maybe on a brayer or something like that, you could even letterpress with it if you wanted to. That's KQ2870. Now, the colour clouds as well. The colour clouds, now these are the 3 colours that Francois was using in that demonstration. So you're going to get a set of 3. Chic Pumpkin is that beautiful vintage orange. It's not too bright. You've got this one, which is your ocean blue. And you've also got this one, which is your Chic Magenta. So those are the 3 colours. And you can see the ink in the actual bottom there, but of course when you press down with your smoothie, that kind of capillary action, it sucks the ink up into the sponge, so it's mess-free but very, very effective. You get all 3 of them for £17.99. That's YL2809. Lovely, lovely colours. There are other colours in the show as well. We've got a plum cobbler,
a jade forest, which is like a lovely teal, and then the other one here is your smudged charcoal. So if you love your greys and that sort of thing, those three are another option for you. Again, they're only £17.99 too. It's only working out to £6 each, and they're great to use with your blending brushes, or indeed your smoothies or your daubers. Now, what else did we use in that demonstration? We also used, obviously, over here, these. You've got your silver and you've got your gold gilding polishes. Now, these don't have any odour. Sometimes gilding wax can smell.
No, they don't, which is really, really good. And like I said, it's a water-based product, so when you want to clean off anything like brushes and things, your brushes aren't going to get all gunked up, because I actually paint with some of mine as well. I dilute them a little bit and I use them as paints as well. I use them in completely the opposite way to what you're supposed to use them, but it sort of gives you more possibilities. Okay, so those two together are just £11.99, and as Francois showed you, you can actually not just use the sponge, you can just use a spatula if you want to put it through a stencil. But the big news, without a shadow of a doubt, is the big bundle. Loads of you are checking out this now. It's £99.99. Now, you don't have to pay for that in full if you don't want to. If you rather spread the cost over 3 payments, it's £33.33 on split pay, okay? £33.33. You're going to get all of the 4 double stencils, and then you're going to get all of these stamps. You're going to get the set of 10, plus you get that extra set of 3 down the bottom, which is available as a separate bundle if you want those. They're on the website. And over here you get the tags, which obviously are exactly the same size as the tags that are in the stamps, so you can use those to cut those images out. And you get your fantastic junk journal pad as well. All of that in there for just under £100. What's the saving on that, Laura? It's a £26 saving by buying it as a bundle. So you're saving nearly £30, £26 off the price, and it's on 3 split pays as well. So you're getting basically about £126 worth of goodies for £33.33, your first split pay of 3. Do you want me to run through the pick and mixes again, or? Okay, let's have a quick look through the stamps. Now, they are available as individuals, but you may have forgotten or not realised which ones you want to go for. So distress labels, that's available as an item on its own. They're all £7.25 each, but if you put 4 in your basket, you'll get them for about £6.24, so about £1 and a penny off if you choose any 4. So those are the sort of labels that they can create with this. There we go. Beautiful, aren't they? And there's really unusual verses on there, verses that you're not normally expecting to see. Nobody's perfect, you are enough, courage, dear heart, enjoy the little things, you're my favourite, embrace the journey, and many, many more. They're all separate. So that's one that's been used on that card there. Then we've got 2 stamp sets. That one is your sewing machine. So that is very vintage, a vintage postcard sewing machine, which is rather gorgeous. And then also this one's available as well, which is So Little Time. And the reason we put them 2 together is they work together so well, which is what this card proves. So there we go. Isn't that beautiful? Little snippy embroidery scissors, vintage postcard with the sewing machine. And then we come to the little tags. This is called 9 tags. And the die that you get in the Buy the Show is, of course, the right size to cut them out, so you can make them 3-dimensional if you want to, or just use them completely separately. So that's 9 tags. This one is your 2 tags, which was the main part of the demo with Francois. And again, you can see the die will cut them out if you want to use them completely on their own, or you can use them joined up. Then we go on to this one, which is your tips and hints. Sorry, no, it's not. This is your fragments, beg your pardon, fragments. So the fragments, that's one big stamp, but it can be chopped in 2, or you can leave it as a panel. It's entirely up to you. Then we go on to this, which is quite a Moroccan shape, isn't it, or a bauble shape. That's called Vintage Tiles, and you've got images inside. You've got the eye in there, you've got the flowers in there, the separate feathers as well. Then we've got, there we are, card that's been made with that. Then we go on to this one, which is your garden journal. Is that something that you're thinking of doing, or maybe you do it every year? And then this one is the snail. There's your snail, garden snail. And then the next one is this, which is your daisy frame in an embroidery hoop with a separate daisy head. Another finished sample with that. And then the last one is your hydrangea, which is that one just there. And there we go.
some ideas as to how to use it. So they are part of the Buy the Show. You'll get all of them if you buy the show. Or if you want to just cherry pick any 4, put any 4 in your basket, you'll get a £1 and a penny discount off each one. £24.99 it will be for any 4 stamp sets from those 10, okay? So you're saving quite a bit by buying them as a set of 4. CF2851. The biggest saving, though, is if you buy everything. The stencils, the stamps, and the pad and the dies, you get basically £26 off, and it's on 3 split pays as well. Okay, Francois.
Is it over to me again?
Over to you again for the inspiration.
Got to do some work now. So I want to take a look at probably one of my favourite stamps in the collection. I mean, I love them all, but I'm sort of deviating towards certain more than others sometimes.
Okay.
So this is the stamp called Fragments. And basically what it looks like is almost like bits of, if I bring that in, it's got like, just lay it on the back of that for a minute. It's got like bits of torn paper that have all been sort of like carefully laid down together. And what I said earlier was that if you really wanted to, you could actually sort of be really very carefully, you could cut out the elements. But personally, I wouldn't. I would keep it as a whole and then cut them out as you want to use them. So what I've done is I brought in 2 samples here that I did with them, where I've done just that. I've cut out all the fragments and I've rearranged them. So they're not in the same order that they were in the stamp. It's
a bit like a jigsaw, isn't it, really?
Yeah, so you can play around. And it also means that you can cut some of these out. And you can imagine the previous samples I showed you. You could take some of these bits and actually add them to the other stamps as well. So it's like it works 2 ways. It works on its own or it works as an addition.
Well, the whole collection works together.
It does. It really does work together. And for this one, which is a little bit more complex, I've actually sort of overlapped some of the shapes by 3Ding. And I've taken one of the butterflies that we've got, the sample butterfly dies that we've got today, which I absolutely love. And I've actually stamped on top of that and added that to the mix. And then I've brought in one of the hands that we've got in the mini stamps as well. So you can have some really, really good fun with this. And you can colour it in whatever way you want as well. So you can really play around with it.
Stunning. Love it.
So let's get into the demo. I've kept my demo slightly more simple because you're probably looking at these and thinking, oh my gosh, she's going to cut out you know, all these things. But no, I'm going to show you how you can sort of do something with it that's really simplistic.
Okay.
So this is the sample that I'm going to show you, where I've just taken one element.
Have you used one of the sheets from the pad as well?
Yes.
Yeah.
So that's one of the green paper from the background. I've used also some of the purple paper in the background, and I've just taken one of the fragments to actually make one main piece to go on the tag. So that's what I mean. You can use section of it as well. When I was cutting it up, just to show you this quickly, when I was cutting it up and I was left with all the other bits, I also worked out that if you look at the designs, there are some areas where you've got definite lines where you could cut and draw a black. If you draw a black line with a pen and then cut through the black line, it looks as if it's been stamped.
Oh, right.
Okay? So it's a bit like a faux line.
Can I just let everyone know, at this moment, and Francois here again at 4 o'clock, we've got less than 30 of these to go around, of the I Want It All, okay? So if we sell out of that, individuals will still be available, pick and mix will still be available, but the actual I Want It All, the whole collection, with the dies, the book, the stencils and the stamps, less than 30 left, AE2814.
That's good. So, so you can see like the long strip that has the feather on it, that was originally what this looked like. And I just took a pen, drew a black line across it, and then cut it, and it looks as if the stamp actually has 2 fragments. So you can really play around with this. So this is where you have to put your thinking cap on and get as much as you can from a stamp, which is what I like. So when I look at this stamp, I know that there's at least 5 different things I can do with this. And I think that's like a lot of stampers, that's where they work from. Oh, I like that stamp. Can I do 5
You don't want a stamp that just does one thing.
No, you want it to be able to sort of do lots of things. So you can take, I've drawn another line here, which is probably not quite so visible here, on there. So I can separate those 2 bits as well if I want to. So you can play away and have lots of fun with this. So let's go back to this. Hopefully I've got my bits and pieces. Well, of course I used that bit, so I'm going to use another bit. I was looking for that bit, and of course I've used it on the tag. So we'll take one of the other bits that I've got here and create our piece from that. So on the main piece, what I'm going to do, I'll just get a little bit of scrap paper. I'm keeping this really, really simple. I'm going to take some of the, we'll take some of the Jade Forest that we haven't had on the show yet, of the colour clouds.
Mm-hmm. Jade Forest is a lovely, it's almost like a soft teal, isn't it? Yeah,
it is like a jade as well. It's a bit green. It's a, I always think that with the...
Greeny grey.
You know, yeah, it's sort of like with a sort of jadey colour. It can be slightly bluish or slightly sort of greenish as well. So, and I'm going to just...
That's a gorgeous colour, isn't it?
It is lovely. And then we're going to add a bit of... Oh, I'll tell you what we'll bring in. We'll bring in some plum cobbler, because we haven't had that one today.
Okay.
So that you can sort of see.
So the set of 3 that we've got is plum cobbler. Also, it comes with the Jade Forest, and it comes with the grey as well, the smudged charcoal. Okay, so those 3 are a trio together for £17.99. They do work well together, don't they, those?
So really simple colouring in, not much to do. Let's move these out of the way. And then what I'm going to do is just take my spray, but instead of using the whole spray, I'm just going to just use that as a bit of a dipping tool to actually...
Just get like...
some dots of...
Blobs
of water.
Yep.
So if you know, you can use a brush and you can splatter, but you're sort of left a little bit to luck. But doing it this way, because we're not doing a massive piece, you can be quite sort of careful about where you choose to have your blobs of water.
Where do you start when you design a range of stamps? I mean, what's the first thing that comes into your head? Is it the feather? Is it the tag? Is it where does it begin?
I'm trying to think, actually. I mean, I usually start off by what I think is the simplest thing, which is doing some greetings, first of all. That's my sort of starting point.
Right.
So I did like the distress labels and then worked my way from there.
So that gets you in the frame of mind.
Yeah, and then I collect lots of images that I like, you know, that I've drawn together. And I do quite a lot of the work is hand-drawn and then transferred to my computer.
Right. And
then, without giving too many tricks away, I create what's called brushes in Photoshop, and then I can sort of play around and superimpose. Okay. But everything is put together by me.
Right. And this is why it's so lovely here at Hobbymaker. You get to meet the person behind the range, whereas if you see them on a shelf in a store, you don't. But here you get to see the person that's come up with the ideas and how to get the most out of them, which is great.
So I'm going to use a little bit of the tinting powder we have. Okay. And it's quite, for us, it's quite a new product. The first lot, which is sepia, came out in January.
Is this like an embossing powder then?
It is an embossing powder, but it's an embossing powder with a difference. I call it a background embossing powder rather than a line embossing powder.
Okay.
So I wouldn't use it, for instance, to put on a stamped line. I'm using it to cover my background.
Right, okay, so it's a
totally
different
give it a glossy
application.
finish. It's a completely different application, and that's why we brought it along. I said initially when we were devising this new product, I said what I'd like is to have a way of adding a bit of colour, which is very delicate and very subtly changes the design.
Well, while you're just doing that, I've got a little card here that shows exactly what the tinting powder can do. So you're going to get both of them. Look at that. So that's the tinting powder, the dove grey and the sepia. So that's the effect you get. So not necessarily for outlines like you would do for normal embossing powders, but for backgrounds to give you that
So that's why I've done it like that on those 2 little tags.
Right.
And you can see I've sort of did 2 layers. You get, if you put one layer and it's quite thin, you get a little bit of texture to it, which is really nice. Mm-hmm. If you want it really smooth, you can go back in and add a second layer.
Right.
But the colour in it is so subtle that it just alters alters the image very little.
Is it translucent? Can you
yeah,
see
it's
through
translucent.
it? Right.
I almost wanted an image whereby if you put a piece of coloured glass over the top, you could still see the image, but it'd be like a lens when you're doing a photograph, and the lens covers a little bit of the colour, with colour on top.
Well, if you want those, I've never seen these before. They're brand new, $15.99 for 2. So it's only literally £8 each. So embossing powder, but not for the main outline, but for backgrounds and effects, and it is still translucent with a hint of colour.
It's a hint of colour in your background, and to give you that shine as well.
Excellent. Can't wait to see this now.
So I'm going to, what I've done is taken a Versamark ink pad, and I'm just pushing my little tile, just half of it, onto the Versamark so that I've got some wetness to pick up the embossing powder. Okay. Now, one of the things I've discovered as well is that, for instance, if you use some colour cloud and it's still wet, you can apply this to your colour cloud ink, and change the ink slightly and make it shiny as well. But we're just going to do a little bit just to...
So if you're an embossing fan, and I've never met anyone that isn't, this is perhaps a new way of embossing surface area rather than just outlines. I knew you'd love this. $15.99, £8 each, brand new, but you can still see the image through it. It doesn't cover it over completely. It just gives it a lovely hint of colour and a gloss finish on top. Oh, wow. And if you put a second layer on, Francois, would you do that while it was still hot or wait for it to cool down?
You could do it while it's still hot. If you're a bit nervous about doing that because it's hot, just let it cool, put some more embossing ink on top, and then just put another layer over the top.
Okay.
But you can see here, as what it's done, it's sort of like added little bits of grey. I know it's quite small, the detail. With the camera, it's like tiny. But it adds just that little bit of grey, and it's sort of picked up on the ink as well.
Can I just take it from you, just so I can show the camera the shine? Yeah.
You'll be better at doing it than I am. I sort of like...
There we go. Look at that. Isn't that amazing? So that's just one layer of that powder.
So that's the Dove Grey.
That's the Dove Grey. But it doesn't completely cover. It gives it a glossy shine, but there's a hint of grey to it. But it really does kind of... It makes it look as if it's been enamelled, doesn't it?
It's exactly what I wanted. In fact, you've just hit the, the nail on the head. I wanted a hint of colour to go over the top. So when we were devising this product, it took nearly 3 years to come through with this product.
Not surprised.
Because I was sort of like, no, I want this, no, I want that. So my little piece now is going to go onto, it's going to need a background to go onto the tag. So I've cut some paper from the paper pad that we have. I'll just turn it my way so I'm looking at the writing the right way. But the one thing I wanted to say about the background papers is that all the backgrounds are created with stamps images that I've used in the collection as well.
Great.
Okay, so everything coordinates through. So this is going to sit quite nicely on there. And then what I did on my bit was I added a bit of stamping. So I'm going to bring in a bit of the lace from the So Little Time stamp set that we've got on the show as well, which I absolutely love.
Talk about a detailed stamp as well, this. Really, really detailed. So Little Time is this one. That can be part of your NE4. And you get, actually get the snipping embroidery scissors, you get the butterfly with a needle, you get the honeycomb, and you get that massive, beautiful lace strip, okay? That's part of the pick and mix, so you can just buy it on its own or buy the whole show, and that will be in there, obviously.
So I just want to add a little bit of detail at the bottom of my strip of purple card. And if I lift that, you can see the lace across there. Let's move it off from the scrap paper. What I like about this stamp is I've deliberately, when I designed it, I didn't make the lace perfect. It's got little bits missing so that you don't have to worry too much about getting the stamping absolutely perfect. It wouldn't really matter if a little bit got missed off. If you
no, not at all.
So, and it adds to the sort of vintage sort of charm. So that will sit on top of that, on top of my purple card.
Love it.
And then before it goes onto the tag, I've got another piece of the background paper. So this is the sort of limey green, just to show you again the back, which I really like. Rather than just having a plain colour, I chose to have a sort of linen, sort of scratched sort of look.
Looks like fabric, yeah.
Yeah, so it looks a bit like fabric on the back. So that you've got that possibility of using that side if you want to. If you're like me and you sort of think, oh, I don't really want to cover all that up, I really like that. But the beauty of this pad is that you get more than one sheet as well of each design.
Absolutely. You get numerous sheets of the same. You get 6 designs and 4 of each, okay? Couple of minutes left, Francois, that's all.
Couple of minutes, is that all?
Yeah.
So very quickly, what you need to do next is to just simply take one of the stencils. If I take this one, move that to one side. And then I'm just going to add in a little bit of colour.
Oops.
Oop, I'm throwing everything around now.
Don't worry.
So,
happens every day.
And then just take your stencil. I'm going to use one of my magnets just to hold that down. And all I did was to add a bit of stenciling into the corners. You can see how beautiful the stencils are.
Gorgeous.
On top of the paper. So that would go on here. On my finished tag, I mounted it with some foam pads to make it pop out a little bit more. If you've got some embellishments at home, I've got some little metal hearts at the moment that I'm quite fond of. So I added a heart on there. And then that just makes a focus, and then you can mount it onto your tag as well.
Of course, share your makes with us as well. Francois and all of us want to see what you do with these stamps because you can use them in so many different ways. One person every month, last Saturday of the month, gets a £100 credit as a thank you for sending in their make. So, yeah, when you've got stamps like this, okay, they've been designed by Francois, but what you do with them and how you interpret how to use them is entirely up to you, and everyone's results will be different.
Well, yeah, if you only had to see what the design team did,
yeah.
And they've all done different things. Some of them, like Christine, she makes these beautiful little cards. She uses maybe just the flower from one of the stamps.
Yeah.
So lots of potentials and fun and possibilities.
We're back together at 4.
We are.
Brilliant. So more great inspiring demonstrations from Francois at 4 o'clock. Whatever you do, check out the website and check out the Buy the Show because that is going very fast. But lots of you are putting pick and mix in your baskets as well. You can choose any 4 for just under £25, or if you go for the Buy the Show, you get everything, including the stencils, the stamps, and of course the die and the pad too. And that's on split pay of $33.33. Right, we've got Julie, our Cricut queen. She is here. We've got some brilliant deals on the Cricut machine. We're featuring the Joy, also the Mug Maker, the Mug Press, and also the Maker 3 coming up a bit later today as well. But if you love your cutting machines, you aren't going to move a muscle. See you in about 3 minutes.
It couldn't be easier to watch Hobby Maker. You can join us on Sky, Freeview, on our website or on YouTube, so you can watch at home or on the go.
Hello there, I'm sure you've heard the news already, but just in case you haven't, we are the new home of Cricut, the multi-purpose cutting machine. And let me introduce you to the Cricut Maker 3. It is the most beautifully crafted machine. Everything just opens beautifully. It is your ultimate cutting machine for all sorts of surfaces. Believe it or not, this machine will cut through up to 300 different types of products, whether it be cardstock, whether it be vinyl. And Cricut actually now develop no mat needed vinyl. They call it smart vinyl. You can use that in here as well. And why would you want to cut vinyl? Well, you can personalize things. You can personalize clothes. You can personalize glasses for parties, for receptions, for special occasions. You can make your own wall art for home interior design and home decor. There is just so much that this machine can do, whether you're using it personally for fun and for your family, or whether you may be starting about thinking up a little bit of a personalization business. Lots of people use the Cricut Maker 3 for this. Now, obviously, it doesn't just cut, it can draw. You can get pens for the Cricut Maker 3 as well, and it can also emboss and foil too. They're extra tools that you can buy for it. Now, the deal we've got on the Maker 3 at the moment is on your screen right now. It's a great price, and also the package and the bundle that comes with it is also great too. Take a look. Included in this Cricut Maker 3 Smart Vinyl Bundle is the Cricut Maker 3, the Weeding Toolkit, vinyl transfer tape and smart vinyl in aqua, mint, pink and purple. So the deal, as you can see, is superb. Now, if you want to see exactly the sort of thing that you can do, if I just grab a couple of these here, these have been done by Julie, who works for us here at Hobbymaker. Yeah, personalised water bottles. I mean, the fonts that you can choose and the software, basically it works alongside the Cricut Design Centre. So when you actually order this, if you make the decision to order this now, log on and go to design.cricut.com. That's actually the website that allows you then to design all the images and all the personalisation, and you can do that right now. That's a free service, and they also have loads, thousands and thousands of different images that you can actually cut out. A lot of them are free, some of them you have to pay for, but there is also a subscription service of just £7.50 a month should you want to take that up. But it is here today at Hobbymaker, the Cricut Maker 3. If you'd like yours, just give us a call on the free phone number to the call centre or go to our website hobbymaker.co.uk. Our call centre is based in the UK and available 24/7. Just call 0800 001 4433 or email help@hobbymaker.co.uk.
Here at Hobbymaker, we want your shopping experience to be as simple as possible. That's why you can buy as many items as you like all day and only pay one postage and packaging fee. It doesn't matter what weight, size or quantity of your order or how many times you check out that day, you still will only be charged one P&P. Shopping made simple with Hobbymaker.
Afternoon, everybody. Hope you're well. Welcome to Wednesday afternoon. Looking forward to this afternoon, in actual fact. I look forward to these Cricut shows immensely. Now, Cricut obviously are world-renowned as one of the best cutting machines out there that any crafter can have. But they have diversified and kind of gone out in different areas with mug presses, for example, and they do loads of different great things, and they do them all brilliantly well. Julie is from our office. Tell the story, Julie, because you schedule all the products for our shows.
Yeah, I do. So my day job is planning assistant.
Right.
So obviously Liam, who everybody knows,
you work with him.
Yeah. Liam's my manager. So yeah, we literally just schedule any products that are going into a show, make sure everything's booked in and all set up. Obviously deal with the suppliers, so if there's any last minute changes or we sell out of things and then we need the extra stock, we're in the office sorting all that kind of stuff. So just anything like that, really. And
the lovely thing is Julie is an avid crafter. So when Cricut came on board, obviously the lady that supports Cricut is based in the States. So to get her over for every show isn't practical, it's not feasible. So we've suddenly realised that Julie was a Cricut fan and had virtually every Cricut product under the sun.
Yeah, I have.
And we thought, would you mind guesting?
Yeah.
Because, I mean, you're a crafter through and through, you own the products. Well, who better to demonstrate it?
That's right, yeah. I've had a Cricut for probably about 6 years.
Right.
And then I upgraded to the Maker about 18 months ago. But I've got the heat press and the mug press and all the extra bits now that you need to go with them to make...
Superb.
Make all a variety of things. It really does open up your world of crafting. So
I can see why.
You begin to make things that you didn't probably think you would ever make.
Now, the mug press is going to be a main feature in a minute. Also, we've got the Joy in this show as well. And the later show later on, we've got the Maker 3, okay? But before we do any more, for those of you that already own a Cricut machine, I know there are hundreds, if not thousands of you watching right now, this is the first time, to my knowledge, that we've done a bundle like this. Now, this is full of accessories that's really going to make your Cricut experience even more impressive. Now, what you're going to get get first and foremost are 3 different mats. So you've got your low tack, you've got your medium tack, and you've got your high tack mat. So there's 3 mats in there, okay? So they are absolute essentials for any cutting machine, but for your Cricut Maker 3. Down here, we've got the tool accessory kit as well, which brings you your scissors, you've got your picks and your spatulas, everything that you need to remove from the mats what you've actually cut and so on. Now, next to that, we've then got, of course, everybody's essential. You've got a craft knife there as well, which is great for helping to lift up the vinyl and doing little cuts and that sort of thing into what you're using. Then you've got your trimmer. Now, I don't remember ever doing the trimmer.
No, I think this is the first time we might have brought you the trimmer.
So there is the Cricut trimmer, so that's for trimming your vinyl and for trimming all sorts of things as well. And then you've also got your 3 rolls. Now over here, you've got your transfer tape. Let me just grab them and bring them into the centre for you so you can see them. Hang on a minute. Okay, so you get a roll of 12 by 12 everyday iron-on vinyl. So that's that. You're also going to get a roll of the transfer tape as well, which makes it easy to transfer what you've cut onto whatever surface you want to put it onto. And also you've got your premium vinyl as well to run through your machine for decorating walls or decorating objects or whatever it may be. Now, this should be £150. You've got everything there that you need to kind of support your machine, okay? We've got it today brand new at $99.99, and it's on 2 split payments as well. So you can have all of these accessories for just $49.99 your first split payment of 2, or you can pay in full if you want to as well. It's IQ 7191. IQ 7191. As far as I'm aware, this is the first time this accessory bundle has been offered. So if you know that you need extra vinyl, you need the transfer tape, you need the trimmer, you need extra mats, all of that, it's there for you with the toolkits as well for under £100. And that we've got some amazing deals with Cricut, we really do. You're saving a third off the price. £50 off, down to under 100, and it's IQ 7191. I mean, if you've got a Cricut machine at home, you'll know how invaluable these are. Obviously, the large mats are only suitable for the Maker 3, because that's the larger machine. But if you've got any Cricut machine, not necessarily the Maker 3, maybe you've got an older model or something like that, then these are going to be absolute accessories that you can stock up on today. Maybe you've already got the toolkit. Well, maybe you could give that to a friend or gift it to a friend or sell it to them if they've got a Cricut machine as well. But it's all about getting the most out of your machine, and it changes games. It really, really does. Julie was saying that once you get a Cricut machine, it kind of ups your game in crafting. And we're going to be talking about decorating and pressing mugs in a minute. We've got people that have started their own businesses because of Cricut, and anything you make, you can sell. So if you want to go for the accessory bundle today or anything else, have a little look at our website because the whole Cricut range is there as well. I've got to let you know we've only got about 50 of these available, these accessory bundles, okay? And when you consider you're spending maybe £10 to £15 on a mat normally, you've got about probably 40 odd pounds worth of mats in there. I don't know how much the trimmer would be normally on its own, but for trimming anything, whether it's the vinyl that you're trimming,
trimmers generally about £25, £30,
yeah,
aren't they? So
of that sort of quality.
For a branded Cricut one, yeah, you're probably going to be talking that sort of price.
Absolutely, and to get the 3 rolls as well, remember you've got here, this one is your everyday iron-on. So if you're doing transfers maybe on t-shirts or sweatshirts and things like that, the transfer tape is allowing you to transfer from your machine and the vinyl onto any surface that you want to transfer it onto. It just makes it so easy. And then you've also, of course, got your premium vinyl as well. So a lot there for your money, and when you consider you're getting a £50 discount down to less than 100 and on 2 split payments as well, it's only £49.99 today. £49.99, and it's yours. IQ 7191.
It's a good price because some of those things are consumable things.
Yes.
You know, they are things that you're going to have to go and buy again. Your mats, obviously, they're sticky. They don't stay sticky forever. So why not get the bundle? Your toolkit, I mean, it might be that perhaps you accidentally bend your weeding tool, but that's something you need to use with your vinyl. So for the price, to get everything all in one bundle, I think it's a bargain. Top your stash up. Absolutely.
And you know, you've got to consider and be realistic. You know, a machine is an investment. You know, it's a considered purchase. But if you don't have the tools to back it up, you're struggling getting the vinyl off the mat or anything like that, you can end up ruining your projects by using inferior tools that weren't designed to do what you want it to do. Cricut tools are designed for the job. It's going to help you get the most out of that machine, out of that investment. Now, one thing that I did with Julie a little while ago now, we launched together, didn't we?
Yes,
the Mug
we did.
Press. Now, if you look at these, she did this for me, bless her. Look at this. Crafting Man of the Year, thank you very much. Now this is another one that's been done using the mug press. I mean, this could be a little cottage industry. With the mug press, you're going to get some vinyl or some transfer rolls. You're going to get pens. You're going to get the machine, and you're also going to get 2 of these mugs undecorated as well, plain ones.
Yeah, just a plain white mug.
Yeah. No, you're not going to be getting these. This is the sort of thing you can do with it once you've actually got the mug press. But tell me, they're special mugs, aren't they, these?
They're sublimation mugs. That's what you need, because obviously the sheets that you get in your bundle, they're actually ink, they're infusible ink.
Yeah.
So basically, sublimation is when it turns a solid to a gas, and then that's what sticks to your mug.
Right, got you.
Very technical. I only know briefly. I just know from the crafting point of view. So basically what you do, you cut your infusible papers using your software, which I'll show you how to do that. It wraps around your mug. You've got in your bundle as well, which I've pinched because I haven't got one, the heat-resistant tape.
Yeah.
That just secures it in the middle.
Okay.
So I'm going to pop this one in because it takes about 5 minutes for it to actually cook.
All right, and let me just tell you, you're going to get 2 mugs with the machine to get you started, but you'll probably want more mugs, won't you? Especially if you're going to start up your own business. Have a little look on that well-known River website, we know the one, and tap in sublimation mugs, and you'll see that you can get bumper bundles like 20s and 30s and 100s at really, really good prices. You're talking pence a mug, about 50p you can get them if you buy them in bulk. So if you are planning on making and selling mugs and maybe getting commissions and things like that, then that's where we suggest you go and get them from. You can buy them, of course, through us if you want to. At a later date, we'll get stock in. But at the moment, we don't have extra mugs. We've only got the 2 that come with the machine. But you can find them on that River website very easy and very, very quickly.
But those 2 that you get in the bundle are obviously going to be a great place to start playing with it, because obviously you've got your sheets. Each pack of the sheets that you get, you're going to get enough to do 2 mugs.
Okay, so you can make 6 mugs with what comes with it.
With what comes with it.
And the pens?
Your pens are going to last you. I don't know.
So
mine is still as good as new.
So is the idea you draw onto the mug?
So you'll see the mug in front of you that's got the little message on. That's from a drawing. So all you do, if you're wanting to create your own drawn design, use your infusible pens, copy paper. It doesn't have to be expensive. I've just used cheap white copy paper.
Okay, yeah.
Obviously, load your software to draw. I can show you that as well. Draw your design, and then you just wrap it around your mug and just set it the same.
So do you need the Cricut software for this to work then?
Yeah, you need the Cricut software, but obviously that doesn't cost you anything.
Okay. Now remind me, where do we find the Cricut software?
You go to design.cricut.com.
Okay.
Set yourself up your own design space. It's just your email and a password. That's all it is. Then you can log in to the design space, and then you can start designing whatever you're wanting today before your mug press even gets to you.
So you can do that right now. So design.cricut.com. Register there, it's free to do it. You'll see all the inspiration that's on that website, of course, as well. Register your account, and then you'll be fit to go, and you can start designing your mug designs before you even get the mug press home. Now, it's $199.99. And it's on split paper. We have got single figure stock. That is all we've got, single figure stock of this. So if you've set your heart on this, you know, we're not going to spend a large amount of time on this because we've only got a few, literally a few. Most of the hour is going to be on the Joy, which is the portable cutting machine. It is back in stock, but we've only got a few. FG7167, that's exactly what you're going to get. The Cricut mug press itself, 2 mugs, sublimation mugs. You're going to get the heat-resistant tape to hold the wrap in place. You get 3 different wraps in different styles, each enough to do 2 mugs, and you get your pens as well. So it's a really good, really inexpensive way of starting a new hobby, of setting up a little cottage industry. I mean, maybe you've got a bit of time on your hands at the weekends, and you know, we're all feeling the pinch at the moment. You're thinking, I want to do something where I can make a little bit of money. If you get and buy in bulk those sublimation mugs on the website, on that River website, you know, you could be making these for literally maybe £1.50 each or something like that, and selling them for $9.99.
Yeah, definitely. Or even, I mean, for the price of for gifts, even if you're not necessarily going to make to sell, maybe just buy one to make for gifts for family and friends. You know, I've paid about £15 for personalised mugs in the past before I owned one of these.
Yeah.
Obviously now I don't need to do that because I can do my own design, my own message.
So tell me what the machine's doing. The mug's in there.
So at the moment, I've popped the mug in. It's very hot. I've popped the mug in, the handle doesn't get hot, so you're fine with your handle, but obviously the cylinder inside gets extremely hot, so don't touch that. So I've popped it in because, like I say, it can take about 5-ish minutes for it to actually bake your mug, and then obviously it takes a while to cool down. So on the top, you've just got a basic on-off switch, so you just turn it on. It'll be red when you turn it on, and then it'll turn green once it's up to temperature. Once it goes green, you're good to put your mug in.
Well, loads of you are putting them in your basket and checking out. Now, this is like a little progress report, isn't it?
So it starts off on the first one. So, and then it moves along as it progresses, and then once it gets to the last one, it'll beep to tell you your mug's done.
One little tip though, if you are going to buy some sublimation mugs online, make sure you get them straight-sided, because the chamber that you put the mug in is straight-sided. You can't put ones that are that sort of shape, so it has to be straight-sided.
Yeah, make sure it's got a straight side, because I've tried the tapered ones and they don't work. No. It gives you like a...
It doesn't have the contact, does it?
No, it doesn't. It sticks at the top and not where it touches. So don't be fooled by thinking, oh, the heat's there, so it won't. It has to actually stick to the sides.
Okay.
So that one's obviously cooking at the moment. I've got one here that I did not long before we came on air, and it's cooled down now. So I'm just going to peel off the tape just to reveal the image underneath, and then I'll also show you how to cut one. So that's just...
Oh, wow.
Yeah, and the finish on them, the gloss, how gloss they are, is amazing. Just from a...
I love that teacher fuel.
Yeah.
So you've designed that on your computer?
Yeah, I was just going to show you.
On the design space?
The difference in the paper. So that's how it comes to you. So you'll see how matte it is.
Right.
And then look at the finish now. It's been wrapped around the mug and heated.
What a difference. It looks totally matte on the roll, but when it's actually been baked in the mug press, look at the finish you get. And that's dishwasher safe and everything?
Yeah, everything dishwasher safe. Can go in the microwave. You know,
and this is one of the rolls you get in the...
that's one that I'd got, but these are the same thing. That's just one that I've got.
Just different designs?
Yeah, just different. You can buy lots of different designs, but obviously, like I say, you're going to get enough to do 6 of those mugs in your bundle.
And of course, the rolls are different to that, but there are lots of other rolls and designs that are on the market from Cricut through us that you can order and you can buy. But you're going to be getting... Let me just open up the... Oh, no, that one's been used. But you're basically going to get... Yeah, you're going to get that design with a kind of speckled blue, purple, yellow and green on it. So that's one design you're going to get. You're going to get the classic black, and then you're also going to get this almost like a sunrise or sunset.
Yeah, which I think is the one that's in here at the moment. Okay. I think I used that one for that, which you'll hear now, it's just bleeped.
Hello?
So that's telling me it's done. So you'll see here, you didn't see me push it down probably because I set it to go before whilst we were talking. But if you just lift that up, it just releases, and then you just lift it out and pop it just to cool down.
Okay.
And then once that's cool, we can unwrap it. I hope that it'll be cool before we go off air, so we can always go on and do that.
So how have you got that word, or those words,
on there?
Onto there? How does that...
If you come onto your design space, you've got your home page.
Yeah.
So if you just put in, I think it's mug template, I'm hoping it is, and it will give you a basic template for your mugs. I'm hoping it was the mug template. Just bear with me. Oh, so you'll see.
And it's just fun to actually navigate. So it's design.cricut.com. That's the website. And have a little look.
I was just saying, if you can see as we're scrolling down, if you don't know, if you get this home and you're thinking, actually, I don't know what I want to do to start with, but you've got your mugs, you've got your infusible papers, there are lots of projects that are already pre-installed on the software.
Okay.
So you can go into Cricut projects and you'll see there's a number of mugs that you can just click on, and straight away you can go and just do those. You don't need to think about an actual design.
Okay.
But let me just come back up. So you'll see it says mug design setup. So if I click on that and go to customize, that will bring me up the basic shape of the wrap that goes around your mug.
Okay, there it is.
There it is. So, and then if I just pop on, where you can see it's blue, but that basically is like your paper. So that's sort of like your colour that you're going to put onto your mug.
Okay.
So from there then, you can do what you want really. You can go to images, and then we've got Easter coming up, so let's just put a bunny in, if I can spell. And then it'll come up with lots of different images that are, some of them you have to pay for, some of them you don't. But there are hundreds of free, so don't think, oh, I'm going to have to pay extra. You haven't got, there's so many projects on here and images that you haven't got to pay for.
Okay.
So
someone's just actually asked, how does split pay work? Okay, if you're putting this in your basket, all you've got to do is basically put in the item into your basket, and then split pay will come up as an option when you put it in your basket, okay? If you can click to say that you want it, or you can just ignore it if you don't want it, but it will be there, okay? So FG7167, there we go. So you just basically put it into your basket, and there we go. If you want split pay, just tick the box, and if you don't, don't. Simple as that. That's as easy as that. So hopefully that's answered that question. Brilliant.
So pick which image you want. So I've just picked a bunny rabbit, which hopefully will come up. And then it's just a case of clicking and dragging it to the size you want. So if we just drag it down to where we want it, and you can also choose at this point whether you want it on one side or whether you want it on both sides. If you want it on both sides, the easiest way to do this, I find, is you'll see on your right-hand side, you've got some options here, delete, and you've also got a duplicate. If you click on duplicate, it'll give you another bunny exactly the same size. So you can then just click and drag and place him where you want him.
How cute is he?
Yeah. So then if you highlight the whole of your wrap, and at the bottom you've got attach, just do that, because that will then attach the whole thing, so it'll cut out the bits you want it to cut out, which is the bunny rabbit. So then we go to make it, and we're going to do it on a mat. And then we're going to confirm it that we've got to do that. So the most important thing to remember at this point is to mirror your image.
Yep.
Because obviously you want it to cut the wrong way round, so that when you wrap it round your mug.
Gotcha.
So if it's a name, you want to mirror it
Back
so
to
your
front.
name's going to be the back to front. And your mirror is just under where you can see your mat. So you just press on it and it'll go green. And then we just go to continue. And then it'll connect to the machine, hopefully.
Now remember, with the design.cricut.com, basically you've got lots of free options on there if you don't want to subscribe. But if you do subscribe, all the images, whether you're doing the mug press, whether you're doing your Joy or your Maker 3 cutting machine, all the images will be there and constantly updated. And subscription is
£7.50 a month.
£7.50 a month, which when you consider what that will give you, that's nothing.
No.
You know, you pay more than that probably for a magazine subscription.
Yeah.
Whereas, you know, to have access to literally thousands of images, thousands of constantly changing images and being updated by the Cricut team as well, that is a fantastic $7.50 to spend. It really, really is worth its weight in gold. But if you don't want to subscribe, you don't have to.
No.
Okay, now we have a little bit of a queue on our phones at the moment. If you want to call the call centre, please bear with us. It is a free phone number, 0800 001 4433. If you're having any issue with split pay, you shouldn't be, but if you are, just call the call centre, they'll sort it for you. So it's 0800 001 4433. We're down to the last 4 machines.
Wow.
That is all we have in the company until we get the next shipment, which we don't know when that will be. So if you know you've set your heart on this, pop it in your basket, check out as quickly as you can. We'll go over and talk about the Joy in just a second. But
obviously, I'm using the Joy because obviously we've got that on the show today.
Yeah.
The only thing I would say, if you're going to use the mug press with your Joy, you'll need an extra large mat for your Joy.
Okay,
which you'll need,
an extra long one.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Because your standard one isn't quite long enough to do the wrap for your mug.
So you can buy that as an extra?
Yeah, you can buy that as an extra.
Okay.
So all you need to do is place your infusible paper onto your sticky mat.
Yep.
Once you've gone through and it's found your machine, it'll ask you which material you want to use. So I'm just going to pop it in, infusible there, and then it should come up with infusible transfer sheet.
Yeah.
Because that's what we're using.
So you haven't got to worry about pressure or depth?
No, you don't have to worry about anything like that because it will automatically do it. And you'll see the light flashes on the top of your Joy. That's just to say it's connected, and you literally just feed it in. It's making sure we've obviously got enough length to the mat. If you tried to feed in your normal size mat, it would tell you that it's not long enough.
Okay. So just so we're clear, the mug press, you do need to have a Cricut cutting machine for
No,
it to,
you don't. This doesn't connect to your Cricut, only via the software.
Right.
So if you've got a scan and cut or a silhouette, you could use that with your mug press.
Okay.
Because basically this is just plugged into the electric, it's not connected to the machine at all.
You do need a cutting machine of sorts.
You just need a cutting machine to do your design.
Whether it's a Cricut Joy, whether it's a Cricut Maker or a different brand, it doesn't matter. You can still use that with the mug press. Okay.
The only other way I can think that you could use your mug press, if you haven't got a cutting machine, would possibly be you can buy sublimation paper, which is just like copier paper, but it's got the sublimation coating on it. You could then print, if you do a lot of digital downloads, you know, Debbie Moore or the Crafty Witches, you could print your design onto the sublimation paper, wrap it around your mug and then pop it into your mug press.
Okay.
So you could do it that way.
Okay, and we have got the Joy on a very special offer. That's going to be the rest of the show. It's back in stock after selling out previously. Yeah. This is the portable cutting machine, and I know an awful lot of people have got both. Got the Maker 3 and the Joy because they love the portability of this. And there isn't really much in the way of restrictions with the smaller machine. It's just a smaller mouth.
It's a smaller mouth, but that doesn't mean that you can't do big projects with it. Because if you use your smart vinyl, it will just continuously feed into it. And
so you could do a long banner.
Yeah, you could do a long banner. You could do longer words and then piece them together. It might just be that you might need to do it in pieces rather than one whole project, because obviously with your Maker you've got a 12 by 12 mat. But this cuts exactly the same. It uses the same software. The great thing that I like about any of the Cricut projects and machines and extras is it all runs from the one piece of software.
Yeah.
So once you're used to it, if you're then, like, say you've had your Cricut for a while and you're thinking, oh, I don't know whether I get on with it. If you know how to work that software, you're going to be fine with your mug press.
Do you know what I love about the Cricut range is that I haven't got images stored in a memory in the machine.
No.
The machine doesn't have a memory. It's not taking up space or anything like that, because basically you're using the Cricut software that they provide you with free of charge, or you can subscribe to it for all of the content if you want to, and you're sending it via Bluetooth to your machine. So you haven't got to worry about, oh, am I going to use up every image that's in the memory of my machine or anything like that, or can I add more images to the memory of my machine?
Yeah.
You haven't got to worry about the storage issue because it's all done on their software. No. And it remembers what you've done, designs you've created and things you've done, and it keeps it there. So if you want to do multiples of the same thing, you can do that.
Yeah. I've just popped my plastic sheet back on the top of that just to take the sticky. So you'll see now that's cut.
Right.
So all you need to do then is just, with your weeding tool, which you're going to get in your accessory bundle. Yep. This is something you wouldn't want to be without, really, because you need it for weeding your projects. So I'm just going to start to...
How often do you use your cutting machine?
All the time.
Constantly?
Honestly, Dave, there are, other than maybe if I'm stamping and colouring, which I do love, I tend to use it for everything. Yeah.
And you're a really generous person because you're always doing things for other people, making things for
them. I do make a lot of things, and I do get asked, I think with any crafter, once people know you craft, they ask you to make things.
Didn't you make Liam a hobby maker sweatshirt?
I've made him a t-shirt. I'm going to make him a sweatshirt this afternoon. So if you tune in at 6 o'clock, I think it is, I'm going to do his...
Will he be wearing that at the NEC tomorrow?
Well, I'm hoping so. I'm going to make it and leave it on his desk.
Well, I'm going there tomorrow. I'll take it if you want.
Yeah, OK, Dave, I'll give it to you. And
if you're coming to the NEC tomorrow, Liam's going to be there, I'm going to be there. He might be wearing his hobby maker sweatshirt by then, so come up and say hello.
He's got a t-shirt as well, but yes, I am going to make it him tonight. I was going to do it last time we were on air, but we ran out. You know what it's like, the hour just flies, doesn't it? And you run out of time. So I've done the basic shape of the wrap, and then I'm just going to weed out my bunny rabbits.
But this is the sort of thing you can do, you know. Obviously, personalising your own mug is fantastic, or other people's mugs. I just love the idea of maybe a grandchild or a child doing a little sketch, and then that being presented to mum or dad or auntie or uncle or gran or granddad. What a wonderful thing that would be.
A little, maybe that you can get them to write a little verse or a little poem, something that's really personal to you, you know, your mum or your dad or your nan or your granddad, whoever you're giving it to. It's such a lovely way of just adding a personal touch to something so simple and inexpensive. I mean, the mugs, like you said earlier, if you buy them in bulk, you can get them probably for about £1 each, between £1 and £1.50. I would imagine if you're thinking about setting yourself up a little business and you were talking about buying sort of a couple of 100 mugs, you'd probably get them cheaper than that.
Well, friends of mine were saying to me that they pay about 50p for theirs.
Yeah.
So they probably buy a lot in one go.
Yeah,
but
I know the cheapest I got them was just over £1.
Right.
But obviously I didn't buy a large quantity because I was just buying them for like demonstrating.
Yeah,
so, but yes, if you're going to get yourself a little business going, it'd be like you say, go on to one of those websites and you'll find them. So you'll see there, I've just weeded out the bunny rabbits.
Okay.
So let me just get a mug. The only thing I'd say maybe worth investing in is a lint, if you haven't got one at home, a lint roller.
I've got a cat, I've definitely got one of those.
Because although this is a brand new mug, that's just bleeping to say we've left it on. I'm just going to turn it back on again. Although this is a brand new mug, there's probably tiny little particles on here that you can't see to your eye, little bits of fluff and dust. And obviously when you put it into your machine and put your infusible paper onto it, as you peel it off, it might leave you with little white dots where it hasn't stuck because there was some fluff before.
Good tip.
So that it's worth paying £1 or whatever they are. They're not very expensive, are they, lint rollers?
Yeah. I think I paid about £2 for a pack of 3 or something.
I was going to say, I think I had a pack of 2 or 3 for just a couple of £1 or something like that. So it will stick just with the wrap, but I always worry that it might open whilst it's in the heat process. So this is where your heat resistant tape comes in handy.
And you get a roll of that with the machine.
You do, and this roll's going to last you a while because you really only need just a tiny little square like that, just to fasten it in the middle, just so you know that when you pop that into your mug press, it's secure and stuck to your mug.
Well, details on the screen at the moment are for the Joy, so that's the cutting machine, okay, with 3 split payments. That's 63.33, LX7113. Now, the mug press, we are down to not many at all. Got 3 left and 4 in baskets. You know what that means? One person is going to miss out. So if you're one of the people with it in your basket and you haven't checked out yet, please be one of the 3 that will be successful in getting this, because if you're the 4th, you're going to be kicking yourself, and it may be a couple of months or maybe even longer before we can get this back in. But it's brilliant. I mean, sometimes when you see like domestic versions of things that we take for granted of buying them off the shelf, they're kind of substandard, they look a little bit homemade, they look a little bit, but these look so professional.
The one thing I was really surprised, I wasn't, because it's Cricut and I know everything Cricut's always top notch, but I really wasn't expecting the finish to be as good as it is on them, because when you look at the infusible paper when you're putting it in, like I say, it's matte and it's quite dull, and my brain was thinking that's what it would look like. So when it comes out and it's got this amazing shine, you're just like, wow.
Well, all I can say to you is congratulations and good luck if you're processing your order. Remember, split pay. If you're having an issue online, just go to the web, go to our phone line, our call centre, 0800 001 4433. They'll process split pay for you without any trouble at all. We'll come back with the Joy then after we relocate in a couple of seconds. Don't go away. Are you having trouble finding the perfect gift? Then why not treat them to the new gift card from Hobbymaker at hobbymaker.co.uk. Simply scroll down to the bottom where it says gift cards, click and you'll be taken to the right place. Decide between posting the card or delivery by email, and then decide how much you want to add. You choose the value. So what do you get the crafter that's got everything? Why not treat yourself or them to the Hobbymaker gift card? If you've recently missed your favourite show on Hobbymaker, it's really easy to catch up on our website. Simply visit hobbymaker.co.uk and click TV Guide. Here you'll be able to choose any show broadcast in the last 7 days, which you can watch, pause and rewind at your convenience. And to make shopping even easier, any items featured in the show will appear underneath. With Hobbymaker's Catch Up, there's never a reason to miss out, no matter what time of day. Yeah, welcome back. We're in the middle of our cricket show this afternoon. Congratulations to all of you going for the mug press. I'll let you know when that completely sells out, which we'll do very, very soon. The next half an hour, we're focusing on the Joy. Now, do please get in touch with us if you've got one of these machines, you've used it for the last month or 2. We've had it now with us for about 3 months, I think, here at Hobbymaker. We'd love to know what you think about it. Just get in contact, either email us, studio@hobbymaker.co.uk, or send us a message via our website. We'd love you to share your thoughts on it. This is a real powerhouse, but in a smaller case. It's a portable, go-anywhere cutting machine from Cricut. It's called the Joy. Now, whether this is your first ever cutting machine or whether it's maybe your second, if you've got the Maker 3 or another Cricut machine in the range, this is going to complement that brilliantly because you can take it anywhere you go. They all run, as Judy said, off the same software. So it's design.cricut.com. Have a look at that website now. You can go there straight away. You can set up your own account. It's free to do that. All you need to have is an email address, and you can start designing what you want to cut out. Now, this machine today, when you bear in mind it's under £190, what it can do for you is groundbreaking. Most machines out there that are cutting machines are in the region of £400 to £500, and they're worth every penny, and they're bigger. And we've got the Maker coming up later on in the early evening show, which is around about that sort of price. But if you're thinking, well, I don't know if I'm going to get on with it, I don't know if I'm going to use it as much as I think I will, this is a great place to start. And, you know, this isn't going to be superseded by going for the Maker 3 later. You use both of them in different ways for different projects. This talks to your PC via Bluetooth, okay? So just like you connect your phone to your car when you get in it, it works in the same sort of way. So there's no cables, there's no wires to worry about or anything like that when you're actually using it. And it's got no memory. You haven't got a memory with preloaded images. You use the images off the software that's free to access. You can subscribe to get all of them, of which there are thousands and thousands and thousands, or you can choose not to and just use the free ones. It's entirely up to you. Now, to get you started, let's just have a little look here at what we've done and what Julie and the team have done with the Cricut Joy. We've got all of these glasses, we've got jars, we've got vases, we've got home decor, MDF, bottles, we've got some pump action soap dispensers. All of this has been done on the Joy. So it looks so professional. Absolutely so professional. You can sell what you make if you want to. I mean, that heart in a box frame is gorgeous. And the words "I love" have been cut out of the vinyl using the Joy. And you don't cut anything until you're happy with the way your design looks on the software. It's as simple as that. So if you don't like the way it looks on your tablet, your phone, or on your laptop, don't cut it until you adapt it and change it. And then you think, yeah, that looks good now. Then you can cut it. Now, what you're going to get with the actual machine today, you get your transfer tape. Now that's basically allowing you then to transfer what you've cut, the vinyl, and put it onto another surface without it crinkling up, without it getting creased or anything like that. So it's like a relocating tape. So you can put it onto a wall, put it onto a glass, put it onto a plate, whatever you want to put it onto. You then get a roll of your smart vinyl. Now this is really clever. Smart vinyl does not need a mat. You just basically feed this into the machine and the machine knows what you've put in there because you've told it on the software and it cuts it for you. So it's mat-free vinyl cutting, which is absolutely brilliant. You then get your pen stylos. So you get 3 of those. You also get a black fine pen as well. You get some cards and envelopes. Now these are so that you can actually cut the front part of your greetings card. And where this comes in, this is like a little folder that you put your card onto because you don't want the cutting machine to go through to the back of the card. So you've got the same design on the front and the back. So you basically wrap this folder with the card, so it cuts the front and leaves the back of the card uncut. So there's some card blanks to get you started, 12 of those. You then get your picking tool, which, as Julie said, is absolutely invaluable. And then you get your mat for your Joy as well. So if you did want to use the Joy for mug decorating, you would need to treat yourself to the extra long mat, which you should find on our website, or certainly it's available through Cricut if it's not on our website, but hopefully it'll be there at hobbymaker.co.uk. £189.99, and it's on 3 split pays, 63.33. If you're looking for a new hobby, make this it. This is going to be a game changer for card makers, hobbyists, home decoration, a new little business. You can take this wherever you go as well and commission. People could ask you to do cut someone's name out in vinyl, a certain unusual spelling or something like that. When you've got this with you, all you need is your laptop, your tablet or your smartphone that can connect via Bluetooth, and you're away. You're absolutely away. Okay, enough from me. Let's go back to Julie and let's find out more about it and how it's changed your kind of crafting life, really.
Oh, yeah, it has, definitely. Just a few of the examples you've shown there, are that's just like the tip of the iceberg of things you can make.
Absolutely.
I never go anywhere now and look at things like the same. You know, you might see anything I see that's plain, I'm like, oh, what can I do on that with my Cricut? You know, whether it's mugs, water bottles, notebooks, clothing, anything you see that's plain, you'll be thinking, who could I buy that for? What design can I put on it?
You can go into any supermarket and see any value range or essentials range of cutlery or crockery or whatever it might be. None of them are expensive. Mugs are dirt cheap. They can be very, very inexpensive. Plates can be dirt cheap, glasses.
Yeah, that's right. I mean, your mug press, obviously, you're using your infusible ink for that. But you can buy just a plain mug and use your vinyl on that.
Yes, exactly.
And still do a nice design. And it'll still, I don't tend to, if anybody ever asks me about washing, I always say hand wash if you're just using the normal permanent vinyl. Only because I don't know whether the heat of a dishwasher might make it lift. So that's my only sort of tip. I would probably say hand wash only.
Okay, fair enough.
And if anybody ever asks me to make one for them, that's normally what I say to them. But yeah, you can still do all your lovely designs on mugs, glasses, gin glasses. I've done hundreds upon hundreds for different. I mean, I made Ruth one here, but I've done so many champagne flutes for weddings. Hen party glasses, all of that kind of stuff. And
all of this sort of stuff, if you get it done for you by an organisation or a business, can cost you a small fortune. Personalisation like that. So you could actually be the person doing it rather than going to someone asking if it can be done. You know, save the money. And I can't believe this machine is only $189.
I was going to say, for the price of the machine, for what it's going to do for you, because like you say, if you went to a company and say you're getting married this year and you're having a hen party and you perhaps want to have a little bit of a more handmade themed wedding, for £189 you could be doing your save the dates, your wedding cards, your hen party invitations, your hen party, like you say, glasses, table decorations, whatever your
signage,
and you're going to pay a lot more than £189 for somebody to do that for you.
Totally,
Whereas with this, it does it for you.
You're the one that can do it for yourself and for others.
It gives you, I don't know, I'm a crafter, so I always love making anything. But I was going to say that when you've made it yourself, it just makes it that extra bit more special.
Now, can you show us with the software? Remember, it's design.cricut.com.
Yep.
That's the website you need to go to. Just put that in, design.cricut.com. That will take you to the homepage, and then you can register, and it's free to do that. They're not going to ask you for credit card information, debit card information. Only if you subscribe will it charge you for anything. If you choose not to subscribe, just want to have a little play with the freebies that are on there, go ahead and play. And then when your machine arrives, off you go, cut it out.
So I just thought I'll show you a quick and easy cut with the mat that you're getting in your bundle.
Oh, you can buy individual images as well, I forgot that. So if there's just one that stands out.
Yeah, I mean, if you don't want to pay for a subscription and you really do want to just use the free stuff, there is always that option that everything on there, whether it's an image, a project, everything's always got a price on it. So you could then go, if you know, it might be about 80 pence for an image, you can just purchase that one image. Once it's yours, it'll save into your...
It doesn't disappear after you've cut it out once.
I'll show you where you've got your items that you can save. It'll be in your images, in your saved items, and then you can just keep reusing it as much as you like. So, again, I'm back on the home page. So from here then, this is basically where you'll start to just navigate for whatever you're wanting to do. So you'll see where it says explore more, just down here. This gives you just a brief of things that you might want to do. And I've said before in previous shows, the great thing I like about Cricut, the software, is they constantly update things. And an update that's probably on here now from when I first did my first show back in November or December last year, you've now got this option of live workshops.
Right.
So if you click on that, it will take you onto the website and it's Cricut Learn. And on there then, it will give you basic where to start.
Okay.
I mean, I can click on it, whether it'll bring it up, I don't know. But basically from there then, it will take you to this page here. So then it gives you any information that so if you're buying this Joy for the first time today and you think, I don't know what I want to do, this will give you some little 2-hour workshops free that you can just watch. So just from cutting your vinyl.
And that can be, you know, when you've got time. You haven't got to kind of put an evening by in 2 weeks' time or whatever. You can do it in the middle of the night if you want to.
So I've just gone back to the homepage again. But what I was going to say is that is just a little something that's updated since we've started doing Cricut that I just thought I'd mention, because they do constantly update things, and the Cricut community is really good because people share their own designs on here. So if you make a design and you're like, I absolutely love this.
I want to show everybody.
You can share it with everybody that's got design space. What a lovely thing to do. And then people will be making your design.
So you're really a part of a lovely community, yeah.
Yeah, it's amazing. Right, so if we go to the search, if you wanted to just make a card, if you type in cards, it will give you some projects that are... So you'll see here, Cricut projects, there's a whole... so there's 1,562 designs of card that you'll use with your little mat that's in your bundle. And do you get a set of the cards, Dave, in that bundle?
Yeah, you do.
Yeah, so you've got your cards as well that you haven't even got to think about buying cards.
Okay.
They're pre-scored, ready to go.
But they're not special cards. You can use your own card stock if you want to, yeah.
All you need to do is make sure, obviously, that they're the right size for your your mat, and away you go. So I've used American cardstock. Hunky-dory, you could use your adorable scoreable in it, whatever you're wanting. So I'm just going to go, like I said to you before, if you buy something or if you want to save something, you can bookmark it here in this corner. But once you've done that, you'll see up in the corner, I've got my stuff. So that's got everything I've ever made or saved. So I've got my projects, which are probably things that I've designed, and then I've got bookmarked ideas. So they're things that, like, as you're scrolling through, you might think, oh, I like that. Bookmark it, save it for later, and it saves you having to go through all that search again.
Okay, great.
Because I've done that before, thought, oh, I like that, haven't bookmarked it, and then I come to find it again and I can't find it.
We're getting loads of you putting this in your basket right now. Maybe you're talking to your other half about it, deciding, shall I, shan't I, shall I, shan't I? I've wanted one for ages. Get it today, just $63.33. Maybe it's going to be a Mother's Day gift. Yeah. Maybe you've been thinking or trying to find something that Mum would really, really love, and you're thinking, this is it, this is the answer. Yeah. You can spread the cost over 3 payments if you want to.
So, I've got one saved that I've just saved from the cards that you would search for. So, just pick your card size and go to customise, and it'll bring it up then onto your canvas, which is basically just like your design. It's just like a blank mat, basically.
Okay, yeah.
And anything you want to do on there. So, if your project will load on if it's something that's pre-installed on the software.
There it is.
Yep. If it's other than that, you have it blank, and then you can create your own designs on there.
Right.
Or upload your own images or whatever you're wanting to do. So I'm going to go to make it.
I bet you were beside yourself when you got your first machine all those years ago.
Oh yeah, and even more so with the Joy and the Maker, because it does so many, and it cuts through so many more things than I did with my other one.
And the Cricut Joy will cut through up to 30 different types of material.
It's amazing.
The Maker 3 does hundreds, but the Joy will cut up to 30 different types of material. So what sort of things can it cut through? Obviously cardstock.
This will do your cardstock, it'll obviously your vinyl, acetate, vellum, thick card. Yep. I don't know chipboard with this one, or whether chipboard's the Maker. But it'll cut through quite a lot of materials. Right. And you can go online and have a browse at all the different materials that you can cut through. I've lost count of the amount of things I've done. Right, so with your mat that your card mat that you're getting, it's sticky on the top where I've just peeled. So that allows you'll see my fingers, you just slide your card into place, line it up.
Now, the big Maker, the Maker 3, is on the screen now. If you've set your heart on that, we're getting to that in the later show, but just to give you the details of it, MF7170, that's the full-size machine.
So let me go to Browse Material, and then I think these are called Insert Cards. But anything you're wanting to search, you can just search the materials. Oh no, it's not going to. Insert card.
There we go.
You can, if there's something that you use on a regular basis, so if you're going to use a lot of these insert cards, you can see, you can bookmark that. So if I bookmark it now and just go to done, you'll see it's saved it. So rather than have to search it every time you go on, it's there ready.
Okay,
so
great.
Like I tend to have like my vinyl, my medium cardstock, things that I use all the time, I have bookmarked there, so then I haven't got to search. I only have to do that if it's something that I'm not...
It's a great designed website because it's all there to kind of save you time and effort and frustration. And it's not complicated. No. It really isn't complicated.
So do you get your pens in this bundle?
You do.
Yep, so you'll get your set of pens with this. So what it does, it draws first the bit that it needs to draw, and then it'll ask you to switch to your blade and then it'll do the cutting bit. So I'm just going to, the pen literally just drops in and you just put your catch across and it locks.
Yep.
So I'm going to go with that one. It's telling me that I need to load the black into which I've done. So if you're not sure,
to ask, how do you know when to load the pen or the
it will tell you what you need to do. So that then will draw your design.
Yeah.
And then it like I say, once it's done the drawing bit, it will then ask us to change back to the blade, and then it does the cutting.
It's your own personal robot. It's great.
It's amazing. So that's
then they talk to each other, and it doesn't have to be a laptop. It can be a tablet or
you can use your phone, your mobile phone.
Yeah.
I've got it on my work laptop now. I have it on my laptop at home. I've got it on my iPad, and I've got it on my mobile, because you might find if you are somebody that makes a lot and you have a lot of people that ask you to do things, perhaps somebody at work will say to you, oh, could you make me a wedding card?
Like they do here.
Yeah. In your lunch hour, you could be designing it on your mobile phone so that when you get home in the evening, you haven't got to do that bit. You can literally just turn on your machine and get cutting or drawing, whatever you're doing, straight away.
And because you've got an account, basically it's the same software on all of your devices. It's not different accounts that you've got on different devices.
And you don't have to think, you know, like, oh, well, I saved that on my laptop. Because whatever you save to your software, well, when you go into your saved items, it'll be on your tablet, on your phone, whatever you're on. I like that. I think it's amazing because
think you could be designing when you're on the train, and then when you get home from that 2-hour train journey, you've designed something that you want to cut out or draw. Then it can talk to your Joy and job done. So
and then you're away.
You're maximising your time when you're not doing anything. If you're a passenger in a car, if you're on a train, if you're on a bus or something like that.
Yeah. I mean, whilst that's drawing and cutting, I have got some little bits that I cut out earlier. Oh, as I've dropped something. And I was just going to say, I can show you how to use the transfer tape. And
dropped your egg cup.
I was going to do a little egg cup, Dave, and a little beaker.
There you go.
Thank you. So, as I was saying, you'll look at blank things and you'll think, I need that. I need to do something with that. So, in your bundle, you're going to get your transfer tape. I'm just going to cut myself. I only need a small little bit because when you're doing something relatively small, you can do it one at a time. You don't need to pick the whole thing up. So I'm just going to cut myself a little piece big enough to...
So if you're wondering what the transfer tape did, this will show you. It's very clever.
So I've got the egg cup and I've also got like a little beaker that I've picked up. But I just thought with Easter coming, it would be nice just to do something Eastery themed. And with this, you could cut a name out.
Yeah.
You can do all sorts with it. So you could make it really as personal as you want. So you'll see your sticky back just peels off from your transfer tape. Don't throw that away because your transfer tape you can use more than once.
Okay.
So I'm just going to pop it over my little chick for a minute, but then I'm just going to swap my pen over because you'll see now it's telling me it wants me to put the blade in.
Okay.
So I'm going to take...
Now it's going to...
Yeah. And it, like I say, it literally just drops in. You haven't got to worry about it being fiddly. It really isn't. You just open it up, drop it in, and just lock it.
Brilliant.
And then it'll say it's wanting me to press go again now that I've fed my blade into it.
So it knows you've done that?
Yeah. And then now
it's going to cut.
Now it's going to cut.
Now, for all your accessories, your replacement blades, mats going forward, we are going to be your one-stop shop for Cricut on our website. Even if Julie's not here, even if the shows aren't going on air, if we've got stock, you can buy it at any time through hobbymaker.co.uk.
Yeah, that's right. So I've just popped my transfer tape just over the little chick. You've got this is your scrapey tool.
Yep.
Just give it a little burnish, just so it picks it up. And then you'll see the transfer tape has just picked that little chick up. That just allows, you're not got to worry about greasy fingers or anything. You can literally just place it where you want. And then, again, give it a little rub and peel it away.
Perfect.
And it's stuck.
And then you can reuse that.
Yeah, so I'm literally just going to keep going for a second, just while our card's carrying on cutting. So, yeah, you just go on to your next item, rub it over the top, pick it up again, and then we'll have a little rabbit there. And then you would just carry on doing this design all round. And like I say, keep using this transfer tape until the sticky's gone because it's a consumable. So if I can use something more than once and get my money's worth out of it, then I'm going to.
So this is another way of decorating not just egg cups, but also mugs.
Yeah.
But remember, probably not put them in the dishwasher. They're not designed for that.
Like I say, I would probably just hand wash this.
Yeah.
But what I was going to say, the great thing about it is, inexpensively, you could pick up an egg cup, a mug and a dish, decorate them up like this, just with the bunnies and chicks. I've literally just cut a sheet, as big as my mat is, I've just cut a mat's worth of, just decorate them up. You've got a personalised little Easter present that you can't go and buy in a shop.
No.
Nobody else is going to have that design because it's yours. The colours you can, you know, maybe go
So
to
you could
your
put them
decor.
around the tray of the edge of a tray or something.
Yeah.
Have loads of Easter eggs in the middle of the tray. And
Yeah, it's a lovely idea. So when it's done what it needs to do, it'll ask you just to unload your mat, and it just feeds it out for you.
So clever.
So basically at this point then, all you need to do is, you'll see you've got in your tool, you've got sort of like a flat spatula. I tend to slide this in, if I can get it in, just to gently lift it off that adhesive mat. Because what you don't want is to pull it too hard and then it rips like the paper. If you just gently lift like that, you'll see, and then you can get those bits off. I mean, you could use that maybe to decorate your envelope.
This is why you need your toolkit, because you know, if you used a knife edge or something like that, you end up ripping the mat.
And then with your weeding tool, then you can literally just pop any of your little bits out. So then we can do that.
Honestly, so many of you with this in your baskets right now. Remember, if you check out, that confirms your order. If you don't and leave it in your basket, it's not yours until you do check out. So you're going to start an adventure that's going to literally fill you with joy. You may even start another little business sideline. Yeah. Just check out your baskets. Barbara, hello to Crafter in Greater Manchester. Hello to Margaret in Lincolnshire, who has checked out. Helen in Fife, who's just checked out as well, another new crafter. You haven't told us your name, but nice to know you're coming through for this. Yeah. Had a message actually from Helen in Fife. Hello, Helen. She says, can I ask you a question? Is a joy machine ideal for a beginner has never had a cutting machine before?
I wouldn't say it's ideal for a beginner, because I think the Maker or the Joy are ideal for a beginner, to be honest. Any of the Cricut machines. I think the way to answer the question is probably, what do you want to use it for? Yeah. Because I think some people think, because it's the smaller one, it's easier, but they're all the same, because they all run from the same software. So maybe if you haven't got much space or you like to travel on the go, this would be the one for you. I mean, if you can afford both, I'd go for both, because your big one you could keep in your craft room and you haven't got to move it around. This one's great for, like I say, crafting on the go. If you haven't got a big space that you craft in, this is perfect for that.
I mean, to be fair, this is, by way of the price, it's no way substandard to the Maker 3. The only difference is the portability of it and the size of it. It can do virtually the same thing. It's using the same software. Okay, you can cut through about 30 different types of material with the Joy and hundreds of types of material with the Maker 3. But it just depends. I mean, it will do the same job, but in a smaller scale, a smaller size.
If you're a beginner, this software will talk you through anything. So whichever machine you decide to go with, it's going to be fine for a beginner. And like I say, with the Cricut Learn that you've now got on there, you can go onto these workshops and have a look at whatever you start right from the basics.
I mean, it may well be that if you've never used a cutting machine before, the fact that the Maker 3 is $489, that might be a leap too far for you financially. And you're thinking, well, what if I don't get on with it? What if I don't like it? If you get the Joy, $189, don't think you've wasted that money if you later think to upgrade to the Maker 3, because you'll still use both. They both work independently of each other and work together with each other as well. So I'd go for the Joy myself.
Yeah, I was going to say,
first.
If you like me, I've got three Cricut machines.
Yeah.
Because I upgraded to the Maker and thought, oh, I'll sell my other one, and I've never sold it. Because when I'm making a lot of things, I've got 3 running at the same time. This one, the big, and my 2 bigger ones.
And they can all run off the same device, which is fantastic.
For affordability, this is perfect. And like I say, if you haven't got a great big space, which not everybody's got the luxury of having a craft room. You might craft on your dining table. This is great because you can literally just pop it away. It doesn't take up hardly any room, and it's so powerful.
And quiet.
Yeah.
If you've got, though, the room and the space and the finance, then the ultimate is the Maker 3.
Yeah,
obviously, it can cut through up to 300 different types of material.
Yeah.
Let me just show you what Julie's done here.
I've just quickly popped a little piece of gold mirror behind that. But again, you could do whatever colour you're wanting.
So the Joy's done the drawing, the Joy's done the cutting, and you can do the designing. And until you're happy with the design on your PC or on your tablet or on your phone, you're not wasting anything because you're not getting it to do anything. It's only when you're happy with the design that you get it to cut and you get it to draw. But, you know, it's not just cards. It's about decorating all the things that we've got here. We've got sports mugs, we've got little egg holders, glasses, personalisation for parties, that sort of thing. If you want to do MDF plaques and put vinyl on those and decorate them, you can do that as well. I mean, sky's the limit. It really is the sky's the limit with either the Joy or the Maker 3. But if you do want the Maker 3, the big one, that's going to be the main focus in the 6 o'clock show.
Yeah, we're using the Maker and the Easy Press in the 6 o'clock show.
Okay.
So we'll be showing you how you can use it to do your T-shirts and your hoodies. I was just going to quickly peel that off, Dave.
There's that mug.
Our bunny mug, and that was the one that we were cooking at the beginning of the show.
So these are two of the results from the mug press. I don't know if we've got any mug presses left. If we have, I think we've got one or two. Look at that. But look how beautiful that is.
It's amazing.
We've got two left, and there are 7 of you in baskets. So 5 people are going to be unlucky. Tracy, Karen, Sharon, Liam, Jacqueline, please, if you check out, that will confirm your order. We've got 2 left. That is it, FG7167. Brilliant. See you back at 6 then.
Yeah,
You're going to be with Zena at 6.
Yep, Zena
with the Maker 3 and the press. Jan, who I've not seen in ages, is here. We've got a brilliant show coming up with Crafter's Companion in a second. Lots of spot deals as well that you're going to be absolutely won over by. So yeah, stick around. Wednesday afternoon continues.
When you purchase anything on Hobbymaker, you have a 30-day money-back guarantee, meaning that you can shop with confidence. Happy shopping with Hobbymaker. It couldn't be easier to watch Hobbymaker. You can join us on Sky, Freeview, on our website or on YouTube, so you can watch at home or on the go.
Are you having trouble finding the perfect gift? Then why not treat them to the new gift card from Hobbymaker at hobbymaker.co.uk. Simply scroll down to the bottom where it says gift cards, click and you'll be taken to the right place. Decide between posting the card or delivery by email and then decide how much you want to add. You choose the value. So what do you get the crafter that's got everything? Why not treat yourself or them to the Hobbymaker gift card?
Here at Hobbymaker, we want your shopping experience to be as simple as possible. That's why you can buy as many items as you like all day and only pay 1 postage and packaging fee. It doesn't matter what weight, size or quantity of your order or how many times you check out that day, you still will only be charged 1 P&P. Shopping made simple with Hobbymaker.
Afternoon, it's just after 3 o'clock on Hobby Maker on this Wednesday afternoon. Thank you to Julie. She's back with a real kind of in-depth look at the Maker 3 at 6 o'clock this afternoon. But we've got a show and a half for you coming up now because it is Crafter's Companion, and we've got not only one main focus, we've also got deal after deal after deal. You will not believe some of the deals we've got for you. Now, the main look is going to be on the Concertina Border Dies, which I've done them before. They're amazing and they're here at a great price in a second. But before we look at those, I'm going to give you our first spotlight deal of the show, the first of about 3 or 4 that we're going to squeeze in, okay? Now, what we've got for you here is 2 different types of cardstock. You've got the satin and you've also got your linen cardstock in this, all right? Now, you've got 24 sheets of 12 by 12 and the pastel colours are gorgeous. But if I just show you, can you see there? I don't know how close the camera can get. That is the linen texture. So you've got that beautiful kind of fabric look and feel. But then you go on to, look at that beautiful, it's kind of a pearlescent, they call it a satin finish. So you've got the linen texture and you've got the satin finish on each of these colourways. So you're going to get 6 sheets in total of each colourway in these beautiful pastel shades. Look at that turquoise and look at that beautiful lemon at the back there as well. Now, 24 sheets, this has always been £16.99. I've never known it any other price than that. GE 2028. Let me quickly say hello to Jan. I've not seen Jan in weeks. Hello, my love. How are you?
I am good, thank you.
Good to see you.
Good to be back. I know when we said it was like ships that pass in the night.
Was it before Christmas?
I'm sure. I was trying to work out on the drive down here. I think it was because I've only been once in February.
I wasn't here.
And it was Ruth,
yes.
Nearly Ruth's last day. So yeah, it must have been before Christmas. So Happy New Year, Dave.
Happy New Year. It's good to see you. Okay, now you've seen this before at $16.99, yeah. Worth every penny of it.
Absolutely.
Any day of the week.
Absolutely. And such a pretty, like you said, the pastel palette all ready for spring.
Yes.
Which I'm told is arriving in a couple of weeks' time.
Oh,
so I've
please,
got to believe
please,
that.
please.
Yeah, those colours, the lemon and the lilac together, you know, they all mix and match beautifully. And I love the combination of the 2 textures.
Okay, now I'll tell you, we've only got 100 of these to go round. And when you see where this price is going to go, that is not going to be enough. So please, if you've got it in your basket and you check out, everyone will pay the final low price. Don't take my word for it. Don't run the risk of missing out on this. When you see where it's going to go in 38 seconds, you're going to kick yourself if you miss out. It's never been the price that we're going to take it to before. For standard everyday cardstock that you're going to be using in your cutting machines, die cut it, wonderfully timed for spring, for Easter, those blues and those yellows. And the fact you've got linen and you've got satin finish all in one pad, 24 sheets. You'll find out where we're going in 15 seconds. How many of you have put it in your baskets already? Because you know, you can trust us, you know you're going to be delighted with where we're going to go. It should be $16.99. Today, while stocks last, a one-off. We're taking it down, 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 0. Here we go. Where are we going? Hello to all of you coming in. £10.19. Okay. Linda, Brenda, Sadie, Julie, Kim, Jackie, Sheila, B, Alison, Rita, Elaine, you're all wanting this. Check your baskets out. There's 100 chances. This is going to go in next to no time. And we've got more of these spotlight deals coming up later in the show as well. So many of you going for 2 sets. £20, £20.38 that would be if you buy 2. 1 P&P of £3.95. Rita is the first one to check out in West Yorkshire. Nice one, Rita. You're in. 99 left now. We got loads of you coming through for it. I mean, this is an everyday essential, Jan. It
is, and it's a consumable as well.
Yeah.
So whereas we all like to keep it and stroke it and just look at it, if we do use it, you know, you do get to use it eventually. You think, yeah, I've got to break into it. Once you've taken the sheet out, you're okay.
Yeah.
It's taking that first sheet out. That's
making that step.
But I would be ordering. I mean, if you ordered 2 of these, you're not paying much more than the normal full price.
No, exactly.
So, you know,
well,
you're going to get a lot of card for your money. Yeah?
Sadie's got the right idea. Sadie in West Sussex has gone for 4.
Excellent.
Yeah.
Yep.
Just less than £40.60. You're going to get 24, 40, 96 sheets of textured and satin, beautiful cardstock from Crafter's Companion. Wow. So many of you coming through for this. It is our first offer of the afternoon, but there's lots more to come between now and 4, I can assure you. We've got at least, I think, 3 more spotlight prices and spotlight deals to come. The main feature, though, I remember these from a few months ago. They are the most incredibly imaginative dies that can make you frames of all shapes and all sizes. Long frames, wide frames, chunky frames, thin frames, it doesn't matter. They're the Concertina dies and they're coming up in a second. You're going to love them. You're going to absolutely love them. £10.19, a screen full of names. That's what we like to see. And, you know, if you've already bought something today, £3.95 P&P, you've already paid that, so it will be no P&P for you if you've already bought something since midnight last night. If you want to order it today and you haven't bought anything so far, it's a one-day only price of £3.95 postage, shipping and handling, and then you can buy whatever you like for the rest of the day from us and not have to worry about shipping and handling or P&P at all. Buy as much as you want.
I didn't catch that. Could you try again?
My phone. My watch. Does your watch talk to you? Mine talks to me all the time.
I'm afraid I'm not that posh. I wondered what was going off then.
I don't know how to stop it. You know me in technology. GE 2028, I just say some things and it just reacts. You've got to be on this. £10.19. Sadie's gone for 4. Lorna has gone for 2. Joanna West, no, it's not Joanna West, it's Joanna in the West Midlands has gone for 3. There you go. So GE 2028, £10.19, spreading me off completely. £10.19. There we go. 0800 001 4433, free phone number, or use the website, which is hobbymaker.co.uk. Okay, let's move on to these concertina dies then, because if I show you some cards here, this hopefully will get across the concept of them. Because they come in parts, don't they, Jan? You've got corners and you've got
very
segments.
cleverly done.
Very cleverly done. Look. Basically, you've got your corners and then you've got your sides. So you layer and put them wherever you want to make a taller, wider, longer frame. And there's 2 different styles and you get both of them in the show today at an incredible price. XY 2045.
Absolutely gorgeous.
They are.
And I mean, these really do appeal to me because anybody that knows me knows I love making my home decor projects. So as well as card making and scrapbooking, they will work across the board, but I just think they add that extra bit of something. So I've actually got them on boards if we want to have a closer look, and I can show you the 2 different styles.
This kind of shows the concept, doesn't it?
The concept is exactly the same for both of them. It's just we've got 2 different designs. So the first one we've called lace, and you can see that the piece here cuts the corners, and then you've got a 3-inch wide middle piece and a 2-inch wide middle piece. So you can extend the corners measure 2 inches, so you could have 2 inches plus a middle piece at 2, and another corner would make you a 6-inch tall. Different ways of putting them together. And what happens when we cut them out, this is what it cuts. And then with a careful little bit of scoring and folding, it's not easy on the white card, but you can see that concertina effect. And if I show you them in a project, you can see that we've got that beautiful depth to them. So you've got the frame at the front, but if I turn it round, you can see here that there is actually that, so it folds flat to go in a box or an envelope.
So clever.
But you've got that sort of little bit of depth in it so that you can pop things inside. So yeah, like a shadow box, but that filigree effect. And then the second one, exactly the same concept there. You can see that one, but this one's called Vines. So again, you're going to get both of these for that price today. And you can see, I will go through this in detail for the demo and show you how these little pieces work and how you put them together. But I will also say that there is a set of instructions inside both of the packets.
Brilliant.
If you get stuck, and it shows you how to make the different size frames as well, Dave. Yeah.
Okay, so you're going to get both. And you can use them for whatever shape and size frame you need to create. That's the beautiful thing about it. Or, yeah, normally you buy a frame die and it's one shape, one size, and that's all you can do. Maybe you could snip into it to make it a bit smaller, but could you make it bigger? Probably not. These, because you get the components, you make the frame the right size for you. And as Jan quite rightly said, brilliant for home decor as well. And because they're concertina, they fold flat for postage as well. You're going to get both of them. 2 totally different designs, and £29.98 is brilliantly priced. That's £14.99 each. But today, this is a spotlight hour. Let's slash the price for both of them to £22.48. That's £11.24. £11.24 for each. And just think about what that's going to save you. If you normally go out and buy different frame dies in different sizes, that can cost you a small fortune. The fact that you've got the corners and you've got the edges that allow you to create the shape and size and dimension of frame you're after, this is going to be a game changer for that price. £22.48 for both of them. They've not been that price before. They are that price right now while we have the stock, and we do have quite a big quantity available, which is good news. So hopefully everyone that wants them can get them. but they're easy to use too, aren't they?
They are. When you look at it, you think, well, I'm not sure how that's being done. But when you actually start working with them, it is quite straightforward. It's just sort of, once you've put one together and realise how that concept's been designed, it is quite straightforward. So this is the one that I'm going to show you to start off with.
So just using the corners?
And we're literally just going to use those 4 corners.
That's gorgeous.
Now, I've separated them to make like a 6x6 design because I've left a gap between the corners. But obviously, if you put those corners close together, you're just going to get a little 4x4 design.
Yeah.
So lots and lots of different ways. But I thought we'll start with the corners, and then I've got a demo for later in the show where I'll show you how to extend that frame.
Okay, great.
So that's where we're aiming. I'll pop that one back over there. So in your die set then, like we showed you on the board, you're going to get the 3 pieces of die. So we've got that corner section, and the extensions here are the bits that are going to score for us to concertina fold to make that little sort of springy frame. Then I've got that 3-inch side piece, and I've got a 2-inch side piece. So I'm just going to use the corner one for this one, but if you stay tuned, I will show you how we add these extra pieces in the next demo. So I've just got a piece of plain white cardstock just for the purpose of the demo. I'm going to secure my metal work in place just with a little bit of low tack tape, and then we'll pass this through our beautiful turquoise Gemini. It's the first time I've used it, Dave. I feel quite special.
It's our Hobby Maker Birthday Gemini Junior, which we still have stock of, but not much at all. We are down to the last few % of stock remaining. It is available. I've got a brand new bundle with it as well, which we'll show you a bit later on.
So
nice colour, isn't it?
Pass that through with the plates.
Do you like the colour?
I love it. Absolutely love it.
It's my favourite colour, I think.
After pink, teal's my next on my list. Pink's at the top of the list, and then the teal colour. This is the spot colour in my bedroom, the teal. It's all neutral, but then with that as a spot colour in there, so yes. So we've passed that through. We've got our die cut piece cut, and I have got some of these ready, so I'll show you where I've got to with them. So take away the waste, save the piece of tape, and then I'm going to just use my, if you have a look, lots of little holes in the dies. A lot of them are for the release pieces inside.
Okay.
But right at the end, you've got what we call a release hole. So just a gentle nudge with your pokey tool, and it will actually release the cardstock. And then I like to turn it over so that I'm in control of how that cardstock comes out of the die. And again, there's just a couple of little pieces hung in there. And this is what we end up with as a piece that's been die cut. So you can see here, if I pop this on my purple mat here, you can see that better. So you've got your corner piece here, and then the actual die does put the score lines in. But I must admit, I do prefer to just reinforce those score lines.
Using your scoreboard.
So just find a track. The die does the job, but just to make it easier to fold, I just use the track on my scoreboard with a score tool and just reinforce those lines. It sort of helps with the folding, and it helps to prevent cracking of your card.
Well, loads of you are seeing the potential in this. Pat's checked out already. Marion, Denise, Shirley and Barbara. Dee in Manchester's got it in a basket. Jennifer in County Armagh. I just think for the price, you can do so much with them.
Honestly, it pretty much makes you the designer,
yeah.
Which I suppose in a way we are when we're creating. But this way, you know, you can decide what size frame you want. So once you've got those score lines in place, I usually like to take something that's got a straight edge, and I'm going to start with the very first one that runs alongside the actual decoration. And I usually, because it's a little narrow one, if you pop your bone folder in there, you're going to get that piece in the right place. And then all I'm going to do is literally secure that and burnish it with my bone folder.
I mean, I think it looks really attractive just having the 4 corners.
Yep.
Without having the whole frame.
And then literally, it's just a concertina. So this one was what we call a mountain fold. You've got that fold at the top. I'm going to do the next one as a valley and the last one as a mountain. So you're creating like a little concertina piece. And I must admit, I do like to give it a really good burnish because that's teaching that cardstock that you want to keep it in that position. So you're going to end up, if you have a look from the top there, you're going to end up with like a W shape. You've got the corner, your little fold in the middle, and then the outside piece. You're going to do the same on both sides, so I'll just quickly do this one to show you. So again, just get that first one started, burnish those creases in place, and then once we've got the first one valley and another mountain. Nice and simple, and that's the same for every single piece, regardless of whether you're using the corner or whether you're going to use those extender pieces. So the first one's always a mountain away from the design,
right.
Valley and then a mountain. So you end up with your corner piece like so.
It's like a little coiled spring. Really.
Yeah. So you can see how that fits together.
Yeah.
Now, one of the pieces has a straight edge. You can see if I show you the die again here. One of these has got a straight edge. The other one's got a little notch took out of it. So again, it's been thought through very, very cleverly so that when this goes together, the little notched area is for this concertina piece to fit in, so that it will all fold reasonably flat. You're probably looking about 1/8 of an inch depth when it's folded flat. So in order to pop those onto your card then, the valley fold is the piece that's the side of the frame. The last piece on here is going to be the piece that we adhere to the card. Okay. So what I've done is I've popped my card base together because I didn't want to sort of mess about, you know, doing the cards. I want to focus on here. And what I've done is I've cut 4 of those pieces in the white card, just like we did, but I've added a little bit of ink just to define the edges of them and to tone in with my lilac cardstock that we've taken from that pad that Dave showed you at the beginning of the show.
Have we still got any of the pads left?
Matte and layer in the lilac.
A bit of stock. Half the stock has currently gone, with loads of you with it in your baskets. So if you want that 24 sheet pad, a 12 by 12, please be quick.
So I've had these flat in my bag on the way here, so I'm just going to reinforce. I did all the folding and the scoring before we started. I just want to reinforce those score lines because we want them to sit nicely on my card.
And these would look good on canvases as well, wouldn't they?
Yep.
Mixed media projects.
There's no limit to them really. I mean, you could sort of cover them with embossing powder. You know, you could sort of use the sticky ink pads on them and emboss them to make them look like metal corners. Or even cut them out of, you know, more of a metallic card. You just need to be aware that the folding side of it, you want a cardstock that's not going to crack.
Yes.
So you want a good quality cardstock. So for this instance then, I've got my card blank, pop that to one side for a second. And then I've got what would be my matte layer. So I've got a layer of that lovely textured cardstock and a piece of pattern paper out of my stash, which is just a little bit smaller than the size of the card, like we would normally matte and layer. What we're going to do is we're going to pop not the corner piece round here, because that would make it flat and that's going to make the matte layer springy.
Yeah.
So you want that very back piece to go round here, and then you're going to leave that springy bit at the front.
Right.
So on here, I'm going to take my tape pen. If you prefer to use a wet glue, you can use a wet glue. And on the inside, on this occasion, of each of those outside pieces, that sounds like foreign language, doesn't it?
I know what you mean.
On the reverse side of each of those outside strips, I'm just going to pop a little bit of double-sided tape out of my tape runner there. And then what I'm going to do is I'm going to pop that score line level with the corner of my card there, and then just tuck that one around the back. Give it a good press. And then this one, instead of keeping it where it is, I obviously need to bring it back to its corner position. And then I'm going to do the same, but I need to tuck that one inside. So I just want that last piece, and you can see there what I mean. If I show you the one that we cut, we've just got those last 2 pieces that have formed the corner. Okay? And then I'm just going to do that on each side.
Isn't that
so
easy?
Again, so simple.
Yeah.
So again, reverse side of that very outside edge. Okay, take it to the next corner.
It's making the frame as you want it. Long, wide, short, tall, doesn't make any difference. Or just using the 4 corners. I think that's a lovely look, actually. It's different to any of the dies that I've seen with these. I mean, we've done corner dies before that just cut out a corner that you can sit on top of a design. But the fact that this gives you that 3D element, it just opens up, as I say, to making frames. It gives dimension, it also casts a shadow.
Example here, Dave, of it done inside like a book. So you can do it. You could put photos inside there.
Oh, look at this. So I saw that there and I thought, OK, what's that got to do with the frames?
Yeah.
But then when you open it up...
They're actually on the inside. It's lovely, isn't it?
Oh, wow.
Imagine doing that. I mean, we've got Mother's Day here at the weekend. Imagine doing that with maybe some photos inside or... Yeah, just absolutely lovely.
Beautiful, absolutely beautiful. So, yeah, I mean, for the price, they're £11.24 each. That's all those sets are. And remember, they are totally different. Although the concept is similar, they are different designs. And I just think they're such a great, cool idea. You can make them literally any size you wish.
You can. So I'm just going to do that last one, and then we've got all 4 of those in place. So again, just get your corner in position. But it is literally just that last piece that's going to stick around the back. And you'll soon get the hang of how they work. As I say, once you've put one of them together, you'll see how they work. Now, it's really springy because of the cardstock. You can see there that dimension, but it will fold nice and flat to pop inside an envelope, or if you like to make a gift box to put things in. And then all I'm going to do with this one is literally pop this on the front of my card. So I'm just going to go all the way around the edge, so that it can be a card. Like it could be a frame that you're making, that gorgeous little book like you've just seen there, Dave.
Yep.
Lots of different ways of using them. So again, this one is just going to go straight onto my card blank, like so. Just give it a little press into here. Just give it a good press down. And then all I've got to pop inside this one is I've just stamped out a sentiment. Now, again, there's lots of different things. We've got samples that have got decoupage inside. We've got samples that have got that beautiful flower forming foam, which we've brought for you today. We'll show you that later. I've literally just stamped a sentiment to go inside this one. So I've just got some foam pads on the reverse there. And I've just stamped out a sentiment, added a couple of little embellishments. And all I'm going to do is pop this one into the middle.
Now, remember, it's not yours until you check out. If you want to check out your basket either on the website or on the call centre free phone number, please do feel free. Once you've checked out, your order is placed. You'll get a confirmation email overnight tonight showing you what you bought and telling you that you've only paid one P&P charge of £3.95. But look at what you could be creating.
So if I turn that round there for our camera, you can see we've got our card at the ready.
Yep.
But that gorgeous frame, which, as I say, once you've had this done, if I show you the top of it here, the depth of it, but it just squeezes close. As I say, it's about 1/8 of an inch deep when it's finished.
Perfect for posting.
But that's just simply using the 4 corners. Like I say, by adding the extension pieces in, you can then take it. This has got the 2-inch pieces in, which has made a 6x4 frame.
Yeah.
And then again, if you want to go up from there, you can actually add those 3-inch pieces in, and you can see how you can extend that with a 2, a 3 and a 2.
So having the 3 and 2 there gives you a number of combinations.
You could go 2, 3, 2, 3, 2 and have a really long one.
Exactly.
If it was a piece of home decor, there's no limit to the size on them, and that's what I like about them.
So you know the size of the frame that you're after. If you normally buy a die that cuts out a frame in a particular size, that's the size it is, that's the size it has to stay, unless you get your scissors out and cut it down to make it smaller. But with these, because they are kind of like building blocks, to make a line longer, to make something taller or wider, it's just so clever. And this is using the 2-inch ones in the centre. So instead of just having the 4 corners, like we just showed you, putting the 2-inch one in the middle just gives you that extra filled in effect, that full frame effect, basically. And I remember when they first came out, these, and they were absolutely so popular. We've got a few hundred of these available today, but they're going very, very fast. £22.48, that's £11.24 per die set, and you can make whatever frame you want in whatever size and shape you choose. 2 different styles. Now, if I show you one of the finished cards over here for a second, I think we've got some somewhere that have actually got the flowers on them. Here, for example, look at these beautiful foam flowers that you can see in these finished cards. Aren't they lovely? I mean, if you wanted to chop off the concertina bit and actually use it as a flat corner, you can do that, of course, as well. But these flowers that we've got here are made from the flower forming foam, and that could well be our 2nd spotlight or our 3rd spotlight offer in the show. Now, let me quickly show you then. Right. Now, the flower forming foam, they look so realistic. When you use your ball tool and that sort of thing to shape it, or indeed your iron, very often you use an iron with the foam to actually give it a little bit of...
I mean, you can use a normal iron, but it doesn't need any steam in it, so no water, no steam. It just wants to be the normal iron on a hot setting for them, yeah.
And look, you could be making your very own flowers out of very realistic foam. Now, normally, flower forming foam would be, what, $23.97. So that's basically $11.99 each. Now you're going to get the 2 packs of the foam, and you're going to get your pack of stamens down the bottom there as well. $23.97. So basically they would be $9.99 for each pack, 12 sheets of flower forming foam. You've got the Say It With Flowers, which is the deeper, richer colourways, and then you've got the Enchanted Dreams, which is the more kind of pastel shades, okay? And the stamens as well. So you're going to get 2, oh, I didn't realise there were 2 options, right, okay. I thought you got both of those. No, yeah. Okay, so you're getting 2 of the Enchanted Dreams and the stamens for $23.97. That should be $9.99 each, and then $3.99 for your stamens, okay? So if that's the colourway that you'd like, you're going to get 24 sheets of the Pastel Enchanted Dreams. AT 2068. This is going to be our next star buy. So, where are we going to go? If you know that you love flower forming foam, you know you love die cutting them, you know you love making your flowers from it, stock up now. You can go for multiples if you want to, but this is going to be an incredible drop in price. In less than 10 seconds, we're going to drop that price. Put it in your basket and check out. $23.97. We were all shocked when we realised where this is going to go. Let's take it down. AT 2068 for 24 sheets in total of the flower forming foam and the stamens, under £10, you get 2 of those. 2 packs of those and the stamens. You're paying for 1 pack. You're getting the stamens for free. You're getting the pack for free. You just buy one of them, because that's what they should be each for the flower forming foam. They're all A4 in size in there as well, so you can make a lot of flowers.
The pieces at the front are just done for display purposes. You get all the sheets behind it. So those technically little freebies in the front.
Yeah, they are, definitely. 2 of these in the Enchanted Dreams colours. You've got pink and purple. You've got a lovely silver and a green. And you get 400 stamens. So if you want your Enchanted Dreams flower forming foam, you're coming in now. Mary and Jerry, hello. Vanessa in Cheshire. Sharon in West Midlands. Sandra in Lancashire. Sheila's in. Yvonne in Highlands. Elizabeth in Lanarkshire. Yeah, go for it. It's one of those opportunities. You're getting 1 pack of the flower forming foam and the stamens free of charge. You're saving £14. You're getting all of it for $9.99, and that's a delivered price if you've already made a purchase today from us, which most of you probably have. So think about it. You can be making your flowers just like this. They're gorgeous. They really are. And these sell any day of the week at the full price. So we wanted special offers. We wanted special deals for this afternoon. And we've done it. And there's more to come before the end of this hour, I can assure you. Not only are those amazing frames a star buy, but of course that pastel 12 by 12 pads absolutely flying, and this is flying as well. We may even have some foam pads for you a bit later, possibly, at crazy prices. Things that you don't need to produce,
yeah, just
but we
in
can.
that pack, Dave, the stamens, I believe they're the white ones that we've put in
Yeah, they
the
are.
combination. The beauty of that is if you use your alcohol markers, you can colour those stamens pretty much any colour that you want.
Good
so
point.
It's nice to have the pack of white ones rather than lots of different colours.
Yeah.
That way you can colour them up to anything to match the flower forming foam. Or you can use the stamens with your paper flowers. You can use the flower forming foam with other, I sometimes put gems and things in the centres of them. So a lot of scope. We're going to look at the, I've just popped some in the centre of this one here in the frame. We're going to look at that extended frame, but we've used the flowers as the focal.
Look at how they work with those frames that we've got in the show as well. Perfect marriage. Absolutely perfect marriage. They're gorgeous.
Fabulous.
Yeah. Demo number 2.
Right, so I'm going to use the alternate set. So this is the lace set. Concept exactly the same. You have got the same dies in there. So you've got the corner piece, the 3-inch and the 2-inch. So it's the same concept. So just like I showed you, we're going to do the same thing. But this time, I'm actually going to use the 4 corners in conjunction with 4 of the 2-inch side pieces. So this has actually now become a 6 by 6. So you can see the difference there from this size. If I put them side by side, because we just use the corners on this one, it's come up slightly smaller than having those extra pieces in to make that depth. So let's have a look. I've got some of the pink card, again from that pad, Dave, that we're just hanging on to. Yep. So this is the pink textured card. Just taking a little bit out of that 12-inch pad. And I'm just going to pop one of the side pieces through to show you how that part of it works. And then again, I've got them cut and part prepared.
Okay.
Now, in your packet, and I forgot to show you this with the first one, you get one of these in both of the packets. It's the same details. Excuse me. And you get instructions on how to make a 5x7 card, a 6x6, a 7x7 and a 6x4.
I'm
so
chuffed
it tells
you've done
you
that.
which pieces to cut.
Brilliant.
So just in case you're not sure how that system works, so for example, the 6x6, which is what we're going to do here, it says die cut 4 2-inch corners and 4 2-inch side pieces. If you wanted to make it 7x7, it would be 2 corners and a 3-inch middle piece. So
Makes
the 3,
sense.
4, 5, 6, 7 inches, and that would go all the way around. The 5x7, you've got 2 and a little bit in the middle with the extra one on the side. So lots and lots, as I say, it's a case of, I haven't actually sat down and worked out how many permutations, because
there
I
must
think
be
it would
dozens.
be endless.
Yeah.
Especially, I mean, you could technically, you could do them all the way around a 12-inch scrapbook page if you wanted to, just by repeat cutting them.
And just looking at that finished card on the counter there, it doesn't look like it's a frame that's made up of pieces.
No.
It looks a full solid frame, doesn't it?
There's a clever little way of actually popping it together, which is what I'm going to show you with this one. So let's just cut that middle piece and show you how that one behaves as well. Just out of a piece of that pink card, and then as I say, I've got some ready done and scored up just to sort of speed it up a little bit. But we're going to do that same sequence of folding. So we're going to fold away from that edge piece with all the filigree work on, and then it's so that one's a mountain, valley, mountain. It's exactly the same. You want the same shape as what we created with the corner.
Okay.
So we'll take that one off, release it from there. And then again, just in the top here, you've got that little release hole, which takes the cardstock. And then rather than pull the metal away from the card, I always turn it over, and you're in control then of how that piece of card comes out of your die. It's not snagging any of that lovely detail. So again, just very quickly, I prefer to do this. And this is optional. You know, the score lines are there, and yes, they will work, but I just think when you've reinforced them on the board, it just prevents any cracking of your cardstocks. So if you're going to make a nice frame like this for either a card or a nice piece of home decor, or you know, you could sort of encase it in a box lid, something like that, it's worth just popping that extra step in. And then again, I'm going to take my long bone folder against that straight edge again, because this is a little narrow one. I just find if you fold it over something straight, you get that sort of indentation in place.
I suppose you could use the edge of your table as well.
Could be the edge of your table. It could even probably be a piece of edge of card.
Yeah.
As long as it's something straight over there. Because it's such a little narrow bit there, you want to make sure that it folds on the line and make sure it's straight, because if this one's not straight, it's going to affect the rest of the folds. So after that one, valley and mountain again. And then burnish them in place. Okay, and you can see we've got that same kind of idea. So we've got the piece, last time we put this piece round the back, that last one, and then you've got that little concertina bit for the frame. Now we're going to work slightly differently with this one, because we want to build up the frame. So I've got some extra pieces cut ready. Let me just burnish those, because I've had everything folded flat in my bag, so I just want to pop those lines back in. Whoops. Now then, this is all explained in your instructions. It tells you to cut some strips of cardstock that are 1/2 inch wide, which is what one of these pieces is here. So 1/2 inch strips, depending on what you're working with. I'm doing a 6-inch square, so my piece measures 6 inches. If you were doing a 7x5, you'd have 2 lots of 7-inch and 2 lots of 5-inch. So they're basically the same dimensions as the frame that you're aiming for. And what we're going to do is, we need something to adhere these two, okay?
Right.
So, you know, we're going to pop, where's my other corner piece? Oh no, I need these two, that's right. We're going like this, we've got the corner to finish off. So we need something. If I did it like I did last time and just stuck these around the edge, like so, like I did on that one with just the corners, you've got nothing here to anchor the top at the frame.
Right.
So that's where those little strips come in handy.
Okay.
So all I'm going to do is turn them over, get them all in the right orientation. So I want to make this corner here, like this. All right, so I've got them all in the right orientation. So these are actually upside down. This is the reverse of the card. And then what I'm actually going to do is pop my tape this time on the first. So last time we did this one to wrap it around the back. This time I want it on the first one. So I'm going to start with the corner. I'm going to pop my tape on here, pop some on that piece ready, and I'm also going to do the same on that one. And then I'm going to take one of my pieces, I'm going to start with the corner, and this is going to lay flat against your decorative side, and you're going to wrap this one around it.
Right.
Okay?
Yeah.
Then I'm going to take the next one, and this one's going to do the same. So this one's going to line up against that first one with that strip inside and stick in. Okay? And then I need to do the same on this edge. I forgot to do my tape on that one. So my second piece is going to go inside here. Mm-hmm. And again, I'm just going to flatten that piece so that that piece that I've put adhesive on wraps around it. And then my other corner, again, it's going to go right up to this one. So you can actually lay it flat so that you can get them pushed up together and then literally pop that strip. Now what this does is provide a platform for these pieces. Right. To sit again. So when we actually concertina everything again now, I just get that bit straight and just reinforce that fold. You can see now how these are no longer sort of just flopping about.
No, it kind of sticks them together.
And it makes the inside look neater as well because you're actually looking through the design at that same texture instead of all the workings behind it. So I've actually done quite a bit of this and carried on. You can see here where we've got... let me just take those out of the way so that it didn't get stuck on anything. So you can see where this is going to fit now to create that fourth element of it. Yeah, perfect. So I've done exactly the same. I've got my pieces of cardstock stuck along that inside here. You can see if I open this out flat again. Okay. Mm-hmm. So I've got one piece along here and I've got one piece along here. And then we're going to turn this one over. This is going to extend into this corner here. And this is going to extend into this corner. Okay, now what I will say is where we had that little mitered piece on the end, I'm just going to trim away that little piece that we stuck down. So the little strip that we stuck in, taken the corner off it so that I've still got that mitered, because I said we needed that space for this one to fit inside. So if you've got the other piece stuck out, it does tend to get in the way a little bit. So all I need to do now then is pop glue. And this is, you're working on the one closest to the decorative element for this one. And then I need some on here. Okay, so I'm going to pop this one inside here, right up to the one that's already there. And just, wait a minute, no, it wants to be that way, Jan. Let me get this in the right way around. It wants to be that way, doesn't it? There we go, yeah. Yeah. That's it. So yeah, just pop it next to the one that you've already stuck down so that I've actually got them nicely nestled together here, and then get that one stuck in place. Okay, preferably straight. That's it. Does help if you go straight, Jan. There we go. Okay, and then this last one again is going to fit inside here. So again, if you want to turn it over so that you can see where they fit together, and then just make sure that it runs nice and neatly along your score line.
They decorate a lovely box lid as well, wouldn't they? If you had like an acetate aperture in the middle of it, that would look good.
And then the very last thing you can see again, I don't know whether we can just pick up on the camera there, where this is where the die finishes here. And I've got a little piece of that strip jutting out on the edge there. So all I'm going to do is take my scissors and just snip that to match the die. So I've just taken away again that little corner so that we're matching the die. So I've now got my pieces to form that frame. So what we're going to do now is we're going to attach it to the back of my card. So if I just explain what I've done with the card, nice set of matting and layering, and then this is going to be the next layer. But rather than having all the pieces of the frame showing round here, we're going to stick them around the back so that the paper's actually inside the frame. So I've cut my paper to just a smidge under the 6x6. It's just like literally a fly's eyelash off two sides so that it will nestle nicely inside here. So this time we're going to open it all up flat again. See there? Get everything in proportion. this one's going to lie inside here. And again, you don't want to stick the side of the frame to it. You want to stick that last outside piece. So I'm going to go around, and I do prefer my tape pen for this. You can use wet glue, but if you're using wet glue, I'd be tempted to just maybe do one at a time so that you don't get too sticky with it.
Okay.
So this time, I'm just going to come round, round, and round. Turn it, do the same again, the outside edge this time. Okay. And then again, you're going to skip the first two concertina bits. So this is like we did on the first one for the corners, but we've actually got that extra middle piece in there as well. Turn and repeat. And this is what I was saying at the beginning, Dave. Once you've put one of these together and realised how that concept works, it's quite straightforward, and it's quite good fun working out how many different sizes and different combinations you can put together.
I reckon there must be hundreds, if not thousands. I mean, sky's the limit.
So that's that one. And then the last one here, 1, 2, 3. And then I just need to make sure that all my corners are doing the right thing there. Yep. And then this last one is just going to tuck. So make sure it's as square as you can get it. And then that last one. And then here, when we press it all down, and this is where I usually bring the bone folder in again, just to secure it all, it will all fold flat. So if you've got it all in the right place, you can see there how we've got that lovely frame.
A brilliant demo showing you how, with a few little adaptations, a few little extras, you can make it look like it is a solid frame, but in actual fact, it's made up of pieces. What's such a clever concept, whether you're using the corners on their own. I mean, here, for example, this is like a little notepad or a little notebook.
That one's really thinking outside the box. I love that.
I mean, just put two corners together and it's like a little hammock that you can put your notelets in. Desktop organiser, something like that, mini diary or something along those lines. So whether you're just using the corners or you're using those 2-inch and 3-inch spaces, you can literally make the size of frame that's right for you. And with Jan's top tips there, how to reinforce and strengthen and make them kind of, tie in together next to each other brilliantly, you can really go to town, you really can. £22.48 for both sets. Both sets for £22.48, £11.24 each is basically what it works out to. Whether you're using it on your mixed media, doing canvases with them, whether you're putting them on top of boxes, putting them on top of existing frames just to make them look a little bit more fancy, doing little books with them as well, which I can't get over this one. I don't know who's done this.
It's lovely, isn't it? That one really caught my eye, yeah.
Look at that, isn't that beautiful? Just using the four corners, but on both sides, inside, it's like a book.
Just think, I've got my two little grandbabies now, a photo of each of them, one each side. You'd have that on the mantelpiece.
Yeah, you would.
It would never go away, would it?
You absolutely would.
Yeah.
And when you consider that, a frame die can be easily £20, and it's a single size, it's a single shape, is that shape going to always be appropriate? Is that size going to always be the size that you're going to need? The chances are, no, it's not. With these, you can make the frame whatever size and whatever shape you want. I just think they're absolute genius, and that's why they're flying out the door. £22.48 is your price. Okay, now, we talked about spotlight deals, star buys, that sort of thing. We've got loads of them in this show. We started with the 12 by 12 paper pad. That's flying out the door. We then brought you in the flower forming foam, and that's flying out the door as well at a better than half price deal. Now, what about if I said to you that we can actually bring you foam pads? Foam pads, everyday essentials that you'll pay that price for any day of the week. You don't expect to get it any less. Why would you reduce foam pads? Because foam pads just are an everyday essential. We are going to do just that this hour. We're going to reduce the foam pads. Now you're going to get a pack of 320 different sizes of foam pad in this from Crafter's Companion, 320 double-sided foam pads. You're also going to get another pack of 80. Now this is your 24mm by 12mm and 3mm depth, okay? So that is now up to 400 foam pads, and I'm a pack missing. So the pack that I'm missing, can we show the picture? There we go, there they are, look. You're gonna get all of those. So you're gonna get 80 of the 24mm by 12mm, 3mm deep. You're gonna get 40 of the larger, and you're gonna get, so you're going to get how many foam pads? 560 in total. 500, I've got the wrong ones here. 560 in total. You're going to get 440 of the 5mm by 5mm. You're going to get 80 pieces of the 12 by 6s. And then you're going to get 40 of the 24 by 12s, all snippable, all 3mm deep, okay? So that is what you're going to get. I was given the wrong ones here, so sorry about that. $5.97. Hello, Brenda, Julie, Alison, Elizabeth, Pat, Sheila, Pauline. That is not your price. You're not going to be paying $5.97. If you've bought something today already, wherever we go will be a delivered price. Okay, £3.98. Now, don't ask me how and don't ask me why. Stocking up on those essential, everyday must-have items without having to pay any more than that £3.95 P&P. Pauline's bought 4. Congratulations, Pauline in Staffordshire. Yeah, go for them. What was the price before we dropped it? £5.97. So it's a couple of quid off in your pocket. £3.98 is all you're paying for 600 and, how many was it? 560. 560 foam pads by 2, by 4, by 6, by 8. Well, buy as many as you can afford. You don't pay any more than £3.95 P&P. 0.007 per foam pad.
So that's less than a penny per foam pad.
Way less.
Yep. I always think this is like me buying coffee, Dave. Whenever coffee's on offer in the supermarket, it goes in the basket because you're always going to use it.
True, yeah.
So things like this with consumables, whether it's foam pads, whether it's cardstock, whether it's glues, things like that, while they're on offer, it's the best time to stock up on
I'm the same with wine. When it's on offer, it's in my basket. Marion in Cambridgeshire, Alison in Buckinghamshire, Pat in East Sussex going for 2 of these. I'm not at all surprised. I don't know what you normally pay for your foam pads. Buy them from us today. Get them at a discounted price. I mean, we've got the NEC tomorrow. Were you thinking of buying some there? Get them here. Get them while we got them at a discounted price and we'll ship them directly to your door. You don't have to carry them around all day long. But if you are going to the NEC tomorrow, looking forward to seeing you there immensely. Always love the NEC days. We're there all the way 16th, 17th, 18th and 19th. Hobby Maker is going to be there with Sewing Street and Jewellery Maker as well. So make sure you come along and say hello. Right. Have we still got... yes. We still have got stock of our machine, the brand new Hobby Maker Birthday Edition teal machine that Jan has used for the very first time today. We have got a limited quantity left and the bundle has been updated. We've got a new bundle, okay? Now, hopefully we'll show you a picture of exactly what you're going to get. This is the bundle that you're going to get now. You're going to get not only the plates that you'd expect to get and the beginner's starter kit of the dies and the embossing folder. You have now got dies and a storage caddy included as well. Now that storage caddy sits alongside the Gemini Junior. The feet sit in the feet of the store.
It does, yes.
Loads of you want this deal. When this stock sells out, which won't be very, very long, it will never be back again. If you've put off buying it, look at this storage caddy. It literally attaches to the feet. You've got somewhere to put your sticky tape, your low-tack tape. You've got all the compartments there. You can put your plates in the back of the storage caddy as well. We haven't done this deal. This is the first time you've seen this deal. And this is only on the remaining stock of the teal Gemini Junior that we have so few of now. When we started with 1,000, it's a limited edition of 1,000. We're down now to the last few machines. And just as a special extra treat, towards the end of this offer, we've thrown in the storage caddy on the side as well. And it's $169.99 and it's also on split pay as well. We sold out of the previous bundle, you see, so we've just had a few machines left. We've got a new bundle that the team at Crafters Companion have put together for us. It's on 4 split pays, 42, 49. That storage caddy is such a game changer.
It is, yeah. And just to explain that, it's like if you have, I don't know whether you've got the storage caddy available separately or not here at Hobby Maker, but you can buy it individually. So the idea behind this is that the footprint here underneath the Gemini Junior is the same footprint as the original Gemini, the bigger one. So the caddy will fit both of them is basically what I'm saying. So yeah, this sits in the holes in the bottom of the caddy, locks in, and then it sits flush here.
Great.
Either side, it will work either way, depending on how, whether you have your machine at the right or the left. And as I say, if you do have the larger Gemini, it will fit on that one as well. So yeah, if it's available individually and you're interested in it, but you think, oh, I've got the big Gemini, so it's not going to work, it does work on that one. Has everything there at your side. And there's even a little slot in the edge of the caddy where you can actually slot
your trays,
your plates
in
there. Yep.
Very cool.
Either way, they'll fit in upright or sideways. You can see them in the picture there. And it's a great, because I'm forever losing mine. They get put down and then something gets put on top of them.
Alex is running to the rescue. He's got one for me to show you. Thank you, Maddie. Let's have a little look at this. This is what you're going to get. This is the new bonus. Bonus. You're going to get your dainty lace die and stamp set. You're going to get that with it if you buy it today from us. That's the garden party range. And this is what I know everyone's going to want to get hold of. Yeah. You're going to get this as well.
It's now, perfect. Don't just slot it underneath.
That's where the feet fit in there.
Yeah.
There we go.
Slot it under there, look. It's made, it's designed. So this panel is the same so that it fits, as I say, either under here. There's my feet. I'm trying to work back to front and upside down. Have I missed them? One.
Do you want me to do it?
Two. Am I nearly there?
You're in. Yeah, you're in.
That's it. Oh, no, not enough that. There we go. And you can see how it just fits onto the side. And this is what I was talking about here.
And that's where you put your tape, your low-tack tape.
There's a little tape runner comes with it, so you can actually pop your tape in there. And, you know, whatever you've got, all your tools, they all fit in there beautifully. However you want to stack it, it is perfect. As I say, whether you have it, obviously I've put it at the front so you can see it. At home, you would probably have it at this side so that you've got access to your tools and things.
Well, that is being given to you as a bonus.
That's amazing.
On top of the machine. We got it on 4 split pays as well, 42.49, and it's GF 2028. Very special, that machine, with all the plates and everything that you need to get started.
I'm just thinking, if anybody went for Julie's little Cricut maker as well, you could actually decorate the front of this to match your machine.
Yeah, you could. Yeah.
If you've got the turquoise vinyl, you could decorate the front of this so that it matched it. Oh,
absolutely. Oh, got something. Right, now we've also got another spotlight deal on Centura Pearl. Now, we've got the pastel Centura Pearl in A3, no less. Think of box making. Think of construction. Okay, RB 2067 is the product code. Now, we've never, ever taken this Centura Pearl down to where we're going to take it today. I actually haven't got the room to kind of display this. A3 Centura Pearl. Can you see the luxury, the way it picks up the light? Look at that. I didn't realise you did A3 Centura Pearl. I knew A4, but A3, so box making, how many sheets do you get? You get loads, absolutely loads. RB 2067. Get loads.
I know, I'm just trying to think how many's in it. Is this
25 sheets. 25 sheets.
There's 5 different colours.
Of A3.
Have we got 5 different colours?
I think so.
1, 2, 3, 4. Yeah, so
5 different colours, 5 of each. Okay, now
this takes it to making either those larger card blanks or, like you said, the boxes you can take to a different size, because you're restricted with A4 as to how large you can go without making things deconstructed. So
absolutely. And if you do want to cut them down and make them A4, of course you can. That would be 50 sheets of A4. Where are we going with the price? £10.79. And you know what? This is weighty. It'll be delivered for that price if you've bought something, even if it's just been the foam pads. You've spent your £3.95 P&P, this will be a delivered price for you. RB 2067 for 25 sheets of Centura Pearl in the pearlescent pastel. Very, very lovely, very, very luxurious. Loads of you coming in for this. We've got 30 chances, double figure stock. That's all we've got, and they're going very fast. Lorna, D in Manchester, D in Devon. Hello to the 2 Ds next to each other. Julie in Derbyshire, Lynn and Shirley. You're in Virginia, in Hampshire's gone for 2 of these. I want some of that for just over 20 quid. Thank you very much. That will be 50 sheets of A3. Single figure stock now. Less than 10 remain. Be quick. RB 2067. Have we got the white Centura Pearl as well? Okay. This is Snow White
with
Silver.
A hint of silver.
Yeah. Now, we've got more with you wanting it in your basket that we have stock, so could you please check out? Doesn't matter how many times you check out, you're not being charged for the phone call, you're not being charged for placing an order on the website. Now, this is another price that it's never ever been before. We are going to match that price. Now, this is Centura Pearl White with a hint of silver. £10.79 is all this is. Think about wedding stationery and stuff like that.
Perfect, yeah. Absolutely gorgeous. It's the same cardstock. It's 310 GSM. You've got a 310 cardstock with a 10, you know, you've got that extra 10 for that beautiful pearlized coating on it. It die cuts like butter, so through your Gemini, absolutely perfect. It'll go through the other machines. It folds, so you can score it and fold it and it doesn't crack. Absolutely gorgeous. I use it to make my card blanks with. It's strong enough to make the card blanks if you want a really nice fancy card blank.
Now, if you were shopping elsewhere and you're thinking, oh, I've got to make another phone call, crikey, that's another 40, 50p, it's going to cost me to order this. No, it's not. It's free phone from mobiles and landlines. So it doesn't matter how many times you call our call centre. They're lovely. They'll answer your call each time and they'll process your order and will only charge you 1p&p. It's free to order as many times as you like on the website as well. You'll get a confirmation email at midnight or just after, overnight, showing you what you bought today and showing you the 1p&p of just £3.95. OG 2014. OG 2014. 25 sheets of Centura Pearl with a hint of white. We've got a couple of minutes left on this show, but will the stock still be here when we come back at... Are you back at 5?
Yes, I am. I've got a slightly different product for you at 5 o'clock, though.
Oh, OK. That'll be with Zena and
then I'll bring
Jan.
these back. I'm back again at 7 with these. So
OK.
you can catch, I'm going to do some different sort of configurations at 7 o'clock, yeah.
OK. Well, before we go back to Francois... The pastel the 12 by 12 pastels, linen and satin. This is what we brought at the beginning of the show. We're now down to the last few. You've got 24 sheets, mixture of linen, and then you've got that satin finish as well. It's unusual to find a mixture of textures in them.
It's something that we've started doing in several of the pads now. It's gone very, very well because it does give you an option. Sometimes you don't want that sheen. If it's, you know, a certain project, you might not want that sheen.
I mean,
the textured card has proved to be very popular.
I mean, this is kind of more subtle, isn't it, than Centura Pearl? It's got that kind of shimmer.
Quite, and it's not as, I think it's 250 this, whereas your Centura Pearl's 310.
Right.
So different sort of construction. The Centura Pearl's more of a construction weight. This is actually gorgeous for using for things like your matting and layering. I cut those frame pieces out of it.
Now remember, we dropped this price at 3 o'clock. We'll remind you where we dropped it to. Not $16.99. That's what it usually is and should be any day of the week. Just in case you've just got in, switch the television on. £10.19 is all this is. If you put it in your basket and check out now, we're down now to... How many have we got left now on this? OK, we've got about 40 left, OK? So GE 2028, the Centura Pearl Pastel's now just sold out, so I hope you got that. The A3 is completely gone. The hint of silver is going very, very quickly, and so is this as well. Jan, we'll see you later on. Thank you.
Yes,
Great to do a show with you.
Thank you very much.
And Francois is back. We've got the brilliant Francois with fantastic Woodware Stamps, a pick and mix, or you can buy the entire show at a great bargain price. That's coming up next. Don't go anywhere here at Hobby Maker.
When you purchase anything on Hobby Maker, you have a 30-day money-back guarantee, meaning that you can shop with confidence. Happy shopping with Hobby Maker. It couldn't be easier to watch Hobby Maker. You can join us on Sky, Freeview, on our website or on YouTube, so you can watch at home or on the go.
If you've recently missed your favourite show on Hobby Maker, it's really easy to catch up on our website. Simply visit hobbymaker.co.uk and click TV Guide. Here you'll be able to choose any show broadcast in the last 7 days, which you can watch, pause and rewind at your convenience. And to make shopping even easier, any items featured in the show will appear underneath. With Hobby Maker's Catch Up, there's never a reason to miss out, no matter what time of day. Are you having trouble finding the perfect gift? Then why not treat them to the new gift card from Hobby Maker at hobbymaker.co.uk. Simply scroll down to the bottom where it says gift cards, click and you'll be taken to the right place. Decide between posting the card or delivery by email, and then decide how much you want to add. You choose the value. So what do you get the crafter that's got everything? Why not treat yourself or them to the Hobbymaker gift card?
Here at Hobbymaker, we want your shopping experience to be as simple as possible. That's why you can buy as many items as you like all day and only pay one postage and packaging fee. It doesn't matter what weight, size or quantity of your order or how many times you check out that day, you still will only be charged one P&P. Shopping made simple with Hobbymaker.
If you've recently missed your favourite show on Hobbymaker, it's really easy to catch up on our website. Simply visit hobbymaker.co.uk and click TV Guide. Here you'll be able to choose any show broadcast in the last 7 days, which you can watch, pause and rewind at your convenience. And to make shopping even easier, any items featured in the show will appear underneath. With Hobbymaker's Catch Up, there's never a reason to miss out, no matter what time of day. Good afternoon, everybody. Yes, we're with you, Hobbymaker, on a Wednesday afternoon through until 8 o'clock every day, 1 through till 8. We're here with live demonstrations, live shows. You can interact with us. You can send us messages via our website. We put them on the screen. You can get in touch. It's just great. Great fun. A great atmosphere, isn't it, here?
It is.
It's lovely.
It's lovely. Very nice. Very relaxed.
Yeah. Francois is back with us. Now, Francois is a brilliant designer, and she designs stamps basically for Woodware. Now, Woodware used to be a separate company to Creative Expressions, but now they've merged together. So you're actually bringing Woodware Stamps through Creative Expressions, and you do about, what, 6 collections a year, something like that?
Something like that. It feels like a lot more.
And this theme has got actually like a modern vintage. I know it sounds like a contradiction in terms, but it's a really good way of describing it.
It is, because I was thinking about it and I mentioned it to somebody and I said, well, you know, the reason that we have like these vintage images is because we're looking at them about sort of whatever 100 years old or 50 years old or what have you. But some of them, when they were first printed, were brightly coloured. And then over time they've aged and they've become vintage. So I've brought the colour back into the vintage.
Brilliant. Okay. Now, very popular earlier on at 1 o'clock today. What we're going to do is just explain to you how you can order this. You can buy the whole show. In other words, you'll get stencils, you'll get stamps, you'll get the dies up here as well, the tags that actually work with the tags that are in the stamps. And you also get your junk journal sheet pad as well. All of this should be £126, £127. You're going to get it today if you buy the whole show for $99.99, and it's on 3 split pays. So all you have to pay today is $33.33, and that's what a lot of you did earlier on. Way less than 30 remain of the buy the show, okay? Now, you can buy them individually. If there's one stamp that just takes your fancy, yes, you can buy it on its own. But we do also have a pick and mix where if you buy any 4 and you choose which 4 you want, you'll get a discount of around about £4 off the price. So you get basically just over £1 off each one if you choose any 4 and check out on the website. That's for the main 10 stamp sets, okay? Let me show you what you're actually going to get in the big bundle, and these are the ones that you can choose either individually or you can buy them as a set of 4 at a discounted price. Let me show them to you individually. So firstly, you've got this stamp set. This is in the Buy the Show as well. This is your distress labels. Now, as you can see, you've got enjoy the little things, courage, dear heart, some really good, quirky little sentiments on this.
Yeah, just sort of little sayings that you can add into your cards, or they'd be good for journaling, all sorts of different things.
Beautiful. So that is available in the Pick and Mix. It's also, of course, in the main By the Show. Then we've got the next two that have been used to great effect. If I just show you these two here, this and this go together very well. They are separate. This one is called So Little Time, and this one here is called the Sewing Machine for obvious reasons. You've got that real kind of old-fashioned singer-type sewing machine like my mum used to have when I was a kid.
Yeah, my gran used to have when I used to go and visit, and I'd sit there and just pedal it.
Yeah, just to see it move.
Yeah.
And this particular card done by your design team uses a little bit of both of those. So very versatile. The whole collection, you can really go to town. I've got a thing about postcards. I love postcards, new and old. And a lot of the stamps actually kind of recreate the old-fashioned postcards.
Yeah,
really
cool.
cool.
You could actually stamp them as postcards to send to somebody.
Yeah, you could.
You know, so...
Well, let's bring that back. Let's bring back the postcard.
And let's bring back stamps.
Absolutely.
The mail, the proper mail.
Now, this next one is called 9 tags, beg your pardon, 9 tags. Now, the tags on these stamp sets are the same as the size of the tags on the die set. So you can use these dies in conjunction with the images on the stamps and cut them out if you want to, or leave them intact. It's entirely up to you. But each one can tell its own little story, really, can't it?
It can. You can. What I like is you've got a sort of like a bank of little tags that you can die cut to add to the other stamped images, or you just keep it as it is. And it's the nice thing about that is that trying to sort of get like all those little tags lined up properly if you were stamping them individually would be a little bit tricky.
Absolutely. So that's called 9 tags. Next, this is called 2 tags, because as you can see, you've got 2 tags on there and a lot of other designs going on around there as well, with daisies and wonderful florals and feathers as well. But look at what you can do with them. You can, of course, use the die, the big die, to cut that tag out if you want to. That will fit over the top of that and cut it out. Or you can just leave it completely intact, like on this one here. And again, how you colour them is entirely up to you. But you've got beautiful, beautiful stencils that you can use with these as backgrounds. You've got the beautiful Junk Journal Chapter 1 paper pad that you can use as backgrounds as well. But just jot down the ones that you like the look of. This one is called 2 tags. And that sample was done by Christine Smith, actually. Now, the next one, this is one of the most unusual, and this is called Fragments. And you demoed with that in the first show,
I
didn't
did. It's all bits of like scraps of paper put together that create a panel, but they're separate, so that if you want to cut them out and use them elsewhere, you can do that, or
Brilliant.
You can rearrange them. It's a bit like a jigsaw puzzle. I was talking about that. I was talking about finding other lines within the images, cutting more pieces out of it if you wanted to. It's one that's really open to creative thinking.
Brilliant. Okay, that's called Fragments. This next one is one of my favourites, actually. This one's called Vintage Tiles. I love the fact that you've got an eye peering through the middle of one of those, almost like a Christmas bauble or a Moroccan shape, but really different. Florals in the other, again, more feathers in this one as well, but really different. And you do feel as if you're being watched.
You do. And that shape is actually very in vogue at the moment. If you go everywhere, there's like fabrics and things with Moroccan patterns and things. And I just like the way that it can be repeated, and it's very simple to cut out as well, so it's quite easy to sort of duplicate, and you can make all sorts of different patterns and layouts.
Like you've done there, you've linked them together, which is rather lovely.
Yeah.
Okay, AE2814. Remember, that's if you want to buy the show. Now, this next one is Garden Journal. Garden Journal.
So you've got like a page of a journal that's sort of been torn out of the journal, and that can be sort of used in different ways. So you can pretend that that's like you're stamping what's on your desk, and you've got all the sheets overlapping if you want to, and you've got extras in there as well. Some postage stamps which I've designed completely myself.
Love it.
And some wordings as well.
So that one is called Garden Journal. Next we've got, this one's called Garden Snail, which I love this.
What I like about some of the big stamps, particularly that one, and you'll see the hydrangea one as well, is that you've got these elements on the stamp that you can cut out, and you can sort of 3D if you want to, and they're not too difficult to do. So the snail, I've cut it out and I've given him a shiny shell.
It's really classy artwork as well,
you know,
isn't it?
So like you say, it could be a postcard, it could be part of something to do with somebody if you're sending a gardening card or something, if they're into doing their gardening.
Yeah.
It hints at all those sort of things.
So that's included in the Buy the Show. And then this one is obviously your daisy frame in an embroidery frame, as it were. But again, stunning. You don't have to use these colours if you don't want to, but this is just there as a hint and a nod as to what sort of thing you can do with it.
I mean, this one can be, I've done it in lots of different colourways. I've done it sort of pink daisies. This one, you've got that sort of vintage look because I've used the tinting powder over the main image. So that's where that shininess and a sort of brownish sort of tinge comes along, which is really nice. I like the fact you've got the little daisy with it in the set, so you can sort of put some extra flowers or create a background with that.
Beautiful. And now the last stamp in the set is this one, which is called Hydrangea, for obvious reasons.
So, and this one's another one where you can fussy cut the flower and 3D the flower if you want to. And of course your hydrangeas come in pinks or blues. So I've done a card where I did it with blue and then I've done them in pink.
Okay. So all of those 10, they are what's available in the pick and mix. They're going to be in the by the show, obviously, but if you want the pick and mix, those 10 sets of stamps are available for you to choose any 4 of at a discounted price. Okay, and we'll put the details on in a second. Now, the other stamp set that you are going to get in the by the show is available as a set of 3. Now, if you look down the front here, those 3 are available completely separately away from the main by the show as a set of 3. So you've got there your franking marks, you've got your We Need You fingers, and then we've also got these beautiful type font verses there as well. Thank you for making me feel so special. What does that say?
You're one of a kind.
You're one of a kind.
And I think the other one is...
One of the nicest things in my life is our friendship. Oh, really lovely. So those 3, if you want those 3 on their own, they're available as a set of 3 individuals, okay? They are available separately if you want them, but they will come in the buy of the show. And of course, you'll then also get the stencils, of which you've got 3 sets of 2. So there's 2 different designs on each stencil. And you've got the junk journal paper, which I'll flick through in a second. And you get those tag dies as well.
Such a lot in that bundle.
There's tons, absolutely tons. And it's on split pay. 33. Now, a lot of the samples that we've had in the show today have had these background papers used on them, and they are just beautiful, stunning. You've got the woodwork effect, you've got the linen effect on the back of that one as well. All this has been done by you, hasn't it?
Yes,
all of this,
yeah. So all the sort of images that you can see on the paper, they correspond to all stamps that are either current or that I've bought out in the past. Because one of the things I must mention is that this isn't my first sort of vintagey collection. I have done others. So if you've got some of the other stamps in the collection, you need to dig them out so that you can use them with this collection as well.
Good idea. And there's that wood effect, the paper in the background there. There's the purple effect with there's a kind of a lavender and a purple version of that, or pinky version of that as well. So these papers are great, and they're going to be in the by the show. But if you want that on its own, it is available as a separate item, just over £11, I think it is. AE2814 for the Junk Journal Chapter 1 paper pad. Now, the pick and mix then, if you want to hand-pick any of those 10 sets I showed you, you can quite simply go to our website or phone the call centre. They can do it for you as well. Just tell them which 4 you'd like, and then you'll save £1, over £1 on each one, basically. So you'll get them for £6.24 if you buy them as a 4 pick and mix, okay? Now, in the pick and mix, which one? The daisy frame has been the most popular, the one in the middle at the bottom there. That's been the most popular out of all of them in the pick and mix. You can choose 4 completely different ones, or you can buy 2 of one, 2 of another if you're buying them as gifts for other people. CF2851, just cherry pick either on the phone or on the website which 4 you'd like. And it's easy to do it on the website. You just go to our website, hobbymaker.co.uk, look at the item, and then basically it says choose an option from a little drop down. I think we can show that to you. And it's dead easy to do it. Really, really dead simple. So here we go. This is what comes up when you actually log into hobbymaker.co.uk. And then you choose what you'd like. There's the drop down box. So you're looking at that item. And then you just basically add which ones you'd like to your basket. There we go. Add to your basket. There we go. And then the next one. So any 4. And you'll find that that price will go down on each one. It will take each one down from £7.25 to £6.24. It's only £4, but you know what? It's better off in your pocket. So that's what we can offer you if you want your own pick and mix. If you go for the whole collection, you're going to save the most money, okay? You'll get it for under £100, saving about £26 off what the price should be, and on split pay as well. There we go. So there it is. That's how it works. And that's how you can save money using our pick and mix. All right, Francois, we've got lots of other products in the show from Creative Expressions, which we'll come on to and remind everybody about when we use them, if that's okay.
That's okay. So I'll get on with my first demonstration. I'm going to use the stamp called Garden Snail.
Yep.
And I thought we'd take a quick look at these two samples because they show quite a different sort of look to the stamp. I always try and point out to people about sort of what I was saying in the previous show about sort of how you can make the most of your stamps. So one of the things that I'm always sort of amazed at is that most people, when they use a stamp, a lot of the time they will stamp the whole thing.
Yeah.
And they will use the whole thing. And they won't really think, oh, maybe I could actually just use part of it. So on this one, what I've done is actually just literally taken a section. I had a piece of background paper that was left over from cutting out for this piece. And I thought, I'm not going to let that strip go to waste, and I'm actually going to use it as a background.
Okay.
Because the papers, the way that I designed them so that they were backgrounds that you could use either in the background or you can actually work on top of them. It's almost like I've spent hours creating a background for you, and then you just work on top of it.
But they're not too busy, they're not too bold.
Yeah, they're not bold. Everything's subtle in the background, so that it doesn't take over the image, and you can work with it. So on this one here, for instance, I've stamped and embossed with black ink and clear powder, and I've literally gone in with some alcohol markers and done a little bit of colouring in the same colourway, so it's like monochromatic, and just added some of our water crystals. This one, I've used the paper actually on the card to cover the front of the card, and we've got our little snail here. He is really, or she.
How do you tell?
I don't know. It's very, very easy to cut out. And a little tip for you is if you decide to 3D it, when I cut it out, because I've superimposed it, I didn't bother cutting out the tiny little bits here. I did cut out these bits here.
Right.
I don't know what they're called, actually, so I'm not that scientific about animals and things. I think their eyes are on there somehow.
I think they are, yeah.
Or on that one, I'm not too sure. Anyway, you can leave some of those bits out, and it's very easy to cut out as well. And I've used our tag that we've got in the show today, and the tinting powder, which I absolutely love.
I tell you what, can I just give you a top tip? The tinting powder, this is basically an embossing powder, okay, which I didn't know about this until earlier today. But you know, with embossing powder, you normally get an outline, a very bold outline, and that's what then turns gold or silver or black or whatever it might be. This isn't for outlines. This is for surfaces. This is for a surface area, so it will give you like an enameled finish with an absolute hint of either the silver or the gold. So this is a game-changing product, isn't it?
It is.
Are you demoing that a bit later?
I might be, because I've done it quite a few times as well. You know, I did it in the previous show, and I did it previously as well. So, but it's just to show you how it goes. I mean, it's very easy to spot on here because you've got the light bits where I've painted with watercolour, and then you can see how, if you just look at that and that's before and that's after.
Can I just hold it?
So if you hold it to the camera, they can sort of see the difference.
If you didn't understand what I was talking about and you think, I don't quite get what you mean, look, if I just hold that to the light, look, that's what the effect you get. So rather than an embossing powder would have maybe, you know, kind of done the outline of the flower, this is to do a whole surface area, and it just gives you a hint of the colour, and it gives you that glazed finish. So yeah, that's what it's all about, the tinting powder, like that.
Brilliant. So onto my demo.
Okey-dokey.
So this is the card I'm going to show you how to create. I'm going to sort of take you through step by step like I've done before previously, rather than sort of try and complete the whole card, so that you can sort of see how it works. In my mind, it's like a simpler card, but other people might say otherwise. But for me, it's simpler than what I normally do. So what I've done is I've taken some, first thing is I've taken some background paper, and I've cut a little square, and then I've stamped part of the snail image onto that bit of paper. Okay, so this is some of the background paper out of the pad. But this time I've used just normal embossing powder and a black ink pad just to sort of make that stand out. So I'm going to show you how I've coloured that in.
Okay.
So I'm going to use I'm going to use two things. I'm going to use a little bit of colour from a colour cloud, which is that we've got on today's show. This is Chic Magenta.
Yep, and we've got three, they come in sets of three. So we've got the Chic Magenta, we've also got the Chic Pumpkin, and we've got the Ocean Blue as well. It's three great colours together there.
So
$17.99.
So I'm going to use it as a paint. So what I've done is I've just taken some out the jar with my smoothie.
Yeah.
Just in case people didn't see that. And then I just put a little bit in the lid.
Oh, okay.
And that's my little paint palette.
Use the lid as a palette. That's a good idea.
And then just bring in my water. And then I can actually use it as a paint as opposed to as a blending ink. So we're going to make the flowers stand out on the paper by adding that pink. This is one of my favourite flowers, actually. It's called a cosmos flower.
They're nice and cheerful, aren't they, cosmos?
They're lovely, and they're sort of tallish and sort of quite delicate in the wind, sort of thing, the breeze. And they have really nice little sort of foliage. They're not like leaves, they're like little spiky little
I think we had a chocolate
leaves.
cosmos in our garden last year. That's really nice. Chocolate coloured cosmos. It's gorgeous.
So because I've embossed it as well with the line, you can see I'm not too worried about sort of like going off the edges, because that's one beauty of sort of embossing, I think, in that it sort of keeps you sort of within that line. You've got that little wall.
It's like a little well
of
protection.
And I'm going to do a little bit of colour on the snail as well, just to sort of make that pop as
I never realised you could paint with a colour cloud, but now,
You can actually also, with your smoothie, apply it to a stamp and stamp with it as well. So that's another technique.
Brilliant.
I'm sure, I know that online we have got, on YouTube, we've got lots of different techniques to do with the colour cloud, including a lot of stuff that my colleague in Woodware, Jane Gill, has done with colour clouds as well.
Absolutely.
Right, wrong one, wrong. So, goes to show that it's quite quite tricky to do two things at once.
Absolutely,
because, I mean, talk and do something.
Talk and
and I'm going to add a little bit of extra colour using our palette that we've got on the show as well today, which I know you're a big fan of these.
I love them. I absolutely love them. Decadent and precious metals. Now, not only am I a big fan of the actual palettes, I'm also a massive fan of these colourways in here. These are the best. They really, really are. And they have got such the most beautiful metallic shimmer to them. So have a little look at these. There you go. So there's your metallics. So this is your decadent and precious metals. This is set 10. And all of those individual colours, you can pop them out and change the order of them and that sort of thing as well. But what a beautiful collection that is.
It is. It's got, what I like is, especially like for the vintagey sort of things, is you've got two types of gold and you've got two sorts of silver. You've got a silver and a platinum. Platinum,
yeah.
Platinum.
I know what you mean.
Colour. So, you know, you might look at them in the photo and think, oh, that's the same two colours. You've been given two silvers and two golds the same, but they're not. They're subtly different.
Right.
And then you've got those other nice shades, the purple, the pink, and an olive green as well.
And these are only
$19.99.
Really nice. Brilliant value, and they'll last you a long, long time.
They do. I've had mine for absolutely ages, and you only really use a little bit at a time. So you just activate them with water. Be quite generous with your water to begin with. You can either apply it with a spray, which makes it a lot quicker, if you can use a lot of colours. But I'm only going to use a little bit of the gold, so I've put plenty of water on that to activate that. And I'm just going to use it to highlight the centre of the cosmos flower.
Hello, Magali in Hertfordshire. Magali, you're in for this. Teresa in Nottinghamshire, Nicola in Northamptonshire, Lynn in Cheshire, loving these paint palettes. And there are quite a few in the range. There's at least 10. Is there more than that?
I think there's more. I should really know how many there are, but I know I've got a pile of them at home.
And they're great. They really are. And they're so self-contained. That's what I like about them. But I do like the fact you can lift them up and, you know, interchange them with other colours.
If you're working on something and you don't want to keep bringing out 4 or 5 different palettes, you can just customise your palette that you want to use at that time. Or if you're going away on somewhere and you want to take a paint palette with you, you can just put all your favourite colours into one.
Yeah, really good.
So I'm using a little bit of that gold as well on top of the shell of the snail, just to give it that slightly different highlight, and a little bit on the snail itself. So that's just enough to make the image sort of pop. So that is, when it's dried off a little bit, it's going to go onto a really slightly smaller piece of black card, just to give it a little bit of a distinct edge. Now, getting to the back panel of the card, so this is the whole image stamped out with the snail, and I've just stamped this on smooth white card, foundation card from Creative Expressions, and we're going to use a little bit of the Jade Forest colour cloud.
Well, the Jade Forest is in another set of 3, I believe. Jade Forest and also Smudged Charcoal and Plum Cobbler. They come together as a set of 3 for £6 each.
So I'm just going to put a bit of scrap paper underneath so that I don't mess up my mat. And I'm just going to be really generous and just cover the whole background with ink.
And it goes on so smoothly as well. It doesn't get streaky or anything like that.
Well, it's a bit like a miracle in that you put it on there, and to start off with, you can see a few, some marks, and then gradually it peels. It sort of
corrects itself.
Yeah, it corrects itself. So it's that magic ingredient inside that makes it into a really good blendable ink. So be quite generous, because what I find as well is that when it dries a bit lighter.
And it works on like a capillary action. When you push the actual sponge down, it soaks up the ink from the bottom and brings it to the top. It's very clever.
And it's another product that's really good value for money because it lasts a long time as well. You've got loads of ink inside the jar. So that's the background, which is nice and easy.
Excellent.
Now, the other thing I've done is I've die cut some flowers from the dies that we've got on the show from Sam Poole.
Yes.
She's got a really nice shabby collection of shabby flowers.
Well, that's these, Shabby Basics, the Petite Fleur. Sam Poole, another very, very talented creative expressions designer. We've not shown you these yet today, so they are in the show. And these are at a great price. They're only £8.99, and you get all of those. But can you see where the little dashes are? The embossing detail. Brilliant, absolutely brilliant. Yeah, lovely for the price.
Yeah, I just like the way that they have quite a soft look when they're die cut. Some of the other flowers sometimes that you see are very sort of the design is sort of very smooth. These sort of blend in really well with a vintage look, which obviously she did when she did her collection. So before I put the flower together, just so that you know, the flowers actually die cut from some of the paper from my paper pad. And all I've done is then with my smoothie and some of the Jade Forest colour cloud, I've just sort of done the tips of the petals and then just built the flower up together. You get this really nice leaf, and just for a little bit of to add a bit of the detail, I've used one of the postage marks from our mini postage mark stamp, and then I can actually.
Where's it from? 1906.
1906. That's a long time ago, isn't it? And then I can just add a little bit of glue, and then we can just stick that to the back of the flower.
Those postage marks just give you a little bit of interest. They draw you in. You want to see what it says, what the date is, where.
So I really like sort of stamping them on the butterflies and on the flowers. So if we were to put that together, so that you can see, so that would go onto my card. And then what you have to do very carefully is that I put this with foam pads at home, is you have to sort of like hover over the top and
match it up. Yeah.
Takes a little bit of working out, but you get there eventually in the end.
It's
I think
a great
this
technique,
is about
though.
right.
I love the difference in the colourways.
And then what you can then do as well is then put your flower where you wish once you've got that stuck on. And then the other thing I've done is to use one of the little distress labels that we've got on the show.
Shine like the stars.
Which I quite like.
You know, you've probably got, lots and lots of verses at home, but I don't expect you'll have got many of these verses. They're very, very different. Positive as well, quirky. Enjoy the little things. You are enough. Courage, dear heart. That's one of my favourite ones. Nice. Like that.
I think what I like about them is that they actually do look a bit like they've been, they're made out of like a fabric label.
Yeah.
Like you used to get in the old times on your jeans, you used to get things stitched on your jeans and things. That's the sort of look I wanted to look. And on some of them, I've actually inked them up with brown colour and made them look a bit like their leather patch, if you see what I mean, as well. And you can either leave it white if you want to, or just go back in with your colour cloud and just add a bit of colour over the top.
Perfect.
But they're dead easy to cut out.
Now, the main bundle, remember, is everything. Everything apart from the colour clouds and the polishes and so on, but certainly the stencils, all the stamps, the paper pad, and the dies for the tags. The whole thing should be £126. Today, it's under £100 for the whole lot, and we've got it on 3 interest-free split pays as well. AE2814. I know loads of you love Francois stamps. This is the latest collection with like a vintage but modern vintage angle to it, and the versatility, the fact that they all go together so well. And that smaller bundle, remember, have a little look down here. These 3. Down the bottom here, these 3 stamps are a separate set. There we go. 1, 2, 3. So those 3, if you want those together, they're available as a separate set of 3. But if you buy for the whole show, of course, that will come in. The set of 3, we've not actually focused on those. So let's have a little look at those for a second. I've got them here where I can show them to you. Now, this is £9.99, and you're going to get all 3. So you've got these 3 sets. So you've got the fingers. Yes, this way. Look you. And then you've also got, thank you for making me feel so special. You're one of a kind. One of the nicest things in my life is our friendship. And then you've got a lovely selection of those postage marks and stamps there on the side there, okay? KQ2894. There are individuals on the show as well, which you can have a little look at if you go to hobbymaker.co.uk. But this is, as a set of 3, is superb value. KQ2894. Now, we've also got another die set we've not shown you yet. This is, again, designed by Sam Poole from Creative Expressions. Now, you've actually got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 butterfly dies in here, but you've actually got 9 dies in total because you've got the detail for the butterfly and you've got the outside edge as well. So you get 3 of those with the outline edges, and then you've got the smaller ones down the bottom there as well, but there we go. £16.99, HX2867 is the product number. If you add these into your basket, £16.99 is all these are for 9 dies, and we all love our butterflies. You can't go wrong with the butterflies.
One of the ones I've done with the smaller butterflies.
There we go. So have a little look at that.
So what I like about them is you've got that big open space without any embossed marks on the, you know, if you use the frames of the bigger butterflies, you can do that as well.
Yeah.
And you've got that space to stamp on top of the butterflies, or, you know, to put some papers, cover them or what have you, and do lots of different things.
£16.99 gets you the butterfly dies. HX2867 is the item number for those today. And we're going to crack on and do another demo, I think, with Francois here. So, and again, using lots and lots of elements in these bundles, and they all go together so well. Even the kind of pointing hand and finger kind of ties in with it, doesn't it?
I really like it because it's a little bit of fun.
Yeah.
And it also makes you
like
sort
Monty
of
Python-ish.
Yeah, and if you're into journaling and doing things, it sort of like makes you can point out certain things. You know, like you can make people focus on maybe something that you've put, a wording that you've put on the card, or on this piece here. I'm getting to the stage as well of realising, I think, that a lot of people who've got lots of stamps and things and crafting stuff, they don't just want to make cards anymore, they want to do other things as well.
Yeah, I agree.
So I've come to the point where I'm now sort of like not necessarily sort of taking things and mounting them on a card. So this isn't mounted. And my idea is that you can get really nice, quite reasonably priced little frames that you can put things into. So if I make this like this and I don't mount it on the card, I've got the choice of putting it in a frame as a gift, or if I then want to go on and put it in as a card, I can do that. So it doesn't sort of stop me from doing, you know, doing something different with it.
And I'm just thinking, maybe you are a fan of our sister channel, Sewing Street, or you know someone that watches it regularly. I mean, these are going to kind of go really nicely for anyone that's into embroidery or anything like that, with these little scissors, embroidery scissors and so on. And of course, that lace that's there as well, the detail in the lace is phenomenal.
Yeah.
So that's our next card, yeah?
Yep, I'm going to do part of it because it's quite a complex bit, and I wanted to really show you how I created the background. But I thought initially, like, while I was talking, you could have a look at the actual finished piece to sort of see how it works.
Okay, great.
So you need to start off with a square of white card, and we're going to bring in our colour clouds. I'm not going to do all of it because it's quite big, but I'll show you how to get started. And then I've got the next stage sort of prepared to sort of show you.
Remember, all the colour clouds are on the website. We've got our fantastic polishes, of course, as well, the Gold Treasure gilding polish and the Silver Dream gilding polish. And don't forget the fantastic tinting powders, which are basically ultra-thin embossing powder that give you a lovely coverage. Now, if you want the polish, this is all the benefit without the downside of, you know, like the actual gilding waxes, because they sometimes can have quite an aroma to them because they're oil-based, I believe. But this is actually water-based and there's no smell to them at all.
No, there isn't. And if you want to see me show you how to use them differently, if you go back to the previous show, I use them through a stencil, which is not something that a lot of people do.
No, and use the spatula rather than the sponge. But there is a sponge in the lid of each of the jars as well, so do remember that. So yeah, they're really cool, and they're only £11.99, so that works out to £6 each. RF 2807.
I just think that they, you know, if you know, you can get a lot of plain wooden frames and things that you can then colour with them.
Yeah, absolutely.
Or you know, wooden boxes or different things like that. So what we're going to do is we're going to create a background first of all with the colour clouds. So we'll see how far I can get before the end of the show.
Okay.
So I'm using the Chic Pumpkin, which I really, really like as a colour.
Lovely colour, isn't it?
It is. It's just such a nice... it's not really an orange, and it's not a brown. It's something in between.
Yeah, it
really.
is. Yeah. This
So
is the Chic Pumpkin. And remember, if you go for it as a set of three, the Chic Chic Pumpkin, Ocean Blue, and the Chic Magenta come as a set of three, £6 each. Okay.
Okay, so you would take your time to sort of apply it. It doesn't have to be completely uniform or even.
And smoothies will be on the website as well if you want those.
Because you can see already how it's soaking into the card really nicely. This is this time I'm working on coconut white card so that you know what card I'm using. And then we're going to use the plum cobbler for the other side of the card.
Another gorgeous colour. Those two go well together, don't they?
So what I really like with the colour clouds is what happens when you start overlapping them as well. There's something really nice about that.
They blend.
Sort of effect. They sort of start to create another colour, which is a really nice sort of purpley brown. Okay, so this is essentially what I've done across the main panel for the background so that you can see how it works with the colour clouds.
Yep.
So you can see I'm not cheating, so you can see exactly what I've done. What you are then working towards is something that looks like this.
Oh, nice.
Okay, so...
I love the fact you've introduced like a torn page from a book, an old book or something.
Yeah, so what you would do is take one of the stencils. I mean, I really like this one here on here. I think this one is Arabesque. I should choose really difficult names for things because then I can't pronounce them, which is really ridiculous. So all I then did was to go over, just put a magnet just to keep that in place, and just add a little bit of the stencil.
And these stencils, remember, come in the Buy the Show. If you just want stencils on their own, you can buy them individually. They are available individually. They come as two strips in one stencil, though, but two totally different designs on each one. And lovely designs.
So
oh, I love it.
Lift that.
Yeah.
Isn't that wonderful? And then I did put a little bit down the bottom. I won't cover it all, but just so that you can see. I put some down there. And then what you do is another little technique which I showed you this morning, is that if you take your water spray, but don't actually use the spray, but actually use this bit of your spray just to put some watermarks.
So rather than just flicking a brush and it going everywhere, you know, you can be a bit more accurate.
Yeah, it takes a little bit longer than flicking the brush, but I quite like it because it's more controlled. but I like all the little sort of marks that it leaves. And I find that with the colour clouds as well, is that...
just leave that, you don't mop it up or anything like that?
No, you could mop it up, but if I really wanted to sort of really go white, then I just leave it on there and not mop it up. If you want to sort of control it a bit more, you can then mop it up.
Because it makes it look kind of space-like. It's like you're looking into a night sky with stars and moons and things.
So then what I did was I took just some... This is an old book, nothing expensive. It's just something that I've gone into a charity shop. I picked up a really old book for 99p or £2 or what have you. And then I just use the sheets out of it, just so that I can put a torn bit down the middle.
And make sure there are no naughty words.
Yes.
Because that's happened a few times, I can tell you.
So, although sometimes you hope it's just going to disappear into the background. So that would go on here. And then we're going to use the lace that we've got in the So Little Time, which I know I used in the previous show. And I think the reason I use it a lot is because, I'll come back to it, is because it is so nice. And it really works well with what we've got.
Is that lace in your pick a mix of 4? Remember, if you put 4 of the stamp sets in the show into your basket, you'll get just over £1 off each one. You know, they're not much money individually anyway, so to get an extra £4 off by buying 4 together, and you choose, we're not stipulating it has to be these 4 or that 4, you can choose whichever 4 you want, 725 CF2851. Just choose them on the website, or you can just phone the call centre and they'll sort out which ones you're after as well.
So what I like about this lace is that you can use it across the collection. It doesn't have to be specifically for sewing. I mean, I know I put it with sewing stuff, but I thought I can use it elsewhere as well. You know, it doesn't have to just be kept with the sewing idea. And then you're going to overlay what you've just done.
So is that a purple ink pad you've used? Or?
It's a purple, so it's a VersaFine Claire, because I want something a bit stronger.
Yeah.
Colour clouds are quite soft and muted sometimes, so what you want to do is really use the colour clouds more into the background, or for things, or if you want to stamp with them, you know, for things that are quite soft and delicate, but you often want a sort of slightly darker ink than to layer on the top, because when you look at my work, a lot of it is all about building up layers.
Sure.
So sometimes you need something strong, sometimes you need something delicate.
The thing is, you know, everybody that buys one of Francois's stamp sets will probably use it in completely different ways. No 2 people would use it in exactly the same way more than once, I'm sure. So
you can see how that overlays on here.
That is a really bold colour, isn't it?
It is. I should really have stamped it on here, because I was in my mind, when you plan these demonstrations, so that everybody understands, is that you plan them sort of 2 or 3 weeks ahead of the show, and you put them all away, and then you bring them back out and you think, so what did I do? What was the next bit? So I should really have stamped that bit there. So I'll tell you what, we'll have another go quickly.
Okay.
Because I got carried away and...
And that particular stamp set, where was that stamp set? That one was part of the, what was it called?
It's So Little Time.
So Little Time, that's it, yeah. So Little Time will give you the lace, and it also gives you the embroidery scissors, and it gives you the needle and the thread and the honeycomb. Make, do and mend is also a little verse that's on there too. So that's all part of the buy the show, or indeed, pick any 4 for that brilliant price. Now, the whole thing is what is proving the most popular at $99.99. You're going to get 13 stamp sets in total. You're going to get 3 sets of double stencils. You're going to get the Junk Journal 8x8. And you're going to get the tag dies as well. And remember, the tag dies work with the stamp sets perfectly. So you can actually die cut out the stamps and the tags. It works out to £5.26 each by buying the bundle today with all those elements that are in there, which is a really good price. I mean, for the paper pad, for dies, £5.26. I mean, the big bundle is the way to go. It really, really is.
Okay, so the next stage of this is to really create what I call a collage of things. So when you've done your background, you can then overlay it with whatever bits you want to put on there. So what I did on mine was I took some of the elements from that set with the So Little Time, and I've made those into focus pieces on top of my piece. And a little tip for you, if you're like, oh, you know, first of all, always sort of create all your bits that you want to put onto your background first. Don't sort of start sticking them on one at a time, because you'll no doubt get to a stage where you think, oh, I wish I'd put that there, or I wish I'd moved that there, and then you have to peel everything off. Okay. So lay everything out, decide what you want to do for your collage. So if I follow what I've done at the top here, when you've made something, it's quite distracting. Often I need to put it away, because otherwise I just want to copy what I've just done, so that you know. But what you can do is lay everything out, see how it's all going to work before
you stick it down.
You stick it down.
Yeah, that's always the way.
And then the other little tip is, if you think, oh, but if I take everything off, I'm not going to remember where I put everything. Yeah. Most of us now have got phones or cameras that we can use.
Take a picture.
Take a picture.
Yeah, perfect.
And then when you finish, just delete it. So that
take a picture and then send it to us for Share Your Makes. That's what I do. Yeah.
But, you know, then you can sort of go back to your picture and you can say, oh, yeah, I decided I was going to put that there, and I decided I was going to put this there, and you won't have all the issues. So these little panels are painted with the colour clouds that match in here. Right. And then I've also used some of the paints in our paint palette I've used the silver on top of the scissors, so you get some nice silver looking scissors.
Perfect.
I'm holding it that way, but anyway, it's got the word fragile, which sort of tells you which way up it should really go for. To make the edges, this is another nice little tip. We're all getting to the point where we have lots of these little strips of paper and card, and it seems to be a shame to throw them away. So what I do now is I actually use them to make
like frames.
Borders and frames.
Oh, yeah, that works.
So I just tear them up, and then I just put a bit of glue. Okay, and then I just border it.
And the rougher the edge, the better, to be honest.
It goes more
Gives
with
it more character.
And even when it's glued on, if you want to sort of do some more tearing, what I quite like to do is to tear it and then fold some little bits over, making it look really tatty. Yeah, yeah. So that's what I've done on these. I've actually sort of done both of those with some edges like so that I can use up my little bits of black card. And it just it ties in with the tearing on here and with the vintage sort of look. I've got my hand, if I wanted to, which would be quite nice. Don't know how we do it. We're doing it okay for time?
Yeah, we've got about 6, 7 minutes, something like that.
Okay, good. Because what I'm going to do is just show you the embossing powder, the sepia embossing tinting powder in action. So that you can see that. Because we did a bit of the grey in the previous show.
Yep.
So,
and these are my top tip, I must admit. Tinting powder. This is embossing powder, but it's incredibly fine, and it gives you. It's not for lines and outlines. This is for surfaces. Okay, so you just spread it on a surface and heat it. And if you want them on their own, you can go for soft sepia, which is a very soft gold, like a champagne colour. £8.99. And just, by spreading a little thin layer of it on top of a surface and then heating it, it gives you that kind of glazed effect. So it's not like the outline that you expect with embossing powder. It's giving you a surface that's giving you a beautiful shimmer and shine to it. So that's your tinting powder. We've got it in Dove Grey as well, but that's the sepia if you want that one. And that's a brand new product as well, isn't it?
It is. Well, the sepia actually came out in January, and the Dove Grey is new this week. Okay. Literally, it was new yesterday. Everything came out yesterday, which is quite.
The Dove Grey. I mean, just look at that colour, but also look how fine it is.
It's really, really fine powder. So if you want, when you do one layer, you'll get a slight sort of granulation over the surface, which I like. But if you want it to be dead smooth, then you can put a second layer on if you want to.
Cool. Okay. It's incredibly. I'll show it to you here, actually. See how fine it is? There you go. Very, very fine indeed.
So you can see what I've done. I've decanted mine into a container because I'm using it a lot. So I find that it's much more, you don't lose any putting it back in the jar
No.
and what have you. So if you can do that at home, I think it's a good way forward. So all I've done is taken the Versamark. I've already pre-coloured my pointy finger with some chic pumpkin colour clouds.
Now, don't think this is going to give you a gold coverage. It will give you a hint, like a hue of gold, but it's translucent, so it won't cover up the colour that's underneath it completely.
So you can already see that you can see the black line underneath, so you can see that it's not going to be overpowering. And then
so this is going to be, if you love embossing, which I think every crafter does, this is going to be a brilliant new addition to your craft collection, because it's going to give you the glaze over the whole surface, not just the outline. You've got asbestos fingers.
I was going on slow and I thought we were going to be here forever.
I would not have my finger that close. There we go.
Too many years of doing it. When you've been used to doing it so many times, you get to know what's what.
Okay.
I wouldn't do this at home, not unless you're a pro like me.
No.
But you can see the shining now, and you can see how it's subtly changed the pumpkin colour and sort of deepened it a little bit.
Look at that beautiful glaze that's on there. Isn't that lovely? And you've just got that subtle gold hue over the top. So $8.99 for that. It is brand new. Well, January it was brand new. The grey is actually brand new yesterday. It came out yesterday. So if you want the grey, it is available for you. But the actual oh, the Dove Grey's on the screen. There we are. QI2865. But the big bundle, where you get everything. Everybody that wants the best price, go for the big bundle. You're going to get 13 stamp sets, brand new from Francois. You're going to get the 8x8 Woodware junk journal pad as well. All, again, those designs done by Francois. You're going to get the dies, the tag dies, the large and the small, and the little dies to give you the opening in the tag as well. And you get 3 double-size stencils. So 6 designs of stencil in total. The whole thing under £100, saving you nearly 30, about £26 off the price, and it's on 3 split pays of just $33.33. That's all you need to pay today, plus your P&P, unless you've already paid it, in which case it's delivered for $33.33. We've got literally 1 minute left, Francois.
Oh, that's it. Well, no, just, you know, to finish off, you can stamp obviously on top of your butterflies, and you can sort of edge. I've edged the colour. I've used the grey colour cloud around the edges of my butterfly just to finish that off. But you just literally, like I said, you need to start putting everything together. My finger seems to have wandered off. But it's over there.
Flown away.
It's flown away. It's pointing over there. So you can sort of play around and, you know, you can decide, do I want that at the top? Do I want that at the bottom? Do I want my finger pointing up?
And don't just think about card making, think about scrapbooking as well. Perfect for scrapbooking. For pointing out different things in the book and that sort of thing. Francois, great to see you.
No, thank you very much. It's been lovely to be back with you today.
They're lovely stamps, they're lovely products as well. All the colour clouds, all the polishes, and also don't forget your tinting powder, which is my new favourite thing. That's all on the website if you go to hobbymaker.co.uk. Whatever you do, look after yourselves this evening. Zena is on the way. I will see you at the NEC in Birmingham tomorrow if you're going to go, and then I'll be back here on Friday. So have a great evening with us. Are you having trouble finding the perfect gift? Then why not treat them to the new gift card from Hobbymaker at hobbymaker.co.uk. Simply scroll down to the bottom where it says gift cards, click and you'll be taken to the right place. Decide between posting the card or delivery by email, and then decide how much you want to add. You choose the value. So what do you get the crafter that's got everything? Why not treat yourself or them to the Hobbymaker gift card?
Here at Hobbymaker, we love seeing what you've been making, and it's our job to keep you inspired. So how does a £100 credit to your Hobbymaker account sound? Every month, we're going to be giving away a £100 credit to one lucky Hobbymaker's account. And all you have to do to enter is simply send a photo of your craft you makes to studio@hobbymaker.co.uk. We will be picking one winner each month at random, and we'll announce the lucky winner on air in the 5 PM show on the last Saturday of every month. So what are you waiting for? Get crafting, get motivated, and get inspired with Hobbymaker.
Here at Hobbymaker, we want your shopping experience to be as simple as possible. That's why you can buy as many items as you like all day and only pay one postage and packaging fee. It doesn't matter what weight, size or quantity of your order or how many times you check out that day, you still will only be charged one P&P. Shopping made simple with Hobbymaker. It couldn't be easier to watch Hobbymaker. You can join us on Sky, Freeview, on our website or on YouTube, so you can watch at home or on the go. Want to know what's going on in the next show? Then head over to our website. Click on the TV guide. This will tell you who's presenting, which guest we have joining us, along with what's going on in each hour. If you ever miss a show, you can catch up by clicking on the day you missed and then click Watch This Show. You can also view what product was on and if it's still available to buy. Catch up on Hobbymaker.
Good afternoon, you lovelies. Good afternoon, good afternoon. Oh, very exciting now because I love working with Crafters Companion, but today I'm working with somebody I've never worked with on Crafters Companion. And it's always exciting because it means I get to see new demos with a new lovely person. Now, she may not be new to you, but she's new to me. It's the lovely Jan.
Hi, I know this is our first, isn't it?
I know, I see you come in sometimes.
Our paths have crossed, haven't they? She's like, when are we going to work together? Well, today's the day.
And today's the
day, it sure is.
Very excited.
Yes, it is.
And we've got a right cracking couple of bundles, haven't we?
Absolutely, yes.
Oh, we
love
really
these.
have.
Absolutely perfect if you're just starting your journey in craft, yes.
Now that's really interesting because I've just filmed a new sort of a channel that we're talking about. Well, it's not a new channel, it's a new theme of Hobby Starter. So the idea being, and it's going to start going out as a sort of promotion on our channel.
Fabulous,
it's really exciting. And so I've just filmed with Julia. I'm probably not supposed to be telling you all this, but I'm telling you anyway. Alex is looking at me to go, you're supposed to be telling everybody this. Oh, I don't know, but I'm telling you anyway. That we're having it's called Hobby Starter, and it's going to be across Hobby Maker, Jewellery Maker, Sewing Street. And it's to get people started in crafting. So this couldn't be more perfect on the back of it. So then, very exciting. So keep having a look at the channels, and Hobby Starter will start soon. Now then, first of all today, if you love using stencils, stroke masks, whichever word you use for it, before we get into the brilliant bundle and demo with Jan, we're going to bring you a spotlight deal because it's going to be, put it this way, if you like half price or buy two, get two free, you're going to like the spotlight deal. Should we get started? Here you go. So I was just explaining the new Hobby Starter to Jan. It's very exciting. Right then, my lovelies. So It's so important, isn't it, when you've got a die cutting machine or you've got a stencil or a mask for it to not shift.
Yes, absolutely.
Got to stick it down.
Brilliant stuff. Again, another consumable. We were talking about this earlier, Zena, in the other show, about your consumables are something that you stock up on when they're on offer.
You don't want to run out.
I said earlier, I'm a sucker for jars of coffee, me. So when they're on offer in the supermarket, get them in the basket.
It's expensive coffee
these days, yeah, and you're always going to drink it, you know, if you're a coffee drinker. So yeah, this is the same. When the consumables are on offer, get them in the basket. So masking can be used for all sorts of things. I use it when I'm stamping. Yeah. So I actually stamp on it, cut it out, and then when you're wanting to create stamp scenes with perspective, you can mask over. So you stamp what's in the foreground first, and then you mask it over, and when you stamp over it and reveal the mask, what was in the foreground looks as if it's at the front. Very clever.
That's a great tip from Jan.
Yep.
Jan's tips. So then, now then, I've given the game away, haven't I? Because this is 15 centimetres by 10 metres. So does that mean there's 10 metres on every roll? Nice.
Yep.
40 metres, Jan.
Yep. Going to last you a long time.
10.5, isn't it? Now then, you've been doing very special spotlight deals with Jan today. I've heard all about it. I've heard how popular they've been, and she's not stopping now because Jan and Crafter's Companion are offering, well, put it this way, if I do it like that, look. So, can you just, so at the moment you can only see those two, can't you? 20 metres, and you're going to pay for them too. So when the price comes in, because that's not the buy price, is it? That would be the buy price if we bought all four. So, it, you know, it stands to reason. Oh, hello, I moved then. Did you see that then? That was clever. I didn't, I just tried. Did you see that? So, £7.99 each, that would be. Oh, in fact, if I do it like that, that makes that price right. £7, £7.99, £7.99, £7.99, £7.99. So, if I now hide those two, just bear with us, because how about if we get you to pay £7.99 and £7.99? So, I make that, what, £15.98?
Yep.
Yep, £15.98. Thank you, thank you, thank you for times it. I can. They just said you. So now then, that's the price for the two. We got Jan. Jan said, "I'm going to give you them two, absolutely free of charge because I like you."
I like a good offer.
We like a bundle,
I do like a good offer, yeah.
Yeah, we like, because it is true though. This is why people do bundle deals in the supermarkets and things. It's like, you know, buy bulk, you pay less.
My husband always says to me, I'm just glad that there's no battleships on offer, Jan. That's his usual response to it all, yeah, because we'd have a yard full.
Do you know what, though, Jan? My late mother, she would always go out and obviously buy the same thing, like loads of bleach or loads of whatever, and you'd open the cupboard and there'd always be rows of the same thing. Yeah. And I go, what are you doing? And it's not till you have to buy the things yourself that you get what she was doing.
Yeah, it says they see you coming a mile off.
Yeah. But this is true what Jan says. It's your consumables. Yeah. It's your, you know, it's your double-sided tape. It's your glue pens. It's your masket tape.
Yeah, and I think when you've paid less for it, Zena, you're not afraid to use it. I think if you paid a lot of money for something, you tend to protect it. And I don't want to do that. I don't want to cut into it. I don't want to open it. Whereas when you've got a bargain like that, you're not afraid to actually use it and make the most of it.
And it stops you being annoyed when you're crafting, which is, you know, because you don't want to feel frustrated. Because at the end of the day, once you've bought this and it's done what it does, it goes in the bin. So if you can pay less for the items that go in the bin, but that do a deed in the first instance,
you're on a winner.
You're on a winner.
Yep.
Doesn't upset you. You think, oh, I didn't really pay for that, or I didn't pay enough for that. Oh, that can go in the bin. So this is the great thing. So, and the lovely thing I will just tell you, and I don't know whether I should say this about Crafter's Companion, but their masket tape is so good, you can reuse it a couple of times.
Oh yes, definitely.
Should I say that?
Yeah, no, absolutely.
I mean, we may as well stay true and be honest, mightn't we?
Yep.
So good. So then, hello Richard in Rugby, how are you, Flower? How are you, Flower? He's like, I'm all right, thank you. Good. Right, so I'll keep them there. They haven't sold out yet. But we got a lovely bundle before. I can't wait. I love seeing a brand new person's demos because I don't know what to expect. It's very exciting. No pressure, Jan. Now then, this is from the Knitwit brand, another one of the brilliant brands that come with it. You know, like Spectrum Noir is Crafter's Companion, so is Knitwit. Now then, we have got some lovely dies, some lovely ribbon. We've got stamps. We've got the linen card, which I know is Craig's favourite. Do you like linen card?
I do. Absolutely love it. Yeah.
Now then, we've got embellishments. We've got. Should we go through it all for you? Because there is 186 elements to this bundle, and can I just mention the That's what it should be. Price is about to be obliterated. Cut into shreds. In fact, that price is about to be put through the shredder.
Absolutely.
The Pricing Crafter's Companion Hobby Maker Shredder. So this is your die cut topper pad. I think you're going to love this. Very nice for this season coming into spring.
The colour theme is absolutely gorgeous.
Isn't it just?
It works for so many different occasions.
Doesn't it?
And with spring coming up again, you've got that lovely sort of pale duck egg blue and the lemon.
Just
perfect
works,
for
doesn't
those
it?
spring occasions, yeah.
Aren't they lovely?
So these are all die cut for you to just pop out.
So they literally just pop out.
And
so,
I think, if I remember rightly, there's 3 of each page, so you get lots of them.
So have a look. So there's one.
So you can actually sort of layer them up.
Yeah. Just to confirm, if might be 4 actually, Jan.
Is it 4?
4, I think.
4
Jan.
of each page, yeah. So there's plenty of them, yeah. So it's not, you don't think, oh, I'll have to just use them sparingly, and then the designs will change.
No, I think you're right. I'm talking rubbish, Jan.
Is it 3?
Hang on, can I have a little check for you? Because I think I'm probably getting Jan wrong, and I don't mean to. So 24 single-sided sheets, just over 12 by 12, 250 GSM. Let's just check, Jan. Let's make it right. So 1, 2, 3. Jan, you were absolutely right.
So 3 full 12 by 12 sheets of the same design.
Yeah.
So you might think, well, why do I need it repeating? But what it does, it allows you to sort of use the stuff. Because if you've only got one of something, I mean, I'm going to show you a perfect example in the first demo of how you can actually use the additional pieces. But yeah, lots of embellishments. You've got those little flag banners and things.
I love those.
I adore the flowers. The flowers are just beautiful, yeah? And then as you go through the pad, it starts to bring in things like frames. You know, you've got sentiments in there.
Bit of decoupage.
Yeah, absolutely gorgeous. And it just literally all pops out. So you just...
You may not have invested in a die cutting machine yet, and if you haven't, then this topper pad's going to be great.
Absolutely, and this is what I was saying about, you know, if you're just starting your journey in crafting, these are like little ribbons and banners that you can pop down sides of projects, whether it's scrapbooking, whether it's card making, whatever your paper craft is. Yeah, and just pop them out, cut them to size. You can ink them.
Oh, can you? Great.
Yeah, just along the edges. Obviously, the surface slightly shiny, so the ink won't settle on the surface, but I like inking the edges of things.
Yeah, it does look nice, doesn't it? Because you colour coordinate
these. It becomes addictive after a while. Yeah, butterflies in there, look. Absolutely jam-packed. There's not a space left.
There isn't, is there?
No, it's literally jam-packed.
We don't want wasted
tags
space,
in there, you've got the sentiments in there, look.
Well.
So I'm going to show you how you can take some of these.
That the right way up, that would help, wouldn't it?
And pop them, you know, on a design, sort of how you'd start and put stuff together.
Brilliant.
Yeah.
But I mean, there, look, I mean, if you just look there, look, you've got, hang on a second, with caring thoughts on your birthday, you've got thank you, you've got with deepest gratitude, hello to you, dear friend. That's nice, isn't it? There's some lovely ones there, aren't there? So look, and then it goes into the, if I just put you, sorry about that, there you go, look. So you've got even more sentiments there. Look, these are gorgeous. What a lovely creative pad that is.
Gorgeous, absolutely
gorgeous. You get a lot with it being 12 by 12 inch as well, don't you? And then there you go. Look at the size of that there.
Yep.
Gosh, these are fabulous. Oh, lovely. I love the shapes of the banners and the things. It's been very creative, very different pad, isn't it?
And if you imagine, you know, if we'd have put all these as elements that you'd had to die cut, that's the metal work is what bumps the cost up.
Of course,
so
and then all the electricity
in a pad like this, and actually being able to just pop them out.
Straight out. Speedy crafting.
Yep.
Yep. So there you go. Look, absolutely gorgeous. Now you get that 12 by 12 inch pad. Fabulous. You also then, now there are going to be some dies in there, and if there's one thing that I get told by the crafters companion team is that you've got your pearlescent card, we've got linen card coming up as well. So the pearlescent and your linen card and your paper pads, if you do put your dies through a die cutting machine, it cuts beautifully, doesn't it?
Just like butter. Just like butter. Whether you're using our Gemini or whether you're using another brand die cutting machine, it will all cut beautifully.
Now then, we have got...
Gorgeous colour palette to match that pad.
It is, isn't it? Lovely contrast colours, aren't they? But they will complement.
What I call racing green, that one, isn't it?
It is actually, isn't it? Yeah, and it's got that lovely shimmer because it's pearl.
Yep.
It's pearlescent card. So you've got that lovely shine that a pearl would give off the surface. And again, as Jan says, you've got these lovely colours, absolutely gorgeous colours.
4 different ones in there. So that lovely pale lemon.
That's pretty, isn't
and again, those colours run all the way through the pad that we've just looked at, so it's sort of mix and match.
at that.
Can't resist a bit of navy.
You can't, can you?
And the navy and lemon together, I think, is a classic.
Isn't it just? And then get ready for this colour. Yeah. Hang on a second.
The favourite. Leave the favourite one last.
Oh, is that your favourite, Jan?
I love the teal colours.
Just beautiful, isn't it? Yeah, absolutely. And again, that lovely shimmer shine that you get.
It's like a peacock blue, isn't it?
It is a peacock blue, absolutely, yeah.
Love it. Absolutely love it.
Now, what I will just say is, if you are in that right-hand side of the right-hand side of the column where it says, "Shall I check out?" I would urge a fast checkout because the price will absolutely amaze you. That's what I love about crafters. They bring brilliant quality treats for you and then just slash the price. Now then, we've got two fabulous dies. Now, the elegant lace, goodness me. Now, both of these are you've got elegant and beautiful lace. And the lace designs can be reached for so many different styles of cards, can't they?
So these both work down the edge of your card. So they're like, we have a range of our dies called edgeables, and that's what they do. But it can be any edge. It doesn't have to be sort of one particular edge. But yeah, absolutely gorgeous just to add. And you could repeat them. So if you've got a longer piece of card, you can cut it once, move it along and cut it again to extend it because the cutting edge is only around the outside edge.
And the great thing is you can have top, you can have bottom, you can have size. They can be great for boxes. They're good. That's very elaborate.
That's the one I'm going to use in the demo.
Oh, is it? God, that's my favourite. Yeah. So you get both of those as well. Okay, now then, in addition to all of those, you are going to get these beautiful heartfelt sentiment stamps as well. We've got things like with deepest gratitude. What does this say? Oh, I need my glasses. Get well soon. It doesn't say I need my glasses, sorry. Get well soon. Hello to you, dear friend. We ought to get a stamp that says that I need my glasses. There's one here that I can't see, I'm so sorry. But on your birthday with heartfelt... If I put that one there, would you, to the camera, Callum, love? Come on, Ches, because I want to know what it says above the day. What does that say? Does it say celebrate this day? Thank you. Sorry. My little eyes weren't working. But what I like about crafters as well, you don't just give different sentiments, but you also give different fonts.
Yes, I like that a lot. I love that mixing of the fonts.
Yeah. Because that can really change the feeling of a card.
It's what you see when you buy, you know, sort of really good quality, like you said, wedding invitations, things like that, party invitations. They've always got that lovely mixture of script on them. Yeah. And I must admit, I do like that about those sentiments.
Ups the value of your card, doesn't it? When you've got a bit of, you know, calligraphy and all that. That was my calligraphy impression. And then, just to give you some lovely enjoyment there, we've got an embellishment pack. So we've got the... What are the things called when they stick things in with it?
Brads.
Brads.
Or split pins. Some people call them split pins.
So that's these here. So they're great, those are, aren't they? They're good for parchment and things, aren't they?
Yeah, all in those different colours to match that collection.
And you've got buttons, you've got ribbon.
Absolutely, yeah. It's jam-packed, honestly. All the bits, they're all those extra bits that you sort of start embellishing with at the end of your, you know, your design. It's like, oh, I just need something there. Yeah.
You get a lot of buttons, you know.
Yes.
Look, they've got lovely colour-coordinated buttons as well, look. Yes, you get all of those. And again, if you're a member of our lovely Sewing Street, you don't have to use it in your cards. You can use it wherever you like. There's your pack of your colour-coordinated brads and your lovely... Oh, you've got organza and satin. Ooh. Would you like better than half price on that deal? Eh? It's all very well getting your half-price masket tape, but to get a massive 12 by 12-inch die-cut topper pad, your pearlescent card, your stamped sentiments, your two edgeable dies. I mean, dies should be... What? Edgeable die, £10 each?
That size edgeable die, you're probably looking at a good $7.99 each.
Yeah, so let's even if we went tentative and conservative and went $7.99, $6.99. I mean, goodness me. So the 12 by 12-inch topper pad, I reckon you're paying for that, paying for your pearlescent card. That makes up the price of what we've just done. So that means your two edgeable dies, your stamp set, and your embellishments are all free.
Yep, love it.
Thanks. $29.99. So I tell you what, if you need even more inspiration to tip your I've got it in my basket into your I'm going to pay for my basket, then I think we need to see you in action, please, Jan.
Yeah.
I'm excited.
Yep. So I've just got a few samples to show you of the idea of things that you can do with them, you know. So just popping out those things from that pad and sort of collaging and things like that. Those big butterflies are beautiful, but I just adore the colour scheme. So just to show you again, you know, that's got that die in the background. We're going to use this in that first demo.
Great.
But again, you know, however you want to, you can see it better there along the edge. So I did say it was an edgeable. So again, it can be this edge, it can be the top edge, it could do it diagonally, however you want to do it. And again, you know, not just the fronts, you can go whole hog with it.
It's a work of art.
There's so many embellishments, you know, go for the inside as well.
Yeah.
That's one of those frames on there.
Oh,
Absolutely
lovely.
gorgeous. So yeah, what I thought I'd do is show you one of the dies.
Yeah, brilliant.
And then we're going to pop it together to make a card project. So I've gone for that beautiful lace, absolutely gorgeous. If you like paper piecing, this is a really nice one to pop the flowers back in for paper
that would be
piecing.
nice, wouldn't it?
But all I'm going to do is pop it onto a piece of our white cardstock. So this is just a plain white, and I'm literally, for those of you that may not be familiar with the concept, the reason we call it an edgeable is that it's only got a cutting edge round one side. So if I just lay this down here, the cutting edge starts at the top here, and it goes round the decorative side here. Right, and stops at this side.
Then on the
so
other
this
side.
bit is going to stay attached to the card. So you're going to get some of this die cut element on the edge, which, like we just showed you the sample that I had here. And you'll see how it sort of die cuts out this piece on the edge of it. Now I'm going to use it slightly differently. We are going to make an edge. But of course, you know, when you get to know me, you know that I'm a bit alternative, Zena. I like doing things outside the box. So
but that's when you reach for the mask tape that we've just had at half price. Can I ask, how do you know which side to put it down, Jan?
How do you know which side?
On the die, yeah.
So you want the side that's got, you can actually see the edging around it.
Right.
Whereas this side is completely flat.
Right.
So I'm holding it a bit too high up there. You can't see what I was talking about then, can you? Yes, around this side, there's a raised edge.
Right.
Along with all the die cut pieces. But this big side here is totally flat.
Okay.
So you want to make sure that that with the cutting edge goes to the outside edge of your piece of card. So I've just got a square piece for now that we're going to incorporate into the design. So I'm popping this onto the edge. I'm going to cut this part away to expose that lovely sort of die cut piece. So I'm just putting it as far over as I can. I've got it on my mat to make sure that it's straight. I'm going to use the lines on the mat to make sure it's straight, and then tape it down so that it doesn't move when we pop it through the machine. And then I've just got my junior plates, because we've still got that beautiful teal machine on offer, and I'm going to pop that inside here, pop my other plates on top, and then we're going to pass that through the Gemini. So that's going to apply the pressure now, which is basically, when we call it a cutting edge, it's not sharp, but the pressure in here is going to force it through the card.
It doesn't cut unless it's got the pressure.
Cutting edge, So just touching it, you're not going to do any damage. You won't hurt yourself. You'll not damage your cardstock. But actually putting the amount of pressure that's in here, then obviously when we take this off, you can see that we've got that gorgeous cutting edge. You can just see where some of the pieces have started popping out. So what I'm going to do is take the tape away. Just release that. I'm not too worried whether it damages the card because this bit's waste anyway. Okay, so that bit I don't need. And then I turn it over, and I actually prefer to take the cardstock away from the die, just so that you don't snag any of those beautiful pieces.
Look at that.
Now, there always tends to be some little bits that tend to cling, and it's a game. It's like, you think you've got them all, and then there's always one left. But yeah, just pop those out, either with your die brush or with your pokey tool. And I know it's quite therapeutic, but I want to do it quick because we're demoing. There we go, look. She's saying, I've missed one, look. She's in my ear. Can you see any more, Laura? We're there. We've got them.
So
there we go. Do you know I could do with her at home? You missed one, you missed one. I love it. So when we pop this against some different colouring now, you can see.
Oh, wow.
Just look at that. Absolutely gorgeous, isn't it? So you've got all that detail. If you like to use, I know when we brought our hold and release sheet to you guys, you just went mad for it. It literally sold out. We had to ring the office and get some more. But if you've recut this and save the pieces that are in the die, which is what the hold and release sheet does, you could then do this in a different colour, maybe that lemon, and start filling the flower petals in with the lemon. So on this one, I'm actually just going to use it against the colour. So what I did at home, just to prep it ready, is I've just popped a little bit of ink around the edge. So again, if I pop this on here, you can see it a bit better. So I've just chosen an ink that matches that colour theme, and then I've just added a couple of little pearls in the centre of those two flowers. And this is going to become part of our project now. So I have put some of it together because I like to try and get through as much as I can.
Brilliant, thanks.
So what I've done is just matted and layered some of that gorgeous turquoise pearlescent card from the card pack that we've got in here. And then this is actually a piece of paper out of my stash. I just wanted something that coordinated with it.
Lovely.
And I've got this all ready. So this one then is going to sit on the top so that it's offset. It doesn't have to be an edge of your card. You know, you could have repeated this and had this on the top as well and had that border either side.
I like that, that's fab.
But what I'm going to do is now bring in some elements from that paper pad. So I'm going to stick this one down first. I'm just going to use the tape pen to stick this one down.
Love your tape pens.
Oh, do you know?
They're the best.
We were having a conversation the other day. A lady said that hers had jammed. And it's just about giving them some TLC. If you go 100 miles an hour with them, the poor thing can't keep up. And it's just like, nope, not playing. And it just downs tools. Whereas if you're really nice and do it nice and slowly and then flick
it's
to
that
break
flick
that
at the end, isn't it? That's what you need to get in the habit of.
You just need to be gentle with them. As I say, if you go too fast with them, sometimes they will just down tools, literally. No, I'm not playing. So that one's just going to leave a nice little border around the edge there. And then I've put another piece of the turquoise and again scraps of the card that are left. This is actually one of the borders from that gorgeous paper pad that Zena showed you. I've just split it in the middle because it wasn't quite long enough for what I wanted to do, but we're going to put an embellishment here so it won't show. So this is now, I wanted to create the illusion, well, I'm saying the illusion, there are actually lots of layers, but then I wanted this bit to be like a focal point. So again, back to that tape pen, I get through dozens of these, honestly. Absolutely dozens of them. Yeah, even though there is all that meterage on there, we've got 22 metres of tape, I still get through them like nothing on earth, So again, that one's just going to leave a nice little border again around the edge there with the white. And then what I've done is I've just popped some elements out of that paper pad. So in this instance, I've only used the one piece. And like I said, this is going to cover that join. So now it looks as if that piece is all one. But what I was saying about having multiples of the same one, Zena, is I've taken another one of these and I've snipped into it. So using my little scissors here, my little snips, I've just cut the main two flowers out so that we can do a little bit of our own decoupage. Now there's enough of these to carry on building. You could have done it a third time and just cut the big one out. So generally with decoupage, what's in the foreground would be the highest. So this layer could have gone on second and then I could have just done the white rose and third, but I've left it at 2. I just left it at 2 there. I've popped some foam pads on the back of this one. So this one's going to go at the side here. And then I'm just going to grab some of my 3D glue gel just to, and you can shape any card rather than it be flat, because no flower is flat unless you've pressed it. So again, this is just going to add that little bit of shape. So with the 3D glue gel, this dries and it keeps its shape. So I'm just going to put...
It's like a glue foam pad sort of.
It is, yeah, it is, yeah. You could use foam pads if you wish, and we've got a fantastic offer on those coming up in a little while. So we pop that back in there, and then I'm just going to pop this one and line it up with the one, because it's the same piece, it will just line up perfectly with the one underneath it. And that'll take about 20 minutes or so to cure.
Okay.
And then I've used that lovely stamp set, and I just picked the thank you in this instance out of this one and stamped it out. And I'm going to tuck that under here. So we've just got a thank you on there. And
Can I ask what ink you use, Jan?
What ink? Which one? For the colouring or the stamping?
For the stamping.
The stamping, we do a range of our Spectrum Noir inks called Finesse.
Right.
And they are purposely built for stamping. So there is one that is an alcohol proof that you would use if you were colouring with an alcohol marker. There's a waterproof one if you were colouring with a watercolour medium. Obviously, for what I've done, it doesn't matter which one you use because I'm not doing anything else with it.
That's what I was going to ask you. So does it matter? So that's the thing. So if you are just going to stamp and you're not going to add any colour. It doesn't matter which one.
And if you're really unsure about which inks, it's something that we get asked a lot. It's confusing, isn't it? And it is. The best tip I can give you if you're unsure about which inks to use when you're colouring is if you heat emboss your sentiment or your image, whatever you've stamped. Say you've stamped a nice little bunny out to make an Easter card. If you do it with a sticky ink and heat emboss it in any colour, whether it be black, gold, whatever, coloured, you can get coloured embossing powders, that won't budge then. So you can use any colouring medium with it and it doesn't matter. So it sets that line art, whether it be a sentiment, and you get that nice shiny glossy finish on it as well with the embossing powder. So yeah, if you're not quite sure which way to go, set it with an embossing powder. It's not going anywhere, and you can use either alcohol or a watercolour medium, and either way it will work. So if I just stand you that one up, that's a really simple, you know, lots of mats and layers. All I added to that was a little bit of paper from my own stash. I've got enough to set up a store. I have a bit of a thing about paper and paper pads. Laura's just asking in my ear what size. It's 7 3/4 squared, which would go in an 8 by 8 envelope.
Lovely. Yeah. Do you know what as well? Can I just add in, because I've never seen Jan demo before, and my goodness me, have we just been spoilt rotten. You stand there as a crafter, and I get what you're saying and say, oh, it's lovely and simple, but when the camera goes on it, I look at that and I think that's a really elaborate card, but you've just made it look so simple because of these wonderful...
It is, and as I say, the fact that those topper pads are already done, as I say, we've saved such a lot of money. I mean, Leanne, that's our head of development, she could have done all those lovely designs in stamps and dies, but the metal is what costs the money. Exactly. So whenever you've got metal work in a collection, that's what puts the price up. So by doing it this way, and I just think it then makes it accessible to people that may not have a die cutting machine as well. I know we've popped a couple of metal dies in there, but essentially with that topper pad, you can be doing something like this.
But also, even if you haven't got a die cutting machine yet, because you will get there, I promise you. In that one, you've only paid for the pad, the die cut pad that's already done for you, and the paper. Everything else is free. So the organza, satin, buttons, the brads, the stamps, and the 2 edgeables, there. So you can just keep those for when you do get a die cutting machine. Okay, so right then, my lovelies. Bear in mind, none of that needed a die cutting machine. Oh, apart from the edgeable bit.
It was just the edgeable, yeah.
But you've got lots of die cutting machines you can buy. Right then, Laura. So we're going to carry on with this collection over here. We will do a very special deal on the pad. So there's another die cut topper pad. Now this is available on its own, okay? It's brand new. It hasn't even been opened.
Can you manage?
Now I'm just going to put it out there so that, because obviously all of this has had to be die cut already. Now, on its own, it's $16.99 until today. Okay, so hang on a second, just trying to get these off. Come here. I might could do with
scissors. Can you manage?
Jim, thank you, my lovely lady. Oh, that card was fab. Come on, you. There you go. Thank you, darling. Thank you very much. Right then, a brand new, gorgeous die cut topper pad. Now there are 24 sheets in total. Oh, I love this. Bless our nest and all those who live in it. Oh, no, all those we love in it, sorry. All those we love it. That makes more sense, doesn't it? It's not how big the house is, it's how happy the home is. This home runs on love and laughter. Oh, this is great for neighbours.
This one's called Homebody.
Isn't it?
And honestly, again, it's a really, really nice one. And again, very similar in the concept. You've got all those pieces of die cut again, and you've got multiple pages again. So yeah, lots of different items in there. Obviously, the little house being one of the main icons in it. Yeah. And there's a beautiful little garden fence coming up in there.
Is there?
Yeah, it is actually. Imagine the little white picket fence.
Look at those. Yeah. Oh, they're so cute.
Yeah.
Oh,
those are the ribbons of the banners again. So yep, you can see the idea, and then as I say, there's the most gorgeous little fence coming up. So you've got the doorway there, That little house, as I say, is a main feature, and we've done that. We've transferred that into the metalwork as well.
There's got a little tree as well.
The keys are lovely. So if somebody is moving into a new home, you've got the key there to go with it,
Well, it's like, you know, I've just driven out my cul-de-sac today to see somebody moving into the house on the end. Wouldn't it be lovely to just turn up with a little, you know, with a little card like that?
Hello and introduce yourself. Again, all that floral work in there.
Beautiful.
They are really nice to work with, they are. They're
English
nice if you
country
want in
garden
a quick card as well.
Yeah.
You know, you don't have to worry about die cutting loads of pieces or,
No.
you know, going into different collections to find things that match.
Look at these. These are love these with the Together and Our House and Home Sweet Home and oh, this is my happy place. Oh, that's a lovely thing to say. Sometimes home can be another person.
Yep. They're lovely, aren't they?
These are gorgeous. What a lovely... Oh, great. You can even number the house.
Yep. Numbers in there.
Brilliant.
The little frame.
Yeah, these are lovely, aren't they?
Yep.
They're so lovely. And happy new home. All different lovely colours. Oh, these are great. So I'll tell you what we'll do. Should we get the price in? Oh, look at those with all the flowers on them.
Alphabets. And again, more than one page of it. So, you know, like my daughter, both of them have got more than the same vowels duplicated in the names.
Have they? Right.
So, yeah, you would sort of, if there's only one lot of alphabet, you're stuck, aren't you?
Of course you
So,
are, yeah. We've just halved the price.
Just like that.
All right, Tommy Cooper.
Just like that.
That is the best deal. That is half price. Oh, my days. That is brilliant. You've got initials, you've got letters. Sorry, you've got letters to make initials. You've got the numbers. This is absolutely epic. What a great pad.
Gorgeous, isn't it?
Yeah, because the thing is, all of us hopefully have got somewhere to live. So this is going to be used and used and used time and time again, isn't it?
And then that little fence is just
there
amazing.
it is, look, in different sizes. That's so cute. Oh, I love this. This is absolutely gorgeous. What a great day. Half price as well. All die cut, all ready to pop out.
Yep.
Brilliant. Homebody. Are you a homebody?
I am.
And me.
Very much a homebody, very family orientated. Yeah.
You can tell that about you though, just by looking at you.
Can you?
You can, oh yeah, you seem lovely. You're lovely. Hey, but you fancy that for half price then? Yeah? Yeah. Now then, what we also have to go with that, because it matches beautifully, is your pearlescent card again. And all of this matches, you'll get the rest of it as well. We've done these two elements because obviously these are things that you want to top up on. So the pearlescent card in these lovely colours to match the pad again perfectly. Always previously been $14.99. Now I think there's 4 of each. Oh.
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 Oh, here it comes. Fuchsia.
Look at that.
Best.
Isn't it? That is gorgeous. What a great colour to go with those beautiful roses in there. And then that lovely, beautiful. What is that? It's
almost lilac, isn't it?
Isn't it? Yeah.
Yeah.
Now, I don't think you're fully getting the colours come through the screen there, but wait till you get these home. Absolutely fine. And then look at that.
Yep.
Like a... Yeah, it's a tree green, a leaf green.
Or a grass green, yeah.
Yeah. Now, if I just pop those all together, look, you will see... In fact, I'll tell you what, should we hold one of those open? Just to give you an idea. Shall we give you one of those? You can see all the lovely... Let's just pick that out, for example. And if I just pop that under there, look, does that help?
Yeah, it's all been thought through. And this is what I meant about if you were just starting your crafting journey. There's a lot of the work that not everybody, but some people struggle with, putting colours together, finding the right sort of colour palette to work with. It's taken some of that guesswork out of it for you.
Yeah. So that's your £7.50 on your lovely pearlescent cardstock to match perfectly. Now then, if you look over here, we've got a full collection, okay? Full collection. And when you see what Jan's about to do with the building a scene, this is great, right? So, first of all, if I grab these, look, 'cause you were just talking about that lovely little picket fence, weren't we? This is your floral arch and your elegant abode. Okay, now this is your... So these are still dies though, aren't they?
Those are metal dies, yes, so that you can create those pieces. And they cut out, or you cut them out all in different colours, pop them together, and I've got some examples to show you.
Brilliant.
And honestly, if you love sort of paper piecing and that idea, they're great, and you can make your own style. So if somebody was moving into a house that had, you know, sort of maybe not a white picket fence, but a different colour, you could do it in the same colour to match.
Great.
Yeah,
so lovely.
If the front door's a certain colour, you could do it in the same
and make
colour.
it really personal. Oh, this is so clever. So you've got those as well. You're also going to get these lovely, pretty peonies So those, again, beautiful dies, and these all break down into separate pieces, which if I turn that around for you to build those beautiful elements, look, and you can see all those 10 different dies there for you. So you get all of those as well to create the beautiful, pretty peonies. You get that as well, great. You also get your embellishment pack, which again is going to give you your lovely ribbons and your buttons in there. Again, if I just get those out, because I don't want you to miss these gorgeous colours. Here we go. Come on, you. And you've got some lovely lace in here as well. Wow, they are looking after you. So those are your colour-coordinated buttons, okay, in there. You've got your beautiful colour-coordinated satin ribbon to match perfectly. And then we've got these really gorgeous lace designs in there as well. Turn that around so you can see. Look, there you go. All of that lace. And then we're still not done, because you're also going to get the flower forming foam pack, again, in the matching colours.
Yes. Yep.
Yeah, look at those.
Now, we
colours.
have done lots of shows previously with the foam as to making foam
Yes,
flowers.
we
so
have.
you can always look back on those. And I know a lot of our customers do like this, to make those foam flowers. You know, if you prefer to make paper flowers, absolutely fine. It's just giving you choices.
Absolutely. I know Sarah loves this, doesn't she?
She does.
She
It's one of her favourites.
She does,
sit
yeah.
and make flowers, all the time.
Yeah. Now, the lovely thing is, again, because it's crafters, obviously crafters have their own channel. Also, we have YouTube. We have previous demonstrations here at Hobby Maker. So if you just go onto YouTube or onto Hobby Maker and just search flower, I can never say it, flower forming foam.
It's a bit of a mouthful, isn't it?
It is flower forming foam.
Yeah,
Flower forming foam.
flower forming foam.
Just pop that in and there'll be demonstrations. They might even find a demonstration from our lovely Sarah Davis as well.
More than likely.
You would indeed, especially if you search out the birthday show, which I think was, from memory, was it 17th of October here at Hobby Maker? I think
Sounds about right. Yeah.
Yeah, I think their birthday was the 16th, but our show was the 17th, I believe. Might have that slightly wrong, but you think it was... Oh, okay. Laura thinks 16th. Oh, you went out that night, did you? It was the 18th. Oh, right, okay, so we've both got it wrong. So anyway, if you search for the birthday, you'll find the flower forming. Okay, 18th of October. Okay, there you go. So your code and your price saving today, OQ2052, is $39.99. Now, just got to remember how many metal dies there, because like Jan just said in the previous bundle, obviously the money is where the metal is. And if you have a look what we've got there, you've got 10 metal dies in the peonies. You've got 5 metal dies to form the elegant abode, and another 4, so that's 19 dies to form that beautiful fence or picket fence or, you know, so that's 19 dies there.
Yeah, and that flower one, honestly, is really generic. I use that a lot. When you just wanted a couple of little flowers as embellishments, that's one that I tend to go to. It is lovely.
Brilliant. Fabulous. Yep. Right, I'll tell you what then. As always, we see something we like, and then sometimes we just need that little push over the edge to go, do you know what, I'm going to confirm my order. I'm going to pay with my credit card or my PayPal or my debit card. All I need is a fabulous demonstration from Jan of Crafters Companion. So can we hand over to you, Jan?
So again, I've just got a couple of samples to show you, just showing you that little house put together. You've got some of the elements from the paper pad there with the key and the tree there. So, you know, just popping it together on a card. But again, how about making, and I love making little home decor items. So I've got a lovely little plaque here with some of those images on. Again, you can see where they've been popped out of the paper pad. You know, just done on a little hanging ribbon. Brilliant. And again, absolutely gorgeous. And again, just using, you know, if you don't want to use the house, we've got one there, and we've used the flowers in there to sort of bridge the gap.
Yeah.
Again, just really stunning. And then I popped a couple out on here earlier, again, using that little picket fence there.
Gorgeous.
So yeah, what I thought I'd do is, I'm not going to go and cut all the dies, because obviously it takes a wee bit of time, and these shows just go so fast. But I am going to show you what you get and how they work. So in the Elegant Abode, you've got the little house, and then you've got some elements that go with it. So what I tend to do, I keep a box with all my pieces of scrap textured card in. Okay. So it may be that you want to cut the house out of the grey, for example. You might want to pop a nice little brown roof on there. And these pieces, these that look like skis at the side, are actually the gables for the roof, yeah? And then, you know, I've got little bits that you want to cut the little flowers, and you've got the little pots there. So again, you know, you'd cut it out. What I've done is I've cut it and layered it. If I show you my little house at the ready, Okay. So you've got the grey. So I've cut the whole thing out in the grey.
Yeah.
Okay. Then I've cut the whole thing out again in the brown. Or if you want to position it cleverly, you only need to put your cardstock across the top section of the die and just cut that roof again. And then all I've done is just trimmed it down here so that I've got the roof and the chimney. And then the two little bits that I thought they were skis when I first opened it. They look like skis, but that's what create. And the chevron at the end just to make it meets perfectly to get that apex on the house. And then you've got the little window box at the top, and then the little spray of flowers to create really the little window boxes on here. And again, this one, the door. I mean, the door actually. I mean, just attention to detail because the door actually opens.
It doesn't. Oh God.
So all I did with this one was just use a little scrap over the door on the die, recut it in the blue, and then just overlaid it. And then I've stuck just a little bit of pattern paper behind it so that it looks as if there's something going on behind the window. So that's the little house die. We're going to use that in our demo. And then this one, I adore this. I don't know why, I'm just a sucker for a nice little picket fence. So again, very, very similar idea. You've got lots of pieces that you can pop together. So for example, I didn't do a white picket fence on this one. I actually did mine in a piece of sort of ivory colour. And as I say, I keep a lot of scraps of the textured card when I've used it. So they're ideal for this kind of thing. But then you've actually got the little flower bouquets that hang on the fence, so I've done those in pink, and then you've got a little nameplate that you can either put the number of the house on, or if it's, you know, if it's a small name, you could pop a name on it, cut that out again from all the scraps, and then this is what it looks like when it's actually cut out. So again, I've just added some pearls on there, but again, you know, that attention to detail, the little gate opens up. You can just see, if I hold it this way, you can just see the gate. So you could have something, you could have a little hidden message behind the gate or something like that.
Have a little dog.
You could.
Can you?
You could. So what I was going to do with this one then is just very, very quickly, I've just made a little tiny easel card that's going to go in the centre of my main card. So this is just using some nesting circles, and I've used a scrap of paper inside here. And what I'm going to do is just build up a little scene. I'm going to use my house. I'm going to use my little picket fence across the front like so. And then I've popped out loads of elements from that pad again, including one of the sentiments here, and we're just going to pop all this together. So what I want to do is pop a little bit of glue behind the house, and that's going to go, just make sure we're nice and straight. That's going to go in the centre of there, and then again I'm just going to put glue on those upright pieces so that it doesn't come through the gaps. And that one's going to stick as if you're looking through the gate up to the house.
Lovely.
Okay, and then I've actually done all my card blanks because, as I say, it's this time taken with this. So this is actually a piece of 11-inch square paper, and I'm not going to go into a lot of detail with this other than say that when we brought you the template library, I think our Craig bought it, it literally just flew out. So those of you that bought it, this is number 25 from the template library, and it's the corner fold easel card. So what happens is this is going to stick together to make you that beautiful card fold there. So all I'm going to do is pop glue on this section that's still plain. So I'm just going to top that with some glue tape. You can use wet glue if you prefer. And then this one just folds and sticks underneath here. And because it's all been cut and scored from that main piece, everything lines up perfectly.
Could you use red liner tape for that as well, Jan?
You could use liner tape, you can use wet glue, you could use ordinary double-sided tape, whatever your go-to adhesive is.
Okay, great, thank you.
If you're using a wet glue, I would go with our collal glue because it sets like cement. So you almost get like it's the equivalent of having another layer of card in there. It makes it really sturdy on the base of anything. I call it construction glue. I use it when I'm building 3D elements and things like that. But yeah, red line tape, ordinary double-sided tape, whatever your preferred go-to is. It doesn't have to be a tape runner. So that's going to stand like that. And then my little easel card is going to go inside. Oops, stick that one back down. Is going to go inside here, like so. So this is going to be the design. And as I say, it was from that template library, so I can't claim any sort of, you know, rights on the design of the card. But I just
got to launch that with Craig, and
you know, it just went mad, didn't it?
Well, I couldn't buy one on the day because it sold out.
Yep.
Couldn't get one.
So again, this one just goes inside here. And this is literally all explained in that the instructions for the library. So I'm going to pop that one in there. And then as with any easel, you need something to hold it open. I like that. What did she say, Laura?
A floppy stopper.
A flopper stopper.
A flopper stopper.
I love it. So here's my flopper stopper. I've just used one of the sentiments out of the kit.
Yep.
And I've just die cut it with one of my circles and then another one out of that gorgeous green in the kit.
Lovely.
And this is going to be my little stopper here.
That's a few foam pads underneath.
It has got some foam pads just to raise it a wee bit like so. So you can see now that we've got that main sort of design going on. And then the rest of it is literally just however you please. I've got the little key. I thought we'd have the key on one side. I've taken one of the little flower sets.
What a card.
And actually pop that one on this side. And then I did actually pull out a couple of the roses. I thought they might look nice. Just in the bottom here on the bottom of there. Shall we stick those on there? So we just need a little, I've left them flat because they're going to slide then under that stopper there. So again, just either side. You know, you can use as much or as little of those topper pieces out of the kit. So again, there you go. So that one's actually a proper, you know, what we call a mantelpiece pleaser there.
Oh, I've never heard that.
A mantelpiece
pleaser.
I always think if you've got, you know, I mean, no disrespect to shop cards because there are some beautiful ones out there. But people that handcraft their own cards know that there's a difference.
Yeah.
And if you've got a whole mantelpiece full of lovely shop bought cards, that's lovely. But then pop that in the middle. You know,
it's going to stand out a bit, isn't it?
Going to go to.
It's going to be the feature.
Yeah.
Now then, the foam pads that our lovely Jan has just made. Now, she did refer to earlier on that she did a show with Dave, our lovely Dave Bradford, and apparently you had a really good deal on foam pads. We sure did. And again, crafting staple. They're a consumable again. Yep. And we did. They went mad for them. Well, we had 200, and we got about, well, less than half the stock left. Oh. Less than 80. So you are getting 3 different designs. You're getting 560 foam pads in total. So the 24 by 12s, you get 40. The 12 by 6, you get 80 at the top there. The 5 by 5s is where you get 440, and that adds up to 560 foam pads in 3 different styles. I've just been told that's not the buy price. You're joking.
No, we can do better than that, Zena.
£5.97 for 560. I'm surprised there's any left. No. Get me to that call centre. You're joking. Yep. Oh, the packaging's got to cost that.
So these are the kind of things that, you know, if you have decided to treat yourself to something from the show, pop the foam pads in. You're going to use them. You know, they're there. I have a cupboard that's just for adhesives and it's full of all different types of adhesives.
You need everything.
When I get it low, that's when you start and restock again. Yeah. So you're going to use them.
And that is the time to multi-buy.
Yep.
If you've got a little bit of spare money or you've got, you know, that you're going to, because we're always going to reach for foam pads, aren't we? Get them and you don't even need to be polite. You don't have to have 1 or 2 or 3. You can have as many as your little pennies will purchase. And again, just remember, once you've paid that post and packaging per day, it covers you for everything you order. Everything, irrelevant of weight or size or colour or whatever, you've paid that post and packaging. You don't have to do it again. And that's what makes this channel so brilliant, if you don't mind me saying. £1.10 for a first-class stamp any day now. So many people with it in baskets. Right then, my lovelies. Now, we had 80. We've now got less than 70.
You'd pay more than that for a cup of coffee, wouldn't you, really?
Well, yeah, if it's a decent-sized one.
Yeah.
Yeah?
Yeah.
Do you know, that's what stops me going in and buying those coffees. They're getting too expensive.
They're expensive, yeah.
They're just too expensive. Anyway, Vanessa's done what I've done. Well, what I would have done, she's gone for well, not actually, Nigel, you're a man after my own heart. I always buy in 3s. Good for you, Nigel. That sounds a good place to live, doesn't it? The East Riding of Yorkshire. Don't you think that sounds dead posh? The East Riding of Yorkshire.
Yeah, we're just plain old South Yorkshire. We didn't get any East Riding or South Riding, yeah.
See, that's why I know. Is that where you were? Are you a Yorkshire lass?
I am a Yorkshire lass.
Nan and Granda were Yorkshire.
Born and bred.
Saddleworth Moor.
Sheffield.
Oh,
Good
there
old
you go.
Sheffield.
I knew I liked you.
Well, just on the outskirts of
Yorkshire
Sheffield.
lass. Oh, fabulous.
Yeah.
Fabulous. Now then, so this first bundle, have we got any left? Oh, hang on. Have we got any left? We have. Sure? We have. We have. Okay, this deal is exceptional. Okay, this deal, you're only paying for, now let me just move, those are still available, the masket, buy two, get two free, or half price, however you want to word it. Now then, I'll tell you what, we will squeeze in another demo, hopefully. Well, not hopefully, should we squeeze another demo in, Jan? Yeah.
I've got another one with this one, with the kindly thoughts. Yeah,
Brilliant.
I'm sure we'll be able to fit that in.
Yeah.
It's not a very long one.
Okay, right then, my lovely. So, just to mention, you pay for these two items and everything else is free. Okay, so this should have been over I think this should have been, from memory, £61.94, if I've got that right. You're getting all 4 colours of your pearlescent card, those 4 fabulous colours that match the already die-cut topper pad. So you're paying for the pearlescent lovely finish card. You're paying for the topper. Then the 2 edgeable dies, the embellishments and the stamp sentiments are all free. $29.99. Kindly Thoughts collection. Couldn't we all do with that? More of that in the world. Got these beautiful buttons and hearts and banners and flowers and roses and butterflies, all die cut already for you to just pop out. There you go. Look, see, just pop it out. It's already done for you. Jan very quite rightly corrected Merlin. She got it right. It's 3 pages of each design. You've got all these buttons. You've got the buttons, the frames, the flowers. You can decoupage. I mean, they're just absolutely adorable, these pads. And again, an absolute go-to if you don't already possess and own a die cutting machine, because, you know, as you start crafting, you start to add to what you're buying.
You build your collection, don't you? You didn't have everything all at once. Well, I
didn't. Fun then,
I've built mine up over the last 20 years and I've probably got enough to set up a shop, but then that's just me.
We need to come to your house, Jan. You've got all, again, these were the flowers that Jan was using earlier to pop. You could decoupage if you want to. All die cut, all ready to pop out. So again, these are great for quick makes as well. Oh no, if I just turn this around, I think there's 2 sets of the beautiful sentiments. What I love about this, because you've got this 12 by 12 inch pad, you can get some real statement sentiments there, can't you?
Yeah, as I said, there's a lot of different sizes. So if you wanted to use that as the focal point on your card, it's big enough, isn't it?
It's just a bit. And then, I mean, even if you're doing an 8 by 8 inch card, those are going to look fabulous, aren't they? And if I just get you to the other set.
Why is that page the other way around?
Well, I was trying to scoot over that, because I think that's
yeah, I'm a bit OCD, and I'm just like, why is that one the opposite way around?
Do you know, my Italian friend rang me up once. She said, "What's that thing you've got, OCD?" She went, "Is it cod?" I went, "No, love, it's..."
Only if you're dyslexic.
Called it cod ever since. Anyway, my lovelies, so there's your beauty. And again, you can see all these fabulous sentiments in there. You absolutely got everything you could possibly need. Just to give you a few here, look, smile. You make my heart smile. What we've got here, each memory is a moment to treasure, wishing you a very lovely day on your special day. Celebrate, missing you always. Follow your dreams. You've got love you very much, and then you've got all sorts of thanks and birthday wishes and caring and gratitude and just kindliness in a pop-out die-cut pad. So you pay for that.
Anything to be kind,
doesn't it? It doesn't, no. You pay for that. We want to squeeze in a demo. You get paying for 2. Oh, we don't think. Got 3 minutes left. Oh, we could be pushing it. Edgeables, consumables, and stamps. So you got the stamp, you got the edgeables.
I'm going to start now.
She's going to start. She's going for it.
No, you're all right. I'm just sticking a couple of layers down to make it a bit quicker, because I can talk you through it then, yeah.
You also get the organza and the satin ribbon and the brads and the buttons. You're only paying for the pad and the papers. Should be over £61. Should we try and squeeze in a speedy demo from Jan?
Bit of
speed
crafting,
we can't do it. I think we can.
Before tea. So again, really, really quick then. So this again is from the template library.
Okay.
So number 22, you've got a little handbag gift card. So I have used the template, cut it out, use the template to do the mats and layers. I've got one design inside, got one design outside, scored it and folded it ready because I wanted to concentrate on the decoration there. So it all folds up nicely like so. And then what I've done, also on that template, you get the designed to make the little card holder as well. So this is intended to pop a gift card in.
Oh, that's nice.
Now I've just popped a little piece in there with one of the sentiments on because I hadn't got a gift card, but this actually is intended to stick inside here. So again, I've just popped a piece of tape on at the ready. This is going to go in the back of your little handbag there. And then I've got a little Velcro dot to fasten it with. And then again, you know, pieces from that kit. So I've taken one of the sentiments, taken one of the little bows and added one of the buttons to it from the embellishment kit. I've got a little butterfly there. So the butterfly was just going to go on the envelope here as an extra decoration. Oh. This was going to go on the inside as my sentiment. Mm-hmm. So I've got with caring thoughts. And then on the front, I've got a piece of ribbon I was going to put through here for the handle, which I'll do later. And then when we close it up at the front, this one was going to go as the closure on the front. So you can see there, I've got my little Velcro dot to pop inside to close it.
Do we sell those, do we?
The Velcro dots?
Yeah.
I'm sure we've brought them to you.
Oh, I've never seen those.
I'm sure we.
What a great idea.
But if not, you can get them on our website.
Brilliant.
Yeah, they come in packs with white and black in, depending on what you're working with, yeah.
We'll have to have a look at that now, yeah.
But again, you've got that gorgeous little bag there. And as I say, if you want to, you know, yeah, you can just give somebody a gift card in an envelope, but why not do something like this? And then inside, you've got the little gift card holder inside there.
That's brilliant.
With your gift card inside. So yeah, speed crafting at its best there.
Well, I'll tell you what, she had time to spare. Who else would, I mean, this is how amazing our designers are. She had 3 minutes and she's still got time to spare and she comes up with something like that. Total respect to you, Jan. I'd heard the rumours how good you were and my goodness me, they weren't wrong,
I'm going to put my little Velcro dot on while I've got a minute left then.
Can we check, do we do those, Laura? The Velcro dots, I've never seen them.
Have we not... They're one of those things that when we do bring them,
it's like your dotty tape pen, isn't it?
Yeah, yeah.
We know we want it, but we just need more. They can't make them quickly enough. Great idea.
But if you haven't got the Velcro dots, you can use, some people like to use magnets. You could just even put a little glue dot on, you know, that they don't seal permanently, just to open it. But again, yeah, imagine that with its little ribbon handle on there.
Yeah. Got it.
Absolutely gorgeous. And it's just something a bit different. If it's for a fella, decorate it differently. Maybe lift the, you know, leave the sort of bow bit or the flowers bit off. You could just put a button on the front. Or
because again, you know, I went out with I met a guy in London the other day. We went to see a show and he got a man bag.
Oh, yeah. Yeah,
so, you know, when you're in London, you got a man bag. So,
yeah,
you know, could just do it in
do brown craft card and emboss the whole thing with the wood texture.
Put a buckle on it instead of a flower.
Absolutely. There's always a way to change it, yeah.
Isn't there just? Now then, after the break, we've got the lovely Julie. Now, the great news is if you fancy, oh my goodness me, the Cricut or the Easy Press, if you want to actually print onto material and fabric and hoodies and aprons and tote bags and whatever you may want to do, if you might want to start selling on a craft store, you might want to open your own Etsy shop, sell on Facebook, do a craft fair. You might just want to give to your friends and family. We've got the best hour for you coming up at 6 p.m. Am I joined by you again?
I'm back at 7.
With the collection from earlier?
Absolutely.
Oh, fabulous.
And the customers loved that one earlier, the corner dies. Yes, so yeah, I've got some more demos lined up to explain again. So if you weren't watching earlier, don't worry. We will go through it all again at 7 o'clock.
Brilliant. Oh, fantastic, lovely girl.
I'm going to grab a bit of tea now in between just to keep me going.
Good for you. Jan, can I just say I really enjoyed that hour with
you?
You're
welcome. I love it. I love it. It's what I always say. It's not. I don't class it as work anymore now.
No, exactly.
I feel very, very lucky to do what I do as a living when it's been my hobby for 20 years.
Well, they say if you find a job like that, you never work a day in your life, don't they? Yeah. So, yeah. Right then, my lovely. So do please join us. You are going to love the next hour with Julie and the brilliant Cricut Maker 3. See you after the break.
Here at Hobby Maker, we want your shopping experience to be as simple as possible. That's why you can buy as many items as you like all day and only pay one postage and packaging fee. It doesn't matter what weight, size or quantity of your order or how many times you check out that day, you still will only be charged one P&P. Shopping made simple with Hobby Maker. When you purchase anything on Hobby Maker, you have a 30-day money-back guarantee, meaning that you can shop with confidence. Happy shopping with Hobby Maker.
Hello there, I'm sure you've heard the news already, but just in case you haven't, we are the new home of Cricut, the multi-purpose cutting machine. And let me introduce you to the Cricut Maker 3. It is the most beautifully crafted machine. Everything just opens beautifully. It is your ultimate cutting machine for all sorts of surfaces. Believe it or not, this machine will cut through up to 300 different types of products, whether it be cardstock, whether it be vinyl. And Cricut actually now develop no mat needed vinyl. They call it smart vinyl. You can use that in here as well. And why would you want to cut vinyl? Well, you can personalize things. You can personalize clothes. You can personalize glasses for parties, for receptions, for special occasions. You can make your own wall art for home interior design and home decor. There is just so much that this machine can do, whether you're using it personally for fun and for your family, or whether you may be starting about thinking up a little bit of a personalization business. Lots of people use the Cricut Maker 3 for this. Now, obviously, it doesn't just cut. It can draw. You can get pens for the Cricut Maker 3 as well, and it can also emboss and foil too. They're extra tools that you can buy for it. Now, the deal we've got on the Maker 3 at the moment is on your screen right now. It's a great price, and also the package and the bundle that comes with it is also great too. Take a look. Included in this Cricut Maker 3 Smart Vinyl bundle is the Cricut Maker 3, the Weeding Toolkit, vinyl transfer tape, and smart vinyl in aqua, mint, pink, and purple. So the deal, as you can see, is superb. Now, if you want to see exactly the sort of thing that you can do, if I just grab a couple of these here, these have been done by Julie, who works for us here at Hobbymaker. Yeah, personalised water bottles. I mean, the fonts that you can choose and the software, basically it works alongside the Cricut Design Centre. So when you actually order this, if you make the decision to order this now, log on and go to design.cricut.com. That's actually the website that allows you then to design all the images and all the personalisation, and you can do that right now. That's a free service. And they also have loads, thousands and thousands of different images that you can actually cut out. A lot of them are free, some of them you have to pay for, but there is also a subscription service of just £7.50 a month should you want to take that up. But it is here today at Hobbymaker, the Cricut Maker 3. If you'd like yours, just give us a call on the free phone number to the call centre or go to our website hobbymaker.co.uk.
Here at Hobbymaker, we love seeing what you've been making, and it's our job to keep you inspired. So how does a £100 credit to your Hobbymaker account sound? Every month we're going to be giving away a £100 credit to one lucky Hobbymaker's account. And all you have to do to enter is simply send a photo of your craft you makes to studio@hobbymaker.co.uk. We will be picking one winner each month at random, and we'll announce the lucky winner on air in the 5 PM show on the last Saturday of every month. So what are you waiting for? Get crafting, get motivated, and get inspired with Hobbymaker.
Our call centre is based in the UK and available 24/7. Just call 0800 001 4433 or email help@hobbymaker.co.uk.
I have to apologise before we start this out because I've never been on air with this lovely friend of mine, and also I admire what she does so much. She's such a great crafter. And we've got the Cricut Press.
I know. Amazing. Amazing tool.
We've got the proper Cricut Press and the mini one.
Yeah.
Okay.
Both.
So this is Julie. Julie's amazing. She works for us. She's absolutely phenomenal. What's a Cricut Press? What does it do?
Right, so you've got two. You've obviously got your mini press and then you've got your easy press, both of which are in the show. Both do the same thing. They're both going to use...
Can you not hide that? Can you see it?
Yeah. Both you use your heat vinyl with.
Right.
Or your iron-on vinyl, whichever it's... Sometimes it's called HTV, heat transfer vinyl. Sometimes it's called iron-on vinyl.
Okay.
But they both work with heat. So
that's classed as a heat press?
This is a heat press.
Okay.
So this one, the larger one, is great if you're doing T-shirts, hoodies...
Aprons, tote
cushions, anything that's a larger size. This just makes life easier because you've got a as you can see, a large
Oh, brilliant.
heat surface.
Okay.
So if you're pressing down onto a t-shirt or a hoodie, which I'll show you shortly, this is the ideal for that because you can just do it in one pass of it, really.
Okay.
The mini press works exactly the same, but obviously
But it's mini.
It's mini.
Have you seen the mini? Can you
It's
Callum,
cute.
Can we just show the mini press? Because honestly,
It's the sweetest little.
Isn't it?
It's like a diddy
Hey,
iron.
little bubble.
I've got both. That one I find is great. You can still do your larger projects with it, but you
Yeah.
have to keep manoeuvring it.
Yeah, yeah.
But I like that for things like, you see, like the canvas pumps I've done, or if you're doing anything that's maybe not a flat surface, so maybe you're doing a cap, or like I say, a pair of shoes.
Great idea.
It's great because you can literally hold it onto the surface. You can manoeuvre it round as you're putting your vinyl on. So I find I use my mini press, maybe a teddy bear. I've done personal, like, you know, for a new baby with a name on it. It's just great. I find it great for those sorts of projects where you're not just printed onto a large flat surface.
Okay.
So if you can afford both, I'd go for both.
Okay, great.
But yeah, there's a reason for both of them, really.
Okay, brilliant.
Some people think, oh, why do I need a heat press and not an iron?
Yeah.
Basically, your everyday household iron, when you turn it over, obviously it's got holes in it.
Yes.
Those holes actually release some of the heat.
Which makes sense.
Yeah. So therefore, you get an uneven. You get an uneven. It's not putting the heat all over the surface, because where your holes are, you're missing bits. So with this, it's just a solid plate. So that heat setting that you've got it on is transferring straight onto your surface.
Do you know, the other thing I get with my iron, because in the West Midlands we've got really hard water.
Yeah.
So the problem is, even if you use an ionised water coming through, you get the brown stuff
Yeah.
coming through the
And I was
holes.
going to say, even when you empty your iron and turn your steam off, there's always
Residue
a
still
moisture.
comes out, drives
That
me mad.
moisture then, if you're pressing on with your vinyl, can actually lift it, not stick it. So it's worth, if you're going to be doing sort of t-shirts, hoodies, all that kind of, it's worth investing in one of these, because you know it's going to
But it's fit for purpose.
Yes,
it's
that's
made
right.
for that purpose. It's not made to iron.
No. I mean, the other thing I'd say is, obviously, I've got this and my Cricut machine, but you can use this with your other smart cutting machines.
So the brands.
Yeah, it doesn't actually connect to the machine.
So it's like that mug press that you
Yes, yeah, that's
so if
right.
you've got a scan and go,
or a Brother Scanner Cut Silhouette, any of those
yeah.
machines, you can use it
Great.
with
It's not
those.
brand specific.
No, that's right. It obviously it uses the same. You can use your software with it, but it doesn't actually connect to the machine. This just plugs into your electric.
Okay.
So that's another thing
Brilliant.
worth mentioning. So if you've got a Brother, you can use this with your Brother.
Great. Brilliant. Fantastic. Now then, so this is the Easy Press. Have we had this on before?
Once, just once. We've launched it once, so this is the second time.
Now then, have you seen some of the things that excuse me, I think I'm going to... Ooh, excuse me, I do
you.
apologise, I'm so sorry. Sorry. Now, I've got to show you this. I've just said to Julie, oh, Julie, Julie, look,
I love
wagging tails, wet noses.
I know.
Isn't that
I love it. Yeah, I love it. And I mean, I was thinking, obviously, as a dog mum myself, I
Yes.
like that. Just
I know you do.
Put my bits in.
Yeah.
But I was thinking maybe if your dog goes to like a daycare centre,
Absolutely.
pop their lunch in it, their towel, you know, whatever bits you take, pop them in.
Absolutely.
You could even put their name on it,
Exactly.
so when you take it,
Yeah. This looks fabulous. And then again, we've got all these lovely, I mean, she's got, look, she's got Mr. Know-It-All.
Mrs. Always Right.
He's always right. I mean, you can have some great fun with
you
this,
can.
can't you?
You can.
You really
will.
can.
You will. You definitely will.
And look, I mean, look at the...
I know. It's so diddy.
Hello, world. Oh, my goodness. Isn't that gorgeous? And then, I mean, it doesn't matter where I go. Look,
No.
look. I mean...
Wash bags.
The wash bag, look.
Yeah.
That's gorgeous, isn't it? You might even work for a company
Yeah.
like Hobby Maker.
Yeah.
And
And
you
it's on the back as well. I've popped it on the back, so you can size your logo. So maybe you're going to thinking about doing a little business logos, t-shirts and things.
Yep.
You can. I'll show you how to sort of like click and drag to make your logo larger, smaller. What maybe you want to do tote bags for your company.
That's
There's so many
great
things
idea.
you can do it on.
How about your dad?
Yeah, on the back, I've done a design on the back of King of the Grill.
King of the Grill. Go on, look at it. Just see how creative you can be. I mean, you can personalise something. Oh, no, this is something Julie's well known for. She does little baby baskets. And look, there's bibs in there and tops in there and blankets in there, pyjamas. Yeah. She does everything. And she sells these.
Yeah, they're so cute. I love doing baby stuff just because it's so small and sweet.
They're so cute.
Yeah.
So does this give you some idea? Yeah. Now then, what we are going to get with this is you're going to get the whole bundle, aren't you?
Yes.
We've thought of everything here.
Yeah. You're getting everything you need to get yourself going. So if you're thinking, I've never done it before, you know, where do I start? Everything in your bundle will get you going. Other than, I was saying when I did it last week, you don't necessarily have to go and buy new T-shirts. Maybe you've got some old T-shirts home that might just need a little bit of an upcycle. Yeah. Have a practice on those.
Have a mark, or you might have a
that's right. You might want to cover something. You know, maybe your little ones have got something down their sweatshirt that you can't get off. Just use those things to have a practice with your stuff in your bundle before you go out and buy your T-shirts and stuff, just to get used to pressing.
But I bet a load of us have got plain T-shirts in our wardrobe, haven't we, or sweatshirts or socks or whatever. Yeah, hankies.
Old pillowcases. Have a go on an old pillowcase just to get yourself. Get to know the heat settings, which I'll talk you through in a minute. Cutting your bits out. Just get yourself going.
Brilliant. Now then, let's talk through what you get, shall we? So you get the machine.
Yeah.
You get the all-important Cricut Easy Press. Okay. You also get, now again, Julie will talk about this in a moment because you'll need these. This is your basic tool set. Your scissors, your spatula, your weeding tool.
Your weeding tool.
Just learnt about all that, haven't I? Your weeding tool, really important. So you'll get the essential tools there as well, okay? You also get, you put a chopping board in then. Do you get all of that lovely
sticker card stuff
as well?
So you can do your own stickers with that.
Okay, in all those different colours?
Yes.
Lovely rainbow colours, lovely hobby maker colours. Beautiful packaging, that, isn't it?
Yeah. Everything with the Cricut is always comes really nicely packed.
It's professional, isn't
it?
So
it's just, you know that it's top-notch stuff.
Absolutely. Now then, you'll also learn all about this in a moment, because I've just filmed a Cricut show with Julie. She's brilliant on it. That's your transfer tape and your smart iron-on. Again, you'll understand what all these things are in a moment. And at the moment, you're probably thinking, what are all these random items that you're giving me? But Julie's going to show it all in action in a moment. So your transfer tape and your smart iron-on. Say again, darling. Okay, so that's those. Now, you also get some of your smart vinyl. Now, again, am I right in thinking, because of what we've just learned, is a smart vinyl where you don't need to put it on the Cricut mat?
Yes, smart vinyl just feeds straight into Miss that you are. Yeah, your smart vinyl, you don't actually need your sticky mats for this, which is genius.
Yeah.
It just goes straight into the machine and it cuts your design onto it.
So that is your permanent vinyl. Are they all permanent, darling? Permanent, permanent, permanent. Yes, so those three gorgeous colours. Yeah. Okay, I tell you what, if you've got a blue one, if you bought some blue, because we have all of this on the website. Yeah. Think about the coronation coming up in May.
And an interesting thing I'll tell you about the coronation is, if you go on to the website, there is a free...
Is this on the Cricut Design Space?
No, if you go on to I'm trying to think of the Royal website, there is a logo that you can download, which is free to use. So you could be printing your own T-shirts ready for the coronation. Tote bags, maybe. I've done it onto mugs. So if you go on there
on the coronation,
if you search for coronation SVG.
So coronation SVG,
if you search that, it will.
Sorry, we're looking at a page here. Can you not see it? So coronation. So the website. What are you on there then? The coronation.
Yeah. Maybe put into your Google search, Alex, the coronation.
Yeah, we're looking at a screen here. We can see it, you can't. You're probably thinking, what on earth are you looking at?
Yeah, it's there, look.
There we go.
See the second picture along.
So hang on. What have you just searched for, Alex? Can we show this or not? So coronation SVG, look. So you can download that then?
Yep, so you upload that into your design space. And then it is free to use. It's got the angel policy.
You can sell it and everything.
So, it gives you everything that you need to know. Have a read through it. It gives you the angel policy, what you can and can't make. Yeah, you can make, pop it onto cards.
Sorry, can you see that? Can we show it, Alex? Look at that.
Yeah. So you go online and find it, and then like I said, I can show you in a moment how to upload something.
Yes, please.
So then if you do download it, I can show you how to upload it onto your software.
Fabulous.
And then you can be cutting it out of your...
Fabulous.
Pop it onto whatever.
Should we get the pricing? Because that's everything you need. Everything that you need is there to get started, and Julie's going to show it you in action. When you see it in action, you're going to know you want it. So your code for everything there, including the Easy Press machine, including your the mat, including all of that bundle there, for the transfer, the, what's that called again? It's a smart iron-on, thank you, and your permanent vinyl, and your sticky card there as well. And your toolkit, don't forget, sorry, you get your toolkit as well. That's a lot of add-ons. Yep. Do you get that mat that you're working on as well?
Yes, I think this does come in the bundle.
You do?
And this, I think, if I remember right, I think this is about £35, £40.
Oh, okay.
I had to buy this because I brought the mini press first, and I was saying last week I used to use a tea towel on top, and then they brought this out, and I was like, I need this.
You need that.
And I had to buy it, pay for it separate. So getting it in this bundle is amazing.
So what's the price point, Alex? TH7157. Now, if you start selling, you're going to make your money back really quick. £229.99. Now we've done. Gosh, is that for everything? So that was £30–40 on its own.
Yeah.
So plus the machine, plus all of that.
Plus your vinyl, your toolkit, yeah.
Gosh, that's a lot. That's a big bundle.
It is, and like I say, that, other than whatever you're wanting to put it onto, you've got everything, you need to go. You don't need to go and... Because sometimes I get frustrated. If I buy a machine like this, you get it, you want to go with it straight away. It's really frustrating if you've got to go and source things from other places. But having a bundle like
everything we need here.
Yeah.
The good news is, Christine, good luck. The good news is as well, it is on a split pay. Now, that doesn't cost you anything extra. It's a 3-way split pay. Okay, so it means that you pay £76.66 today. If you pop it in your basket, click on the little box underneath, just check it, we'll do the rest, and then you get everything sent, and then you can just pay it twice more, and you're done. It doesn't cost you a penny extra. Okay, 0% interest. I think for those of you with it in your baskets already, we are limited on this offer with that special bundle. It's the bundle that makes it really, really good value for money. Shall we see it in action? And then that's going to tip you over the edge, I think.
Yep.
Okay, Julie.
Right, so I'm just going to go back to my homepage. So some of you might already have your Cricut. Some of you might be buying a Cricut today and then going on to buy this. I said all you need to do when you've purchased it, or even before you've purchased it, go to design.cricut.com. Set yourself up a design space.
Yep.
It's just an email and a password. That's all you need.
Right.
And then you can start creating what designs you're going to want to do once you get your machines home. You'll hear that that's just bleed.
That's because I can smell the heat.
I switched it on just to get it warming up, because it probably takes 3 or 4 minutes to warm up. Okay. So that's now ready to go.
Okay, brilliant.
So once you go onto your design space, you can then decide what you want to do.
So this is your design space.
This is
that's
mine.
why it says.
Yeah,
nice to
welcome,
see you,
Julie. Yeah. Which is nice. It makes you smile when you
It
go
does,
on.
doesn't it?
Yeah.
It's nice.
And then everything you need, you just navigate from this first homepage. So you can search for a project, search for an image, do whatever you think. You know, maybe somebody's asked you for an elephant to type it in, and I can guarantee I've never ever searched for something, however weird and wonderful, that it hasn't come up with something.
Okay.
Whether it's an image, a project, whatever, it always comes up with something.
Oh, okay.
If you can't find what you're looking for, obviously you can design your own.
Of course you can.
Yeah. So if we go into the top left corner, you'll see you've got sort of like 3 lines, and then your second one down is canvas.
Okay.
Click on that.
Yeah.
And then this blank canvas that you've got here, this is like what it is, a blank canvas. So any designs that you want, you can put onto that mat. Imagine it like a virtual mat. Anything you put on there is then what you're either going to draw or cut, score, whatever you're going to do with it.
Okay, that's your...
Yeah. So going back to what we were saying about the coronation, I haven't got that image downloaded to this laptop, but I was just going to say, I'll show you how to upload something from your computer.
Great. Thank you.
So you'll see down the left-hand side, you've got a series of options. So near to the bottom, you've got upload.
Yeah.
If you click on that, that will then let you upload. So say you've got something from Debbie Moore or the Crafty Witches.
Oh, right.
If they've got SVGs or downloadable content that you can then download it and upload it onto your design
wow.
space.
Okay.
So I know a couple of that I've got there are Crafty Witches ones, so you can do that. But if you go into this section here where it says upload an image, that will then ask you to select where you want. So if we go to browse, it will bring up my pictures. So I have got some saved. So you'll see whatever you've got saved. So I've got some here. So I'll go for Dog Mom. Yeah. So if we go for that and then we go to open, you'll see it's uploaded that onto my...
Brilliant.
So then in the bottom right corner, you've got upload.
Yeah.
If you click on that, it will add it into your images.
Oh, great. Was that easy?
So it's now that's on there, unless you actually delete it off, that will sit in your uploads.
Oh, great.
So you don't have to worry that you've got to go and upload it every single time you want to cut it. It's there ready for you.
Right.
So highlight what it is you're wanting. In the bottom corner, right corner, you've got add to canvas, and then that will add it onto that blank space that I spoke to you about.
Yep.
So from there then, you can literally just size it. So maybe you're wanting to put it onto a little pencil case or something small. You just literally click and drag it to what size you want it to.
Right, okay.
So if we decide we're going to pop this onto a tote bag, which we will.
And you got the measurements above every time you drag it, so that's handy,
so if you know exactly, if you've got a t-shirt, just measure it first. Yeah. So I'm going to just go with it because rather than worry with the demonstration. Okay. So once you're happy with your size, up in your top corner, you've got Make It. Go to that, and then it will take you through to your how you're wanting to put it into your machine.
Okay.
So I've got some Smart iron on here,
that's a nice colour.
which I'm hoping is big enough. I'm just going to put it against my mat just to make sure. I think it is.
So that's the Cricut mat that comes with the Cricut Maker 3?
Yeah.
Okay.
So I'm just going to check that my mat is... So I'm going to put on mat, but I'm just going to double check because I just want to make sure it's big enough to cut. So 22 by 23. Yeah, so I think, let me put it that way.
Do you know, can I just add in, that's a really good point, Alex. My producers just said, if you were one of the lucky people to manage to secure one of the Hobby Maker pin badges through the birthday, 10 days, there is a 20% discount savings
Today's
code
the day.
on the back. If you are thinking about the Cricut Maker 3 or the Search Press or the Mini Press, use your 20% and you use across everything in your basket today. So if you are thinking about taking the plunge and you did get that pin badge, or you got the Hobby Maker desktop calendar, because there was a discount code with that, use those, okay?
Right, go back to this. So at this point, with your iron on, you will always want to mirror your image because you want the right... The matte side is the side which is going to adhere to your surface.
Right.
So what you want to do is feed it into your machine with the matte side up, but your image wants to be the wrong way round.
Right,
Does that? It will make sense as I go.
Click on mirror.
So yes, just down here you've got a little button that says mirror. If you just click it, it'll turn green to say your mirror's on, and you'll see on your mat it's flipped your image.
Where's that?
Just here.
Oh yes, sorry, I didn't spot that. Sorry.
So then you can see on your mat there. It's back to front, which is how you want it. So go to continue.
Okay.
And then it's going to ask, I'm just going to move that up there. It's going to ask me for the machine. So I'm just going to pick the one. And then you'll see, I was saying to you earlier, your on button goes blue when your Bluetooth is connected.
So your Cricut's normally, on button's normally white and then it goes
turns blue. So
right.
You know that it's connected.
Okay.
So we're going to browse the materials and we want Smart Iron on.
Okay. So you're typing it in.
Yep. And then we just search and it should come up with it. No result. Right, let's go to Smart. Try it that way. Right, you'll see it's the second one down. So we pick up.
Oh, you can get glitter.
You can. Well, I used it on that baby vest. It's lovely. If at this point, if you're going to be using it just for doing these sorts of projects, just for the iron on, you can bookmark it. So just come across and you'll see you've got a little arrow type thing. If you click on that, it goes green.
Yeah.
Press done.
Yeah.
And then you'll see that in your basic materials, it's there.
It'll stay there.
And it'll stay there.
It's like a shortcut.
Yeah. So it's
great.
just like a shortcut. You just bookmark what you want. and then go to done, and it'll just do it for you. And now, or you can just add I think you can add about 10 into that. So
Brilliant.
it just means you haven't got to keep finding it every time if that's what you're going to be using a lot.
Yeah,
right.
I can't wait for you to see this.
Right.
Every one of you with it in your baskets, by the way, I promise you when you see this in action, use your 0% interest split pay, because I promise you, you're going to want this.
I'm hoping this is going to be long enough. So you'll see now it's flashing with my up and down arrows. That's telling me it wants me to load it into the machine. It'll then just check that you've got enough material for your project.
It's clever.
Which hopefully, it says it's saying it has, so I'm hoping it'll be fine. Because as you can see, I've cut a little bit out of this, so I'm hoping the design's going to go. And then you'll see you've got almost like a play button.
Yep.
That just starts your cutting.
And that's flashing as well, isn't it?
Yeah. So that's just going to...
So it's telling you it's giving you a step-by-step process on what to do. It's very intuitive, but then it really helps you, doesn't it? And tells you what to do next.
Yeah, and it will just cut through. While it's doing that, I was just going to show you, if I can just bring up my internet.
So that's going to start cutting that design
Yeah,
now.
it will. Okay. So I'm just going to try and...
Look at that, it's like magic, isn't it?
It is, isn't it? Right, if you go online, onto your internet, and just put into your search bar, Cricut Heat Guide.
Yeah, Cricut Heat Guide.
Yeah, it will bring up this guide. Now, this is genius. This is what I love about Cricut. They support you through. They're literally step by step through everything you need.
Yeah.
So this heat guide now is going to tell you, I'll show you, it's just a series of options that will ask you whether you're using the Easy Press or the Mini Press.
Is ours the Easy Press 2 that we've got?
Yeah, this is the Easy Press 2.
Okay, yep.
So then it'll ask you what material you're using and what surface you're going to be putting onto.
Right, because you had the mug press earlier, didn't you? I want that.
So if I go to the Easy Press 2, and then if we go to material, we're just using everyday iron-on.
Yep.
And then if we go to the base material, we're going to be putting onto a cotton tote.
Okay.
And then we're using the pressing mat. And then if you go to apply, it will then tell you what you need to set your Easy Press to.
So it does it all for
So you haven't got to worry thinking, what settings, what heat.
It's like the digital buttons on your new air fryer. If you've got one of them, it tells you what to do, doesn't it?
Yeah, it does.
Brilliant.
It's just so all you need to do. I don't know whether I might just move it. Do I just need to slide it along just to show you?
Oh, can you manage? Careful.
Careful, because it's hot.
Yeah.
Right. So you'll see on the top of it, you've got your on-off button. You've also got this C, which is the Cricut emblem. That's red when you turn it on, and it'll go green once it's.
Do you know what?
Can
I fell for you then, Jen. Can I turn that round just for a second so that everybody can see it?
You can.
Do you mind? And I'll turn it back. There you go. Just so we can see what we're doing.
Right. Right. So this is actually set to the temperature because obviously the last thing, it will remember the last thing you did. Well, I obviously used something cotton.
But how do you change it then?
So all you need to do, you've got your temperature here. So if you just press that, and then just use your up or down, that will take, and then you just press it again, and it'll tell you that.
Okay.
Same with your time. If you just press the timer, it'll flash, and you'll just go up and down.
Okay.
To what you want it to.
Oh, brilliant.
So I'm just going to rotate that back round and just push it to one side.
Okay, yep.
Bring that back in.
Okay.
So this is where.
Clever, isn't it?
Odd for some reason.
Isn't it?
It is.
This wasn't very nice. Clever, isn't it?
So the design's cut now.
Yeah.
So this is where your accessory kit that you're getting.
Toolkit, yeah, brilliant.
Is genius because it really is going to give you everything you need to from you. I think it's got scissors, isn't it?
It has got.
It's got your scissors.
It has got. Let me tell you now. It has got your spatula, your weeder, your scraper, your tweezers, and your scissors.
Which is, like I say, everything you're going to need. Everything you're going to need. And don't think with your smart, because obviously I've cut this on the smart iron-on.
Yeah.
But obviously there's these little bits that I've just cut off.
Don't throw them away.
Don't throw them away because even though it's smart iron-on, you can use it on your sticky mat.
Oh, can you?
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
So because obviously the sensors, it needs to be the width for your smart
right
to detect that it's the smart material.
So put small bits on it.
Once you've cut your bits off, you can just use those on your sticky mat and it'll cut through absolutely fine.
Thank
so
you.
Don't throw anything away. Don't think, oh, I can't do anything with it now. Use it with your sticky mat.
Okay.
So with your weeding tool, it's very difficult to see because one, you're doing it on reverse, and two, it's on a matte surface. So I tend to give it a pinch where I can see with my eye, and just hook your weeding tool. I'm going to just hook into it.
Yep.
And just sort of like pull it away from you to start with, just so you can find where the start of your design is. So I'm just going to gently coax it off.
Can I just say a massive congratulations to Wendy, to Christine. Rose and Linda are in with it in their baskets as well. I think this is going to transform your crafting.
It
Julie loves it.
It will. It will.
Honestly, she's gone berserk about this.
It's amazing. I wouldn't be without mine now because
love
I
it,
do.
Don't you?
Yeah, maybe you've got, you know.
And you sell, don't you, a lot?
Yeah, I do. I do make to sell. I don't get much chance to do as many craft fairs as I used to. But when I used to have a stall, I used to sell lots of stuff that.
Yeah.
And if you've got the little mini press as well,
yeah,
you could take that with you onto your,
and do
your
it
stall.
live.
Yeah. So if somebody wants a name on it, pop it on.
Exactly.
And if you can put a name onto something,
yeah,
you can charge a little bit more for it.
Of course you can, because it's personalised.
Because you can't get it from anywhere else like that. And these designs. What I would say with this bit is, what I always say is, just take your time.
Yeah.
I mean, I'm doing it a little bit quicker because obviously demo, but just take your time, because what you don't want to do is rip your vinyl.
No, of course not.
Because then your design's ruined, and then you'll end up and you'll be really frustrated with yourself. So I'm just gonna pop these little extra bits. Like I say, this is where your toolkit that comes with it comes into its own, because you wouldn't probably be able to do this with your fingers.
No.
Or you probably would end up pulling it apart. But you can just see it's very easy to do. I tend to cut a few designs out, and then I'll sit and weed it whilst I'm watching the telly at night.
Do you? Is that
yeah,
you do? Right.
And then the next day, then I'll do all my making. You know, if I've got a few things to make, people ask you to make up. Once they know you've got one, you'll be
very popular.
Yeah, but if it's your niece, your nephew, your son, your daughter, grandson, you know, school, you know, red nose day, World Book Day, last minute things, they'll be like, oh, I haven't got anything. But with this, you'll be able to just create something at short notice.
Exactly.
And something that nobody else is going to have either. That's the other thing.
Yeah. I've not paid a fortune. Once you've bought the actual equipment, then it's a case of just replacing the consumable elements, isn't it?
I'm just going to get rid of those little extras.
She's a tidy crafter, people.
I try to, especially with these little bits, because they end up getting everywhere. Yeah. Right. So that's your. If I turn it round now, you'll see that's your design done.
Look at that.
So I'm just going to bring in a little tote bag.
And you buy all these sort of things in bulk, don't you?
Yeah, I mean, and generally, I'm just going to move my laptop just away slightly. The more you buy in bulk, the cheaper the
course. Yeah, it drives the price down, doesn't it?
Things like these cotton tote bags, I buy in bulk because the more you buy, the better, the cheaper they are. You know,
so you're just flattening the bag down for now.
I'm just putting a little bit of heat on it. One, it helps the vinyl adhere to it, and two, if you have got any creases, it will just take them out.
Oh, okay.
So that's just warm now. So all you need to do is pop your design down onto your surface.
So the right way up, though.
Yeah, right way up.
Yep.
And you'll see, because it's got that little bit of heat on it now.
It'll sort of tacky anyway.
It's sort of, yeah. And then this, you just pop on. If it doesn't quite cover your design, do it twice, do half, and then do it again.
Yeah, because there's a little bit sticking out here.
Which you might need. So you can generally, so we'll try it doing that. So all you need to do, if you press your green button now, it will then, can you see it's counting down?
Yes.
So that's then, rather than you having to think, how long's this?
Yeah.
And then it'll beep when it's done.
Can you overdo it?
No, I've never overdone it.
Okay.
Because I find, if anything, sometimes it needs a little bit longer. It just depends what surface you're doing it onto.
Okay.
But generally, and you don't need to really push down. Just apply just a gentle pressure. You don't need to be ooh, on the top of it.
And that's only 30 seconds it's asking for.
Yeah. And then it's beeped to tell me my 30 seconds is done.
Oh, wow.
So I'm just going to move it slightly up and just do another 30 seconds. Just because, like you say, it was a little. This is just slightly bigger than the plate. But again, you don't, like I say, you don't need to push down really hard on it or anything.
Because it's the heat that's doing it, isn't it?
It's the heat that's doing it.
Is that quite heavy, that unit, or?
No, not really.
Okay, so it's comfortable to use.
Yeah.
Great.
And I just like the fact that when you're doing a bigger project like this, it does it easily. You are, like I say, with the little one, it still gives you the same intensity of the heat, but it takes a lot longer if you've got to keep placing it around. Okay. So all you need to do next, before you peel your design off, is just turn it over and just give it about 10, 15, 20 seconds on the back. I normally go about 20, but I've done my countdown again. But what I'll do when it gets to 10 seconds, I'll just take it off. But that just helps set the heat. Okay. But it's really simple to use. And I love the fact that you've got that guide online.
Brilliant.
So if you're not sure what, you know...
It takes all the calculations.
Yeah, you don't have to worry about it. So, with my... As Zena knows all the tools now. With my little scrapey tool, I'm just going to give it a little bit of a rub.
So what do you do that for?
I just to make sure that it's stuck down. Okay. I do. And another thing is, this is like really quite hot now. Sometimes you need to wait for it to cooler slightly before you peel it, because sometimes when it's absolutely red hot, it won't. Some do, some don't. This one's going to. Oh. So. I said,
come on, you.
It will. You just, like I say, again, just treat it gently. You know, if you treat it gently, it'll play ball. If you try and yank it
be respectful.
Yeah.
Be respectful of the material and the equipment.
And it'll do the same. And if you get to a point where you think, oh, I don't know that, don't be tempted to pull it. If anything, put it back on and put a bit more heat on it. That's what I'd say, because you're tempted to sort of like try and get it off, and it doesn't always work, and you end up spoiling it.
You know, you've just said about don't peel it off when it's too hot.
Yep.
Do you need to pull it off while it's still got some heat in it, or can it go
cold?
No,
you can wait for it to go cold. Okay. And there are some that...
So there's no time pressure?
No, sometimes I find with the metallic and the glittery ones, they do need to cool a little bit. So there you've got your little bag.
Trouble is, everything Julie makes, I have off her.
That's okay.
I was going to say,
You're welcome.
I love you. I left my water bottle at my dad's today. I normally bring a tea flask and a water bottle. Look what Julie made me. She made me that earlier because I happened to have forgotten my water bottle. So she put me a water bottle with my name on it. Yeah. It's brilliant though, isn't it?
It is.
It's great, honestly. Yeah. I'm going home today absolutely made up, got my dog mom bag and...
Yeah. But happy dog mommy.
Happy dog mommy.
That's from Ivy from Mother's Day this week.
I love you. Do you know what though? I could actually cry, and I'm not being rude. Look how... The thing is, I mean, I'm going to ask you, Julia, and I'm sorry to be rude, but roughly what sort of price is a tote bag like that?
Oh, probably not even £1.
Not even £1. No. And then the vinyl...
Vinyl probably would cost you, I don't know, probably cost you about £2 to make that. So, and that's been overpriced.
And I know you've got to work into the cost, the price of the equipment, but the thing is, like that today, that's made my absolute... You can't put a price on that. You've just made my absolute... It's Mother's Day, I'm not a mum, but I am with that. I'm dog mum.
Again, you could put your dog's name on it, so you could put Ivy on it, or, you know, maybe, you know, you can do all sorts with it. I mean...
Brilliant.
I'm not the most technical. This I can do because this is really simple to use. But what I was going to say is I know there are some softwares where you can transform a photo into an SVG and then you can upload it onto your thing. Because I know people that will take a picture of your dog, say, or your cat or your rabbit. You can transfer it to an SVG, upload it, and then you could be putting your dog onto a bag or a T-shirt. I haven't got that far. I'm not quite that far advanced, but with time, I would like to be doing things like that. But yeah, there's so many things you can do with this.
Isn't there, with these tools. Oh, Rose, I was hoping you were going to take the plunge.
Yeah.
Oh, Rose.
You won't regret it. You won't regret it.
Was it the dog mom bag? Was it the dog mom bag? Was it the stretch? Oh, do you want to see the glitter? Do you want to see the glitter? Look. That's the glitter.
It's amazing. I'm just going to look. I've got it somewhere.
You've lost that because that's if that fitted. Oh, you could do your own dog coats and things. As
you
cat
can.
coats
I do dog bandanas, you know, like with a
Oh
name on.
my goodness! Do you see what I mean? This is brilliant.
I used to work at a dog place, so I used to make.
didn't you? Yeah.
I used to do the admin in the office, but I used to end up making a lot of the stuff. My boss used to sell it in the shop, so we used to do
brilliant.
tote bags and things.
Brilliant.
So I was just going to.
A hoodie?
Yeah, my lovely manager Liam.
Oh,
I
what's
keep
he got
promising
making you now?
that I'm going to make him a hobby maker hoodie.
Oh, okay.
So I'm going to do it. I have cut this out already because I thought to save time.
Yeah.
I've weeded a bit and then I'll weed the second bit for you. So
Oh, bless you.
you'll see with your let me just show you quickly on your design space.
Yeah.
Once you're done, just click done and then you go to new and it will take you back. If we replace, it'll take you back to a blank canvas.
Okay.
With your business logo, or maybe you're wanting to do this for somebody, you would obviously upload it from your saved files. So somewhere, if I go to view all, I have got hobby makers and I've also got Sewing Street.
But how did you get our logo then?
Our marketing team sent it me.
And then you just uploaded it like you
yeah,
told us earlier?
I wouldn't copyright anything.
No.
Because you might get into trouble.
Yep.
Obviously, I've got access to our
company.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So
Okay.
I've added that to the canvas.
Yep.
So you'll see then our hobby maker logo's there. Then you can literally, like I say, just size it up and down to what you want. Go through the process.
Brilliant.
You'd make it, mirror it, and then obviously when it comes out, I've done 2 sizes this time, and I've also done Liam's name because I've also.
Oh, we could have played up now, couldn't we? We could have put some cheeky names on there for
Yeah.
Liam, couldn't we?
And then I've got to try and find now on here. I can see it. I'm just going to use my weeding tool and just.
So all of that was used with the Cricut Maker 3?
Yep.
Yeah,
I've
okay.
done all of this with the maker. So I've literally just, like I say, sized it. I've also, obviously, like I say, because I've got access to our official stuff, I've also got like our font that we use.
Right, okay.
So obviously the Liam I've cut in the same font,
Yeah.
so it all matches.
Lovely.
But you could do that if you've got your own business.
Yeah, exactly.
That's all. Like I say, the only thing I'm always cautious of is anything that's licensed or
Yeah, you've got to be careful, haven't you?
or
Yeah.
copyright. Yeah.
So you couldn't start doing Disney for effect?
No.
for example.
I mean, if you're going to do something Disney, make sure it's just for you.
Yeah.
You're not going to sell it because
Yeah.
I'm in a lot of Cricut groups on Facebook and different things because obviously I'm a crafter.
Yeah.
I just do this as a bit of a favour to hobby maker, but yeah, my main thing is I'm a crafter. So I know from these groups and forums I'm in, it's not worth it because I know people that have been in trouble for
Yeah, absolutely.
copywriting.
Oh, yeah.
So please be careful of what you do. It's lovely to be able to create all those things, but just
Don't
make
sell
them
it.
for your own
Don't
personal
sell it,
use.
yeah.
Yeah. Or if you're not sure on something, always check someone's angel policy.
Yes, exactly.
That's the safest way
Yeah.
to know that you're not then going to have any comeback on you. So I'm just going to weed the last little bit of this.
And just remember, when you buy this bundle, I know there's a crafter on the phone to the call centre, when you buy this bundle, you're getting everything you need. You're getting the Easy Press 2, you're getting the Easy Press matte, which I know Julie had to buy separately, which is £30, £40. You're getting 3 of the permanent vinyls in the gold, the glitter, and the red and the white. You're getting the full accessory tool pack with your with everything you need, including that weeding tool, the scissors, the tweezers, the scraper, and the spatula. And you're getting 5 colours of the beautiful sticky card. You're also getting the transfer roll and the smart iron-on. All of that for that reduced bundle price. It's a really good deal. It's ready to go. $229.99. I'm just going to say all the girls are going for it so far.
Yeah.
All the ladies. So,
yeah, there's so much you'll do with it. Right, so I've just weeded that all out now. So I'm just going to just pop that onto the front, just like I say, just to warm it. You only need to do it for 5 or 10 seconds. Yeah, it's basically just, or like I say, when you put your heat vinyl on then, it just helps it sort of...
Have we had the thing to tell us, sorry, how long to do it for?
With this, it'll be exactly the same.
Will it?
It's the same
Okay.
material.
Oh,
so,
okay.
yeah, we
Thank
don't
you.
need... But if you're not sure, then obviously you would check that. I'm going to have to do a bit of guesstimation because I haven't got a...
Can this, once this has been sealed with the heat, can it be washed?
Yep. So you find them to
Really?
wash and I always tend anything like this, whether I've made it or whether I've brought it from somewhere. If I'm not sure, I'm just going to just hold out just to see if it's straight, which I think it
Did
is.
you put it on a hand wash?
I would turn it inside out to iron it.
Yeah,
That's what I was going to say.
Right.
Right, so just pop your Easy Press on.
Yep.
It's set, like I say, to the right temperature and time, so we just press the green button and it'll do the countdown for you.
I can't believe how
It's
easy
so
this
simple
is.
to use, and the results you get are so professional. I would recommend it to anybody.
Has he asked for you this so he can wear it at the NEC?
Well, the only thing is, he's at the NEC tomorrow, so I'm not going to see him now to give it in. But I don't know if he's get birth.
He needs this. Liam, come in and get it.
I don't know if anybody's going that's still in the building, because obviously a lot of people have gone home now. So,
Yeah.
But whether he'll come in the morning before he goes, I don't know.
You never know.
So that's just beep to tell me the 30 seconds is done. So I'm just going to take it off.
Would you do it on the back again?
Yeah, I am going to do it on the back again.
Okay.
Just to make sure. So just give it a gentle press.
Yep.
Like I say, I sometimes use the counter, but really, it sort of count 10, 15
So you don't have to
seconds.
sort of press the green again, it will still keep the heat going?
Yeah, it still keeps the heat there.
Yeah.
You're pressing the button really just for the countdown, just so you know. Because the thing is, I'm not the best at, you get distracted, don't you? You probably are starting to count, and then, like, I don't know, the dog wants to go out or something, and then you like, how long have I had this on it?
Yeah.
If it's anything like my house. Right, so I'm just going to give it a gentle little
Again,
rub
you get that in the tool pack?
Yeah. And then I'm just going to see. This might need to... Oh, no, it is going to come off. Yes. Oh, it's just... You'll see there. Can you see there? Look, I've pulled it a little bit too soon.
Oh, okay.
I'm going to try and rectify it, though, live on air. So, if
She can fix it, I think. Got every faith in you.
I'll try. It might just need to manoeuvre down. I'm just going to put my press back on it
Would
again.
you put that a bit more heat on, would you?
I'm going to, just because, but I think it's just slightly come up a bit. But that, like I say, this is why I would say to people, just take your time.
Exactly. Julie's having to do it quite quick because of time on air, obviously, but you don't have that
it'll
issue.
be fine. We can rectify it. It'll be all right. So I'm just going to put a bit on. And actually, I might just leave it just to cool slightly, because you see I've just slightly pulled a bit off that M. But you could go in and put another little piece on to match it up if you were really...
Oh, once it's on, does it come off, or are you kind of stuck with it?
No, it's on.
Right, okay.
I think. I've never been able to get anything off.
Oh, so it's proper permanent then?
Yeah, I'm going to leave that a few seconds just to cool, because I think it's not... Oh, I don't know. I thought this last time and then it didn't. Let me try coming at it from another angle. Oh, yeah, it is going to... Like I say, you can see sometimes you just need it to cool just slightly.
But you said that, didn't you, and that's good to see, actually, what can happen if you don't.
Oh, yeah. You see, now I've got to that point.
Yeah.
And it doesn't want to come off. So what I'm going to do is I'm just going to snip it.
Yeah.
And then somewhere I've got... I was... when I did the last show with this, I said, if ever I do anything after I've peeled this coating off... I always use one of these waxy baking sheets.
Right.
Just because I don't want the bit that's like exposed now to stick to the bottom of the plate, because obviously this is extremely hot.
Right, got you.
So I always use a piece of this just to protect it, because when you using the ice cream one, for example,
so for
because you're doing it in layers.
Callum. Sorry, poor Callum was so transfixed with the demo.
Because you're doing it in layers. Once you've done, say you've done the cone first.
Yeah.
I would then use, when I put the white bit of the ice cream, I'd use this heat-resistant piece of sheet.
And we sell that online, do we? On the website?
I don't know. I brought this from a supermarket. You can use it's what you can use in baking. It's just like
they've got you.
It's just like a baking sheet.
Okay, that's right. We've probably got
or
those.
you could use some waxy, like baking parchment. Barking parchment. Barking mad. Don't.
You are a dog mom.
Yeah,
Julie, she's lost it.
Yeah,
she's lost
it. Baking parchment. You could use your brown paper. Yeah. What is it with these A's? They just don't want to come off.
It's that Liam.
It's
trouble, that Liam.
There we go. It's coming now. Like I say, again, you can see. Just go gently with it.
Yeah, yeah.
And like I say, don't be afraid to... I mean, I would put a little extra piece on that end.
Yeah.
But that's just because I don't...
But then again, Liam's not perfect.
No.
None of us are perfect.
It's a one of a kind talent.
That's the better way to do it.
Yeah. So I'm just going to do...
He's one of a kind.
Alex will say he's one of a kind.
Alejandro, please grab that. Honestly, yes. You are going to love it.
Right, so I'm just going to do the piece on the back now. So, again, with this, we'll probably have to do it in 2 stages.
Yeah, because it's quite big, isn't it?
So I'm just going to do my countdown.
Yep. And you're hardly pressing on that, are you?
No, you don't think you need to sort of like really be on top of it. You don't. Just gently, just give it a gentle press.
Okay.
Yeah. And I mean, where I used to work before, I used to do all our work hoodies.
Oh yeah, did you?
And polo t-shirts with our logo. And what I was going to say is I've made some and I was probably wearing it for 2 years.
Oh really? I was just going to ask you, how long do you reckon?
Yeah, and I would wear a polo once and then wash it.
Yeah.
I don't tend to wear things more than 1 day, so it was getting regular washing and ironing.
And does it through the normal wash?
Yeah, through the normal wash.
Wow,
like I say, the only thing I ever do, but I do when anything I buy that's sort of got this sort of vinyl, I always iron it inside out because I'm always worried about it sticking to the bottom of my eye.
Just again, treat things with respect. Look after things.
Just like I say, just do. That's the only thing I would say. But washing wise, it washed fine.
Brilliant.
And I used to do it for the whole team where I worked before. We all, because some of the girls liked round necks, some of the girls liked polo. In the summer they liked vest tops, so I used to do the vest top. So we always had the same logo on our. So it's great for things like that.
Well, we've got to do the mini press yet as well.
Yes, I know.
Oh gosh.
We can do that. So yeah, we can do that next.
Anne's thinking of getting one in Staffordshire.
Oh, bless.
Oh, Anne, go on, take the plunge, Anne.
I am going to press this again on the front, but like I say, because I've already got that bit on it, I am just going to put that over because I don't want that to stick where I've got the piece on the back. But yeah, you'll have hours of fun doing things. There's so much you can do. Pumps, maybe you've got an old pair of canvas
Yeah, they've got a mark on them or something.
Yeah, or you just think, I want to give them a bit of a facelift. The great thing about the design space is there's so many images on there. Whatever your thing you like is, you can add it on. Yeah. I mean, again, going back to where I worked for, I put paw prints on for one of the girls. They'd got a bit tatty. She was like, will you put paw prints all over my shoes? So I did.
With the mini press?
Yeah.
Right, we'll show you that in a minute.
So, yeah, we will do that. I'll just finish this. So, hopefully, this will peel off easier than the front did.
So easy, isn't it?
It is so easy.
If you work for a company or...
Well, how much money are you going to save?
Well, I bought a hoodie that had got, like, Mad Cockapoo Woman or something. And I remember it being pretty expensive and it nearly put me off, but I really fancied the wording.
Yeah. I was just going to say I've done all sorts. My old, where I worked before at the dog place, my old boss used to breed dogs.
Oh, wow.
So as well as having like the company that I worked for, she used to breed Cairn Terriers. So she had her own Cairn logo.
Brilliant.
So when she did dog shows and things, she wanted hoodies and stuff for that. Great. So I did all that for it. There's so many things you'll be able to do for people.
Look how quick that was.
So,
well, like 30
that's
seconds,
just,
60 seconds.
There's the back.
Look at that.
And there's the front.
Look at that. And he's going to love that.
Yeah, and you can literally do that on whatever you're wanting. Hoodies, T-shirts, tote bags, shoes.
And that's just good to go now, isn't
Yeah,
it?
it's good to go.
Ready to wear.
Good to go.
Ready to wear.
Right.
Now then, Anne, I'm going to wish you every success. I know you're in Staffordshire. I know you're trying to get it. Rose has got it. Wendy's got it. Christine's got it. Alejandro's trying to get it as well. Give it... Okay, I will just say, since the mug press came out, which Julie demonstrated earlier with Dave, and the Easy Press came out, especially the mini as well, she hasn't stopped talking about it. She's driving everybody mad in the office. Honestly, she loves it. I mean that in a lovely way.
Yes, I do.
She raves about it. And she's been crafting how many years?
About 25, 26 years.
Yeah.
I've had a Cricut for about 6 years. So
you've got every Cricut going.
I have. I've got 3.
She's got 3.
Yeah, every time I think I'm going to upgrade it, I do upgrade it, but I don't sell my old one.
Well, we're having a bit of a chat at the minute about possibly, we're going to do a craft day, and Julie said she might sell me one of her ones while I get used to it, which is a great thing to do. We've got another crafter in for the Easy Press. Do we just want to do the mini press as well?
Yeah, if you could just pass me that one over, Zena.
Yeah.
I can then just... It doesn't take 2 minutes to heat up. I'm just going to...
we need to see this as well.
Yeah.
Because it might be a nice way to start.
Oops-a-daisy. Which, to be honest, is exactly what I did.
Did you? You went for the little one first?
I did.
Might be worth doing.
I'm just going to... luckily, I've got a little bit cut, so I'm just...
It's a little bubble one.
Get a little baby grope.
Oh.
Okay, so...
Oh, it might have been an idea if I plugged it in. Come here, I'll plug it in for you,
Yeah,
Jen.
if you plug it in.
Oh, my bones. I need to do more
We'll
squats.
go to...
Oh.
Back to the... I'm going to go back to the heat guide because... Where's my little bit?
What you lost, darling?
I've just had a piece of...
What have you just What have you just done?
I had a piece of vinyl that I'd got a little thing on and now I can't find it. It was glittery.
Oh, no.
Anyway.
You haven't just put it under here, have you?
I don't
Hang on,
know.
come here. I know it's going to be hot. I got it, but...
No.
Oh. What have you just done with that?
I have no idea. It's
You silly
disappeared.
Billy.
But I think I've got one. I've got something here that I can quickly just weed. What I was going to say is, it's like Bermuda Triangle.
Bermuda.
Yeah, I don't know. Anyway.
Yeah, can I just, before we start, because Christine's had this as well. How much is this? Let's get that out of the way.
I'll tell you
No.
something. When you say the price of it, I'm going to tell you something.
$59.99. What are you going to tell? $59.99.
Yeah. I'm going to tell you, I invested in this one first.
Right.
During the first lockdown.
Did
Because
you?
I decided, like, I saw it and thought, oh, yeah, I can start using that for baby hampers, you know, doing vests and things.
Yeah.
I paid £120 for that. And that was, like, 3 years ago, is it, since we went into the... 3 years ago since we went into the first lockdown? Yeah. So I paid nearly double for this mini one. And it is a great way to get into it, don't get me wrong.
Double, it's 60 quid.
I couldn't believe the price.
And you can get it on split pay. You can get yours home for $29.99.
Yeah.
Oh dear. Susan, well done. Crafter,
Amazing.
well done. Christine, well done. Oh my days, what a there's only how many left? 9, 8, 10? 9 left.
9 left.
Oh gosh, I fancy one of those. Mind you, I need to buy the Cricut first. I've got to buy a Cricut.
I'm quickly trying to weed it, but I don't want to... I'm cautious of time because we haven't got many minutes left, have we? And I've just lost the one that I already cut.
It's all right, darling.
Yes, we'll try not to. I'm just going to give that a bit of a... Oh,
there you go.
Oh, no, the ear's gone wonky on it. It's because I'm rushing now.
I know, darling, we know. Tanya, good luck, my darling, near Dundee. Good luck, good luck, good luck. As I said, you would
do you know what? I'm just going to put it on like that. It doesn't matter that I haven't weeded it.
That's
but
nice
I just
for
want
a baby that comes out in it.
I just want to show you how to use this machine.
Oh, Tanya, well done.
With this one, it's slightly different to the bigger one. You haven't got the exact temperature guide. You've got a... If I just quickly show you, you've got...
Can you see that, by the way? Hang on a second.
Can you show it?
Can you see that?
That's off at the moment. If you press it once, that's low. 2 is medium.
Oh, it's like my posh hairdryer does that, yeah.
So I'm going to put it on 2. Again, if you go to your heat guide, you would just pick your mini press. Then you're going to just pick...
It's a mini press.
Everyday iron, cotton, and then apply.
Hang on, can we go back because we weren't on the screen?
Oh,
can you go back? Sorry, Jude.
So I clicked on the mini press.
Yep.
I picked the everyday iron on.
Yep.
Cotton.
Yep.
And then it's now telling me we need the medium heat for 25 seconds.
Great, so it does it again for you?
Yeah.
Brilliant.
So the only problem with this one is it doesn't have the countdown, so you do have to kind of...
A lot of us have a talking device where you can do a timer, can't you?
So I'm just doing it on the clock that I can see in front of me.
Or a good old-fashioned timer.
And again, this is...
Oh, Susan, well done.
Oh, yeah. Oh. You won't, honestly, you won't regret it. And this, like I say, is great, I find, for very small things or things that aren't flat.
Like your pumps and
or
things.
Like I
your
used
cap
the pencil case. I used it on the pencil case. And you can see that's like a faux leather.
Yeah.
And the vinyl has gone onto that as easy as anything.
No problem at all.
I used it on the wooden chopping board. So I've done Christmas Eve boxes. That I've used the heat vinyl on to make, like, you know, Santa on his sleigh and the child's name and all that kind of thing.
Brilliant.
Wedding hampers, I've done like, you know, like the wooden crates.
Yeah, yeah.
Fill that with like champagne flutes, and then put the date of the wedding on the front of the wooden crate.
Right.
You can use your vinyl for that. So don't think it's only to go on sort of like clothing.
Material.
You can use it on so many other things.
Right.
Honestly, it's amazing. I love it. I wouldn't be without either of mine now. Like I say, I've got both. Because I started with this one and I soon progressed to that one because then I wanted to start doing other things.
We've got about a minute for you to... Oh, my God, look how well that... Oh,
so that one peeled off easy.
Nice and easy.
I didn't weed it properly, obviously, just for demo, but that you can see there, that's pressed easy.
That is just lovely.
So don't be fooled by the size of this. The heat
small yet mighty.
The heat is still as intense as the big one.
Brilliant.
It's just more portable.
Fabulous.
Like I say, I've got... quickly got here.
Really, isn't it?
Like I say, for a cap and things, it's just easy because you can literally manoeuvre it
that
around.
with little stars? Can you see that, Callum?
I haven't.
Look at those. Lovely stars on the... We're just going to show you on camera too there, look. Look at that, isn't that gorgeous?
I cut some out, but obviously time-wise we haven't. But you would just literally put them on. And like I say, the great thing about anything you're using, whether it's the shoes, you can just manoeuvre it round, hold it on, and it'll just do those awkward shape things that you don't use the big one for.
Fabulous. So it's good to get both.
Yeah.
I think Christine did.
Yes.
Julie, oh, I've loved that. Thank you. Isn't she great? Absolutely. Now, in the break, we're going to show you a little VT with Dave on the Cricut Maker 3. So enjoy having a look at this.
Hello there, I'm sure you've heard the news already, but just in case you haven't, we are the new home of Cricut, the multi-purpose cutting machine. And let me introduce you to the Cricut Maker 3. It is the most beautifully crafted machine. Everything just opens beautifully. It is your ultimate cutting machine for all sorts of surfaces. Believe it or not, this machine will cut through up to 300 different types of products, whether it be cardstock, whether it be vinyl. And Cricut actually now develop no mat needed vinyl. They call it smart vinyl. You can use that in here as well. And why would you want to cut vinyl? Well, you can personalize things. You can personalize clothes. You can personalize glasses for parties, for receptions, for special occasions. You can make your own wall art for home interior design and home decor. There is just so much that this machine can do, whether you're using it personally for fun and for your family, or whether you may be starting about thinking up a little bit of a personalization business. Lots of people use the Cricut Maker 3 for this. Now, obviously, it doesn't just cut. It can draw. You can get pens for the Cricut Maker 3 as well, and it can also emboss and foil too. They're extra tools that you can buy for it. Now, the deal we've got on the Maker 3 at the moment is on your screen right now. It's a great price, and also the package and the bundle that comes with it is also great too. Take a look. Included in this Cricut Maker 3 Smart Vinyl Bundle is the Cricut Maker 3, the Weeding Toolkit, vinyl transfer tape, and smart vinyl in aqua, mint, pink, and purple. So the deal, as you can see, is superb. Now, if you want to see exactly the sort of thing that you can do, if I just grab a couple of these here, these have been done by Julie, who works for us here at Hobbymaker. Yeah, personalised water bottles. I mean, the fonts that you can choose and the software, basically it works alongside the Cricut Design Centre. So when you actually order this, if you make the decision to order this now, log on and go to design.cricut.com. That's actually the website that allows you then to design all the images and all the personalisation, and you can do that right now. That's a free service. And they also have loads, thousands and thousands of different images that you can actually cut out. A lot of them are free, some of them you have to pay for, but there is also a subscription service of just £7.50 a month should you want to take that up. But it is here today at Hobbymaker, the Cricut Maker 3. If you'd like yours, just give us a call on the free phone number to the call centre or go to our website hobbymaker.co.uk.
Here at Hobbymaker, we want your shopping experience to be as simple as possible. That's why you can buy as many items as you like all day and only pay one postage and packaging fee. It doesn't matter what weight, size or quantity of your order or how many times you check out that day, you still will only be charged one P&P. Shopping made simple with Hobbymaker.
We got to the final hour of the day already. We're having too much fun, aren't we? Can I just congratulate, because I understand one or two of you have just bought the Cricut Maker 3 as well. Christine, now am I right in thinking, Christine, you've just bought all three? Congratulations, well done. Oh. Now then, we've got the lovely Jan back from Crafters. Hello, darling.
Hello.
Did you have a nice cup of tea?
I had a cup of coffee and I had what was left of last night's tea.
Oh, what was that?
Bit of bolognese.
Oh, a bit of bolognese.
Bit of bolognese. And you know, I'm very proud of myself because I didn't drop
Nothing
it.
down,
Usually
yeah.
it goes down me, so I put my bib on. I thought I can't afford to come back on with a nice big stain on my shirt, can I?
No, but we
So
did
it was
let
very
you off.
good.
But
Very
well done
good.
you. Right then, my lovelies. Now, Jan did a show earlier, really, really popular, and we're coming back with these two phenomenal dies, demos, paper pads. We've got flower form foaming. Have I done that right? Flower foaming foam. Flower form foaming.
Flower
Right.
forming foam.
Forming foam. I
It's
get
a
it
tongue
wrong
twister,
every
isn't
time.
it? Tongue
Flower
twister.
forming foam. When
That's
I did
the
it
one.
When I did it with Sarah, I couldn't get it right. She's like, Zena. I said, I
It's
know.
the right tongue twister.
And also, I don't know whether you've seen these. We didn't do these earlier, but Jan's going to pop them in the demo because we've got these brilliant, when you've just got a little bit of space and you want these lovely little sort of miniature sentiments in the dies. You've got anniversary, we've got RSVP, we've got all sorts in this collection here. It's absolutely brilliant. And you'll see this in the demo with Jan shortly. These are real must-haves in your stash, aren't they?
They're really cute because they're enough to, and you'll see if I show you the
Yes,
sample that we're
please.
going to, this is the one that we're going to demo first, which has obviously got these corners on, which I'm going to go through that concept, but you can just see we've mixed and matched.
Yeah.
The little sentiment at the bottom here, which is anniversary, with one of our stamp sentiments, which a lot of people have got stamps in their stash. So yeah, we've just mixed and matched them, but they're big enough to be appropriate.
Absolutely.
But they're such, they take up so much, you know, so little room in your stash. That I mean, I have got mine, and I usually have them all clipped together.
Do you?
So mine are all actually literally fastened together, and you can just
clever.
open the back of the packets to get them out.
Yeah.
So it's you know, they're literally...
They're handy.
Yeah. No room whatsoever. And if you want just that, if you've got a little space on your card, it just needs that bit of something.
Sometimes you don't want things too big.
No.
They're going to be just right,
Just
aren't they?
right, yeah.
Like the Goldilocks of the sentiment dies.
It is.
Just right. Right then, so should we start with the pad? Or no, should we start with the dies? Yeah, let's do the dies. Now then. Now, Jan, I didn't do this show earlier and I was busy filming a promo. Do you get both or are we doing them separately?
No, we get both of those in there.
Wonderful. Now, these are what's classed as they're dimensionals. So, again, Jan will show you that in a moment. But they are 3D Concertina Border Dies. One is vines and one is lace. So they create this lovely 3D Concertina border and corner. Okay, so if I just show you those, you're going to get both of them. And again, you are going to see them in action. So the 3D Concertina border. Now, you get 3 dies in each if I just turn them around. Look. So you can see there, you've got your borders, you've got your corners, you've got everything that you need to create this really, and if you just turn that around so you can actually see them here, look, they look absolutely fabulous, don't they? So intricate. Now, lovely Jan has wonderful, and I said this during our birthday week, we're really grateful when our brands do this because it's so handy to see them already cut on a pre-prepared board. So thank you, Jan.
It does. I think you get a better idea because, yeah, you can look at them on there. They're not always to size, but this just gives you an idea of what happens. And it does look a bit strange. You might think, well, what's all that about?
Yeah.
But you get the 3 pieces of metal. I always get wrong way around. I've still not got used to
Don't
working
worry,
back to
neither-
front
neither
after
have
all
I,
this
Jan.
time. So, yeah, you get the 3 pieces of metal, this being the corner one.
Yeah.
And then you get a 3-inch extender piece and a 2-inch extender piece. So the corner itself measures 2 by 2. Yeah. And this is what you get when you actually cut it. But it folds in a concertina manner. So I can probably show you the side pieces better.
Right.
You see here how you've got that concertina manner, which gives you some depth to that frame. So for example, we did this one earlier. If you just use the 4 corners on its own, you can spread those out and just use those 4 corners. And again, depending on how far you spread them out, you can see that we've got 2 different size cards there using that same technique. Just popping flowers or sentiments in. So just the 4 corners on their own work really nicely. But then if you start adding the extender pieces in, you can see here we've got the 4 corners, but we've added the 3-inch in the side and the 2-inch in the top to make that long, oblong, rectangular shape.
Clever.
So you can essentially make any size frame that you want. We did this one earlier where we made it into a square. So by adding the 2-inch corner, a 2-inch extender and a 2-inch corner, you've got your 6 by 6 frame. Now, a lot of these are cards, but I love making home decor.
Do you?
So to actually pop these on something that's home decor, you know, the shadow boxes and things like that, maybe put some shaker elements inside, just think they're great. But again, adding that 3-inch piece in, again, you can see the difference in size here between the 6 by 6. We've now got 2 and 2 is 4 and 3 is 7. So you've got a 7 by 7 inch frame. If you add the 3 and the 2 in there, you're going to elongate it. So you could literally go on indefinitely. You could actually pop this border around a 12 by 12 scrapbook page. Those of you that like making memory albums, how gorgeous to have this as a focal point on the front or to be on one of your pages that you open. But we've got the lace edge and we've got the vines. So there are 2 sets. They both come as a bundle and they both contain the same concept. It's just the detailing on the die that's different. Okay. And I will work with both of those with the demos just to show you.
Can I ask a favour? Can I show you this?
Yep. It's gorgeous, isn't it?
This is so clever.
Thinking outside the box.
Exactly. So making like a little notes box for it as well. Isn't that lovely?
I just think that's a really cute idea. This is the type of thing I like to craft.
Yeah.
That's what it does. But have you thought about doing this?
Exactly. Yeah. And then can I show you this?
That's a stunner,
this is amazing.
isn't it?
Let me show you this, look. Now let me show you this card, right? You think that looks impressive, yeah?
Yeah.
Wait, look at that.
Now we've got sentiments and decoupage in there, but just imagine that with a couple of photos in. I've got 2 little grandbabies and a photo of one of them each side of there would be lovely.
Wouldn't it? Isn't that beautiful? Now, because of it being concertina, can you still flatten it to post it?
You can. Again, if I show you this one here, if we could just have a look at the side view of that one, you can see you've got that sort of element here. But when I squish it, it goes down to about 1/8 of an inch. Obviously, this one has the decoupage inside, so I'd need to think about that on this particular design. But the actual shapes, just literally pop up and down.
So it does work with decoupage
It's really
well,
clever. Yeah, it does, because you've got that element of depth.
Yeah.
You can add your decoupage in there.
And of course, if it's crafters, you can just use the boxer and the enveloper and just make your own box envelopes anyway.
Absolutely, with that depth in it. Yep.
Sorted.
Yep.
Brilliant. Okay, do you want your price tag? Yeah. So $29.98. Now, can I just confirm that's not the special price that Jan did earlier? That's the should be, is it?
That's what they should retail.
Okay.
Yeah.
So they're $14.99 each for the 3D concertina borders and corners. Now you could pay that if you would like to, pay the full price, or you could buy them both at the same time on that bundle price XY2045 and make a nice little cheeky save in there of about what, £7.50?
So you're getting sort of like half of one for free, aren't you?
Absolutely.
Yeah.
We like a saving because that means we can buy more craft stuff.
Oh, yes.
Doesn't it?
Yes.
So XY2045 is your code for your brilliantly. Are these launched today then?
No, they're not a new one. I think you guys have had them here before. Yes, so they just asked me to revisit them and put my twist on it. So
we've never seen them before. Me and the team haven't seen them before, so they're new to us.
I think Laura seemed to think that they'd been on before earlier. Yeah.
Yeah. So then, £22.48. You might have missed them before. You may never have seen them before. £22.48, and we're going to see them in action. So can we have a demo, Jan?
We certainly can. We've gone to one of my favourite cards. I'm actually going to demo how to pop this one together. So as I say, at the top of the first show, if you weren't watching, obviously you can watch back later.
What hour was that, Jan?
That was at 3 o'clock.
3 o'clock with you and Dave?
This afternoon.
Right,
yes.
so you can go back
so
and
we
watch.
literally use the 4 corners to just make a frame with it. So for the benefit of anybody that's joined us this evening and didn't watch earlier, I'm going to recap how to just use the corners, but this time we're going to pop it onto an easel design. So the concept's the same, the card shape's different, and I've used one of my favourite cardstocks, which is that craft card, just to show that you can use these dies with different cardstocks. So as far as the dies are concerned, this one is the lace.
I was going to give you a drum roll then,
I had to just double check then. Yep, just having a look what I've already cut. So in your pack then, you're going to get 3 different pieces there, 3 different pieces of metal. They've got all the die cut edges that you need, so it'll cut the whole shape, and they've also got score lines in. Now when we pop a score line in the die, it's not as deep as the cut line, so you're not going to get grooves cut into your piece of die cut. It will just put score lines in. Now I am going to reinforce those score lines, and I'll explain why. So I'm just going to take that corner piece off. I'm going to grab my piece of craft card and a little bit of tape so that it doesn't move on the card.
Well, we had that deal on the masking tape earlier, didn't we? The half price one.
We did, yep. So I'm just going to pop that through my Gemini. Just grab the plates there, and I've got my little junior plates out because we've got our gorgeous.
Oh.
It's the first time I've used the teal one
Isn't
today.
it gorgeous,
It's
the junior?
beautiful.
Oh.
Beautiful. So this is just an ordinary thin metal die. We're going with our ordinary combination of plates. If you're using a Gemini, you want both of your shims in and your top clear plate.
Okay.
And then literally feed that in here. And then the Geminis, the machine applies the pressure.
Yeah.
So we were talking about this earlier. When we talk about a cutting edge on the dies, it's not actually sharp. It's the pressure from the machine that forces it through the cardstock, yeah.
So it's nice and safe, basically.
It is, yeah. You're not going to cut yourself. As I say, we tend to refer to it as a cutting edge,
yeah,
but it's not sharp enough to cut you. So again, let's get rid of all the bits and pieces. Get rid of that bit, get rid of my tape. And then inside your die, you've got all the area that's been die cut.
Yeah.
But at either side, you've got what we call a little release hole. So if you just pop your pokey tool in here, you can see that it actually starts to move the cardstock.
Okay.
And what I like to do then, again, is just turn it over and just release it from that die. I can do the cleaning on that bit later. And I don't know whether we can just pick up there on the camera where it's got the 3 score lines in. Move my head out of the way. Yeah?
Yeah.
Now, what I like to do, and this is just something, it's optional, and this is just a personal thing with me, is just take my scoreboard and reinforce those score lines, just to make sure that your card doesn't crack when you actually start to fold it. So I like to just go over it on my scoreboard. It's really simple. Any scoreboard that you've got will work.
Okay.
And literally just line it up and just reinforce those lines. As I say, it is an optional stage, this. It doesn't, you know, it's not a necessity, but it's just so that I find that you get a nice crisper fold in there.
Doesn't take long anyway,
Now, what I forgot to mention again, and I forgot this earlier, was in here, you've also got a little instruction card.
Oh, great.
So if for any reason, you know, you are a little bit lost with it and you're not quite sure, it goes through the same thing, but it shows you how to make the different sizes. So for example, we've got the 6x4, we've got a 5x7, which are quite standard card sizes. Then you've got a 6x6 and a 7x7. Now that is no means all it can do.
Right.
This is just a guideline to get you started. And I said earlier, once you've put one of these together and you understand how that concept works, you're away.
Like a
You'll just find yourself thinking, well, how many different ways can I do this? And it's probably endless.
Yeah.
So with these, I like to take something that's got a nice straight edge. I tend to use my bowl phone. You could a ruler. You can even probably get away with a piece of card. Because this first score line is the edge of the decoration, I like to just put my tool under here and help it fold in the right place. And then once I've got that going, we can literally fold it and burnish it into place. So once you've got this folding away from your design, you're then going to do what we call a valley fold and another mountain fold to make that little concertina piece. And you can see here that it's almost like a little spring.
It is, isn't it? Yeah.
Yeah, which is going to give you that depth. So again, we're going to do exactly the same on this side. So just start that first one off so that you get it folding in the right place. Give it a nice burnish into place, and then we're going to go back with a valley and a mountain.
Okay.
So all I mean by a valley is that you've got that nice V shape at the bottom, and the mountain, the folds on top. Okay, so this is going to be the corner piece now that you can fit. And in each one, you'll get one straight side.
Yeah.
And then you get one side that's got this notch taken out of it. And that's so that when it goes together, I just get my folds back in the right place. It allows for this piece at the top to lock together and you've not got anything in the way.
Oh, that's clever.
So you can see there now that you've got that sort of depth. So what I'm going to do is just skip over. I mean, I've not done much to these other than just add a little gem in them and get them all ready. So again, I've got the bulk of the card ready because it wasn't about the actual cards today. It was about how to fix these on. So for this first one, I've just taken a piece of cardstock, and what I want to do is wrap these corners around. Now, if you pop them on here, you can just use them without the bits at the back and make some really nice decorative corners if you want. You can trim away the extra bit and you've got some beautiful corners. You know, gild these with some gilding wax or gilding flakes. They're going to look like metal. Cut them out of your mirror card, things like that. So you've got sort of an add-on in that you can just make them a corner. What we're going to do is bring it up one and just pop that last piece around the back.
Oh, I see.
So that we've got the springy bit on top. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to pop some tape, and I tend to still use my double-sided tape runner, on the very outside piece. Okay, so on there we'll get all these ready so that I can just stick them on. So all the way on the last piece, so the piece furthest away from your corner. And I'm just going to put, now you can use wet glue for this if you prefer to use a wet glue. You can use your double-sided tapes. If you prefer, you could actually pop the tape round the back of here and do it that way. So again, lots of different ways. And with things like that, I would say try it. Try the different ways of doing it and see which suits you. Not everybody's the same. We can demonstrate it, and I do it one way, but that doesn't mean it's the only way.
We have our own preference, don't we?
So
it's a learning curve.
Pop those out of the way. So I'm taking my piece. I've got, this is the front. I've just got a little piece of embossed here. I'm going to take one of the corners, get it to the right position, but instead of sticking it flat, I'm just going to line up that outside piece here with the corner of my card, and I'm going to stick that last piece around the back. And then I'm going to do the same with this side. So again, the springy bit in the middle, I'm going to bring this right up to the corner and just stick it round the back. So you can see you've got almost like that.
Neat, isn't it?
And then this bit just folds nicely. But I just love the fact that you've got that dimension on it. And then once you've done that, on this particular way of doing it, it's just the same for all of them. So again, on the edge, just use your piece of card as your guideline, and you're just folding that last section around the back of the card, just making sure you've got a nice neat corner, and you can see how they're coming into play. Okay, spin it round. So as I say, it's very repetitive. Excuse me. Oh dear. Sorry, Alex, I'm probably deafening him in there. I'm going to just go in again.
Grab some water if you need to, Jan.
I'm all right, it's gone
You're
now.
all right,
yep.
darling. Okay.
I don't know what set that off. I'm always really aware of coughing when I'm on air. If you've got microphones on, it's just like, there we go. Look, so again, round the corner, and then that last one. So this is just using corners. I'm going to add a step to this when we do the next demo, which will include those extender pieces.
Oh, okay.
So we're going to add another step to it, which is in the instructions. But I wanted to start off with just that straightforward element. Just to show you that that is really straightforward. So you can see we've got that depth on them, we've got that movement in them. And then what I'm going to do, just to hide...
That's for a box lid, Jan?
It would be.
Wouldn't it?
It could be, yeah. And I mean, you could even stick a piece of acetate in the front if you wanted to, and then build on that. I like the fact that you've got the depth in there. So just to hide all the gubbins on the back there, the gubbins.
We like that word.
They laugh at me when I say the gubbins. I don't know whether it's a Yorkshire phrase or not, but
I don't know. It sounds better with a Yorkshire accent.
All the gubbins, all the bits. I know I once said it on a Up With Us, and Ben was presenting. He's like, "What are gubbins?" We've had to teach him a whole new language. Yeah, the northern language, bless him. So yeah, I've just cut a piece slightly bigger to pop that on, and for some reason I've lost one of my gems. I'll pop that back on in a second.
Bless you, thank you.
So that's going to be the front of my card, and then I've popped the rest of it together here. So I've just got the bit at the bottom. We will pop this, I'll pop this through the Gemini so that you can see how they work.
Thanks, Jen.
But all I'm going to do is attach my piece that we've made to the front of the easel card here. Line it up here. And then I've just taken a die cut, and then a piece of decoupage for this one, which I've already popped together. So these are out of our decoupage pads. But again, you know, you've got the flower forming foam, so you could pop the nice flowers in there. The one that we did earlier, we popped a stamped sentiment. It could be a photo behind there. It could be an invitation. There's not really any limit to what can go now in the gap. So I'm just going to pop that in there. I'm going to pop, I went a bit giddy, I think, with the tape here, didn't I? I didn't intend it getting away, that is for sure. I love my red line tape. Oh. Right, so that one's just literally going to sit in the middle, and that one will stand like so.
Oh my.
All right, now do you want me to just pop that little one through and show you how I made the sentiment here on the bottom?
That would be great, so we've got those coming up next year.
Yeah, so let me just pop that through,
Thank
and
you,
it'll just show you. So we've got the anniversary there, And you just, these are great as well because you can use those little scraps up again.
Yeah.
I call them scraplings. They're my little scrap things. So each one of these is a 2-part die.
Oh, great.
So you get what I call the little cloud,
Yeah.
which is like your matte layer. So I'm going to cut that in the craft card.
Yeah.
And then you get your sentiment, which I'm going to cut in the white. All right, so
Okay.
we'll just pop them down with the tape so that they don't fly away. And then we'll pass those through the Gemini. So yeah, you're going to get exactly the right size frame for the sentiment to stick on. So I'm just going to trim those down because I don't need all the extra cardstock, and then they should fit nicely. And the beauty of these is any of you that have got the little mini hand turn machine,
Yeah,
these will
perfect
fit
for
through
that,
here
aren't they?
beautifully. Now I've not got mine out, so I will pop them back on here.
Okay.
So again, we'll pop them both through together. Same sandwich. When we're die cutting, it's always the same plates. Pop it through there. And then that's going to cut out the little outline for the back. As I say, I call them clouds, but they're like a little matte layer. And then you've got the sentiment. So again, your sentiment, they can be cut out of anything.
Any colour, can't they?
Absolutely any
Glitter card
colour.
or mirror.
Yeah, or you can cut them out of white card and colour them, you know, you can gild them again. So first of all, you're going to get the perfect little background. And then in here, these are just adorable. They really are. So let me just get rid of that. I'm going to take this off here before it ends up in the bin. I have a habit of losing dies and things.
But that's why your Tiffany magnetic sheets are great, aren't they?
So again, we've got a little release hole at the top, which is going to start and release the lettering, and then just very, very gently tease this out of your die. So be gentle with it. Be aware, you know, that it is only a little small sentiment. But you've got here now the perfect setup to pop this on. Now again, choices for the back of the wording. You can actually use a little tiny bit of wet glue, which I tend to decant into my applicator bottle, but this is actually our tacky glue. So you see some people pop it on the back of the hand and stick it in there. Please only do that if you've tested it on your skin, because you never know how you're going to react to glue.
Of course not.
It could be that you use, I know we haven't got them in stock at the moment, but if you've got hold of our dotty tape pens, you could use that.
Yeah.
A lot of people, when they're working with the smaller things like this, pop the double-sided sticky on the back of them first and then die cut it. And then all you have to do is take the sticky layer off the back, and it's all good to go.
Good idea.
But basically, that's what we're looking at with them. And when we pop them into play, if I bring you that one in here, you can see how it's just, I've just popped it up on some foam.
Yeah.
And we've got it on there as a little sentiment.
So handy.
They are so, so sweet. They really are. And we've brought the ones that are sort of anniversary, wedding day,
Yeah.
save the date, invitation. There's actually a theme to, there's loads of them. Loads and loads of them if you look on our website. But we brought that nice little bundle today. Went beautiful with these dies that we've got on, because wedding cards made with those corners. Oh, to die for.
Just gorgeous.
Yep.
So if we taught you, that was brilliant, by the way. Thank you, Jan. Thank you, Jan, lovely. Right then, my lovely. So this is the collection that crafters have come up with for you today. Really, really, really handy. Now, are we going to do all of these in one go? Brilliant. Okay, so I'll tell you what we'll do. We will give you, first of all, anniversary and engagement. So if I just turn those around so that you can see, look. And there you go, as you say, you've got that lovely cloud background layout, and then you've got, so that is your, if I turn that around so you can see it, look, again, lovely font. Anniversary and engagement, so you've got both of those. Okay, so that's those two. You've also then got your save the dates, thank you, Paul, and RSVP. So save the date. Does anybody know what RSVP stands for?
It's French. Répondez, s'il vous plaît.
Répondez, s'il vous plaît.
It just means reply, please.
I never knew that. Thank you, Paul and Jan.
Yeah. Répondez, s'il vous plaît.
Répondez, s'il vous plaît. Oh, well, very nice. We've got wedding day and good luck. Did you know that? Did you know that? I did not know that. Thanks, Jan.
There you go. Every day's a school day, isn't it?
And I love the way Paul did it in a lovely Birmingham accent. Répondez, s'il vous plaît. So good luck and wedding day. Okay, great. And we've got two more. We've also got even just married, and the invitation part of the RSVP and the save the date. That's nice, isn't it? Save the date, RSVP, and invitation. So just married. If I turn that around so you can see, look, just married and invitation. So £26.92 without the saving. Okay, without the saving. Now, how naughty are crafters going to be? Do you want to see? Yeah? How about we get it under £20? But all 8 of them. So am I right in thinking that just makes them just over £2 each? Yeah? Just over £2 each 2-part die.
I'm going to say because you've got the 2 parts in each one, haven't you?
£2.24 and there's 2 dies in each.
Yep.
That's amazing. So £1.12 basically if you want to.
Yeah.
That's fantastic.
We like a good bargain, don't we?
We do, don't we? But really handy to have to hand. Really, really handy. Brilliant. Now, what we will do, the best way to buy is the bundle of 8. But if there's a particular one that you want, my lovely producer is about to pop them onto the hobbymaker.co. That is you, Alex. Hobbymaker.co.uk website for you so that you can buy them individually. Okay, my lovely. So if you just want, let's say, you might just want good luck. You might just want invitation. But I think if you're going to go invitation, you're going to want save the date and RSVP, aren't you? They all work together, but it's handy to get them all. It is handy to get them all, and it's the best way to buy them. How much are they individually, Alex, on the web? Between $2.99 and $3.99. So you can dip in, but it would work out a lot more cost effective. I don't like using the word cheaper. It doesn't have any place with Crafters Companion or Hobby Maker, does it? We can say more cost effectively.
Or more inexpensive.
Thank you.
I like that one.
I like that
Inexpensive.
one. Inexpensive, yes.
And like you said earlier, the more you save, the more you get to spend on something else.
Exactly.
It's not really a saving, it's just more to spend on something else.
Exactly. Pay less on the essentials and you can buy more stuff. It's brilliant. Now, Jan, have you got another demo lined up?
I certainly have, yeah, because I want to show you the rest of the process where you add
with
those
these
extenders in. Yes.
Brilliant.
Yeah, it's still
Fabulous.
with the corner, with the 3D borders.
Okay.
But I want to show you now how we get to that extension part. So we're going to have a look at this one.
Okay.
I've already got the flower made. There are lots of you've got lots of shows with the flower forming
We
on.
do,
And
indeed.
obviously there's plenty on our YouTube channel as well. So I've got it already done, ready to pop in
thank you,
here,
Dan.
yeah? But that is using some of the foam from the kits that we've got on with the
we've got coming up
stainage,
after the demo.
But I just wanted to show you how we then go to extend this, because I've now got the corners and 2 of the extender pieces in. So I'm not going to cut them again, because obviously that cutting process is exactly the same. You see how I did that earlier. So what I've done is I've got some of these cut already, and I've just added a little tiny bit of ink to them just to sort of highlight the edge there. So this is the lilac cardstock from the pad that we've got coming up as well, the 12 by 12 pad. So this is the textured one. It's also got some beautiful pearlescent one in there. So they're a great weight for working with the dies.
Yeah.
So I've cut 4 of the corners all together. I've got some of them already popped together, and I've cut 2 of the 2-inch extender pieces. Now these could easily be the 3-inch, which would make it taller. If you wanted to make it really like a real tall, skinny one, you could have a 3, a 2, a 3, and then your corners.
You could do the DL cards.
There's
no problem.
absolutely. We were trying to work out earlier how many permutations, and I think there would be loads
Endless.
of different ways of doing it, yeah. But what I wanted to show you now, because we're now in a position where we want the 2 corners and we want one of the sides in here. And then what I've done is I've already done, let's pop it that way. I've already done this side so that because it takes a bit of time, and it's worth spending that time, but obviously on air, time is not our friend, is it?
It's not, is it?
So what we're going to do is we're going to pop these together. Now, if I worked like we did earlier and started with the back of this round here, and then I added my middle piece in with the back of this round here, we've got a lot of sort of floppiness going on here. So we need a way to stabilise that, and it is all in the instructions. It explains in the instructions to cut some little strips. Now these are just 1/2 inch wide, which is the same depth as the folds on your die. So it's all been worked out for you. Now the length of the strips depends on the size you're wanting. So for this one, we're doing 2 inch on the corner, 2 inch on the middle and 2 inch on the corner. So that gives me 6 inches. So this particular one is 6 inches long.
Right.
Across the top, I've just got 2 lots of 2. So my shorter ones are 4 inches long.
Okay.
So for example, if you were doing a 5x7, you'd need 2 7-inch strips and 2 5-inch strips.
Right.
So whatever the dimensions of your finished size,
2 of each.
that's what you want. Yep.
Yep.
Like the one I did earlier, we did a 6-inch square, so I had 4 lots of 6 inches. Fairly straightforward. So this time, instead of sticking the outside panel onto here, we're actually going to stick this inside the first panel. We're going to stick it onto, if I turn this over, this is the decorative bit. We're going to stick it onto this one here.
Okay.
And what happens is it creates like a boundary for this to sit against almost. And it does make it look a lot neater because you can't see through the frame and see all the workings of the concertina bit.
Yeah.
So what I'm going to do is turn them all over. You want to get them all in the right orientation. So I'm going to line them up as I want them. So that's going to be like so. So this is now my 6-inch width. So what I'm going to do this time is I'm going to put glue on that first section. Okay, so just that first one. Last time we did it on the outside one. This time we're going in the middle. All right, so just down here. And then I'm going to take my piece of cardstock. Let me just turn them this way so that we can see. I'm going to lay this down inside the corner itself. Let me just move those two for a second. So this is actually inside the boundaries of the die where the corner is. And once I'm happy with where that's positioned, I'm going to fold this bit onto it and stick it down. So now we've actually got something for this to work against. And we've still got the outside bit that's eventually going to go around my piece of cardstock. So what we're going to do then is take the next one and we're going to sort of match it up to where this one stops. Make sure that it's nice and straight and stick the next piece on. Okay? And then next one is going to go right up to this one again. Make sure it's nice and straight and pop that round the edge. And then once you're happy with that, I tend to just give it another little burnish, just so that cardstock knows where you want it to be. And then the only thing that I would need to do is you can see, I don't know whether we can just see this at the end here, the die was shaped like this.
Yeah.
So that little tiny piece at the end, I tend to snip away. So you've just got, follow the line of the die, and you can just see, let me just try and grab hold of that piece. I've just taken that corner away.
Oh, okay.
And I don't, so that then you've got the ability for this to close again without anything getting in the way.
Right.
Okay? Now, I'm just going to have to excuse myself for a second because I need to blow my
Oh, yeah,
nose.
of course.
Sorry.
I'll tell you what we'll do then.
So I'm just literally going to give it a quick
It's okay, my darling girl. Bless her. Just to let you know, the pad is coming up in a moment, so we will do the 24 sheet pad in a moment, and then we'll get onto the flower forming as well.
Right, sorry about that.
It's all right, my
I could just
darling.
feel the nose
Needs
running. I thought,
must.
that's not a good look, is it?
Really?
So I'm going to squeeze those concertina bits together again, and you can see now that we've got both sides of our frame. So to stabilise the top, that's where the shorter pieces come in.
Right.
So
okay.
again, turn it over. We're going to do the same with those top edges. So the inside piece, as opposed to the outside, we're going to pop the glue in here.
Yep.
And the glue in here. And then this one is going to secure these. So again, I'm just going to get it into that corner, up against the score line, press it down. And then once I've got one in place, I like to work from this side so that I can see them matching up on this edge, because this is the bit that you'll see in the side of the design. So get that bit right, and then just make sure it's straight before you fold the other one round. And again, I like to just pop it in place. And then we need to do the same at the bottom. So you will always find each time you do it that you've got that little corner piece at one side where the die's actually notched the finished piece. So just take that piece away each time. And then the last one is going to be the bottom edge. So same again, the one nearest the design. Pop your glue in. Okay. Then get your piece that you've measured. Lay it down in there. First one secured, and then again, just make sure that they're nice and close on that edge, because that's the bit that you're actually going to see. And then pop that one in. So again, you can see there we've got that little triangle that wants to come away just to make it a bit neater. All right, and if you do have any tiny little bits, can just see there's a little bit there, just trim it so that you've got no problems with closing it. So when we get all these concertinaed again now, you can see here that we've got that shape coming along nicely. So then I'm going to do the same exercise that we did in the first one. I'm going to take the piece that I want to be my backing, and I'm going to glue that outside piece around the edge like we did with the first one. So I'm just going to go around and do that quickly and get that piece secured. So I'm just
while you do that, shall I pop the pad on?
By all means.
Shall we do that,
that's
Alex?
what this cardstock's from.
Yeah, because Julie just... Julie, just been on with Julie. Jan, sorry, Jan.
Yeah?
Would like to just glue all around there like she did previously. So she said, if we get the pad on, we can come back and carry on from there.
Absolutely,
just so that we don't run out of time.
I'm just going around that outside edge again now, that like we did in the first demo, and I'm just going to secure that piece of paper in the back to give it a background.
Brilliant.
So you can see there. So I'll carry on sticking that if you want to have a look at the pad.
Sure?
Absolutely,
okay.
yeah.
We'll just pop this on. It's 250 GSM. I just want to get this on screen for you, and then we want to go back to our lovely, lovely Jan. You get 24 sheets. It's the lovely pastel range. You've got this lovely texture. I don't know whether you can see the texture on the screen, but it's like the linen, but not quite. But it's got a lovely, lovely. Sorry, darling. Sorry, Dan. I thought you were talking to me. I do apologise. Sorry, darling. Sorry, sweetie. Just seeing if we could see the texture on the page. Can you see it there? Look, it's got a lovely texture to it. Can you see? It's beautiful. It's very light, actually. And then you've got these lovely, big 12 by 12 inch, gorgeous colours, look. Really beautiful. Now, there's only 4... Now, can you see that's the pearl? Yeah, so you've got the texture, you've got the pearl. It's lovely, isn't it? And again, you've got that lovely smooth sort of textured, and it's very similar to the linen, actually. Got a lovely texture to it. And again, goes into the matching pearl. And then in that lovely lilac, and then you go into this beautiful, look, oh, hang on, I missed the texture. Come in, let's get your texture back. So if you just put those together, look, you're getting the texture and the pearl look. Can you see? Yeah? And those are your beautiful pastel colours into the lovely yellows, into that beautiful, hang on, come here, let's get to the pearl. There you go again. There's your pearl card. And that is 24 sheets of 250 GSM knockout quality luxury mixed cardstock. Now, they're usually $16.99. Oh, this would go really nice with the previous Knitwick collection, wouldn't it?
It would. And I just think they're such lovely spring colours, aren't they? Which I am assured is on its way. But I just love it. Lilac and lemon, I think, is a really nice combination. But again, I love the fact that you've got the texture and the smooth surface. So you can mix and match either or. Absolutely beautiful.
Perfect for Easter, perfect for that lovely 2 sets of collections that we had earlier as well. Now, can we have the price, Alex? So we can go back to the lovely demo and finish off that fab demo with Jan. This is a big saving today, I have to say, just £10.19. So that's a saving of what, £6.80? £6.80 just on that pad.
Yep.
It's amazing, brilliant. So help yourselves. Right then, are we ready?
I've just left this last edge, just in case anybody wasn't quite sure what I was doing. I've done the 3 sides and literally taken the very outside part, so this part here, with my adhesive on, and I've just wrapped it around the back. So you can see I've still got all that lovely dimension. So literally, just pop the concertina bit inside, and you're just going to match up the edge of the cardstock and seal this one down. So I've just left those last 2 to do. And then again, make sure that your glue's nice and secure. And then when we turn it over, you can see that you've got that lovely springy little thing. But this is much more secure. And when you look inside, you can see those little pieces that we put in. And it looks as if it's part of the frame instead of seeing all the workings on how it's going.
That makes such a difference, Jan.
So again, I've just done some simple matting and layering on the card, and then I'm going to add the glue, whether it be your tape runner, whether it be the wet glue, however you like to work. If you're a double-sided tape person, any of the adhesives will do this. And then literally make sure I've got it the right way, because there's a little bit of script on my paper inside. And then I'm just going to lay this right in the centre. Give it a good press. Okay, and then again, however you go with the middle is entirely up to you. I just used some of the flower forming, and then this is the little good look. Little weeny sentiment again, which we could pop in the back. And then if I bring the one that's all finished off there and stuck together, you can see we've just got that detail inside there. So that's making it into to 4 inches across by 2, 4, 6 inches down. This one, you can see the difference there. We've got the 3-inch spaces in the middle, so we've then got 3, 5, 7 inches by 4 inches. Add the 2-inch in there, you've got a different dimension again. Add 2 of the 3 pieces in. Do you know, as I said, there's endless possibilities as to how big and how small, and that's what I like. We could have just made this as a die that cut a frame out in a 6x4 size, and that was it. But having this opportunity to make the different sizes, I just think the world's your oyster, isn't it? Because you can just go wherever you want with it.
Yeah. And it's so clever. So clever.
It is very cleverly done, and this is what I like about the products. I know it's easy to say when you work for the company, but there's so much work goes into the developmental stage. There's so much testing done that by the time they hit the market, you know it's going to do what it says on the tin.
Yeah, you can trust them.
No problem. Yeah, you follow the instructions, you've got something like this. Even if you're starting out your journey in craft, you can make this. Brilliant. You've got those instructions inside the packet. You can always watch the shows back. Tons of footage out there.
Never
on
left
YouTube.
on your own, are you?
No.
Never.
That's where we want to be. It's like I've been doing this a long time, but I am previously 14 years out of primary school, so the teaching aspect of it is like inbred. And I just love sharing it with everybody and being able to show them how to do it.
Awesome. Absolutely awesome. Thank you so much.
You're welcome.
Thank you, thank you. Now then, we've always have we? Can we have the message in from Richard? Now Richard's just there you go. I love my Gemini, he says. And it's so easy to use one-handed. Even got the wife using it now. Oh, well done, Richard. Loving the show on one of the best presenters. Oh, thank you. You must mean Jan. You've got to mean Jan. Love you all.
Know.
I think he means
it's a
you.
team, though.
Well, it is, but I think
neither of us could do it without each other, could we?
We couldn't know, but I'm liking to think you mean Jan, because isn't she brilliant? I've only seen Jan in action today.
Bless
you're brilliant.
you.
Now then, if you would like, thank you, Richard. That's a lovely message, and I'm glad you got the wife into it. He says, now, do you know what flower forming foam? Got it right. What they look like? Thank you, Jan. What they look like. Now, these are your flower-forming foam.
They're amazing.
Flowers.
Yeah.
Your foam-forming flowers,
Again,
really.
any of your flower. We actually do a range of flower dies that you can use with these, but any flower die that you've got, whether it be our brand or anybody else's, will work with this particular foam. Again, there's been a lot of work put into the foam to make sure it does what you want it to do. You need a hot iron, whether that's a normal iron or a craft iron or a small travel iron, anything like that, on its hottest temperature to work with. And again, there's lots of footage out there. If you type into YouTube, Crafter's Companion, flower forming foam, you'll get Sarah at her best. She loves this stuff. She does. She plays for hours with it.
She did it
and
on...
she does such a good job as well.
Didn't she? Now, when it was their Crafter's 17th birthday in October last year, we think it was the 18th of October, if you search for that show here at Hobbymaker on YouTube, Sarah does, because I stood next to her, definitely demonstrate the
She just
flower
makes it
forming
look
foam.
so straightforward. It's like, dun, dun, dun. She gets the pokey tool out, dun, 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 and all of a sudden you've got, it's like, whew, here's the flower.
Honestly, she's brilliant, absolutely brilliant. So, what we've got here is, if I move that to one side for you just a sec, this is the all-important flower-forming foam, okay? So, I'll get it, now it says here, it's been designed with versatility in mind, can be shaped, moulded and manipulated to hold its shape. Use the foaming sheets together with our flower-forming ball tools and petal distressing tool. Again, you can buy both of those to bring your balloons to life. Oh, there you go. As if
this
by
is
magic.
just one of them. There's a set of 4 of these available with all different size tools on the end of them. So you can just see that one's got a slightly larger on one end and then a little diddy one on the other end. But there's a range of these. And again, sort of once the foam's warm, you can manipulate it. So you can use this to make them cup shape. You can stretch them. You can use the distresser. The one that I've just put in here, I don't know whether we can just see on the top of there. You can just see how the edges have been distressed. They almost look wrinkled.
They do.
But then that's what flowers look like. None of them are perfect.
No.
And if you pull a petal off, so be it. If you look in nature, they're not all perfect.
Of course not. None of us are. Now, if you want to get hold of the tools, Alex, our producer, said he might see if he can just get them added to the show, because you'll need those. They'll be great. Now, this is your bundle. Now, you get both packs of the flower forming foam. Okay, you're also going to, you know, in the centre of the flower, you get the little stamens. We're going to add those in as well, so I'll show you those in a moment. These are the 2 sets of really pretty colours that you get.
And they're all A4 pieces.
Yeah.
The ones in the front are just there to show you the colour. So you also you actually get a few freebies in the front because they've cut them down to show the colours.
Ah,
the
even better.
that we've brought today, again, we do stamens in lots
show you
of
those.
different colours, but we brought the white ones today, Zena, because if you've got any of your alcohol markers, you can make them any colour that you want.
Yep.
Just by adding a little bit of colour to them. Whereas if you brought them lots of different colours, you'd have to have many colours. This way with the white.
Great idea.
You can keep the white, or you can make them any colour that you want, yeah?
Now, I don't really want to open this packet because it's sealed. I take it this didn't open earlier, did it?
I don't think.
No, I don't really want to open into it. But oh, there you go. You can see it on the image there. Yep. So you're getting the stamen as well. Now, in the stamen there are 400, and the stamen's the centre of the flower, so it just makes them look real, doesn't it?
Yeah, you want about 2 or 3 of the stamens, and then fold them in half. So essentially, you'll have like 6 stamen heads.
Yeah.
And then we normally just pull them through with a little tiny bit of fine floristry wire through the middle.
Clever.
And you can see, I mean, this one's got the white in there. You can just see they do make them look realistic.
They do, don't they?
But if you haven't got those, you can actually use gems in the centre of them, buttons in the centre of them.
They do look great with the stamen,
But
though,
the stamens,
don't they?
I think, is what make them look realistic, isn't it?
Yeah, and you're going to get a pack of 400 of those.
Yep, plenty to go up.
Exactly, and again, just put a few more little demonstrations and inspiration there for you from the amazing Crafters Design team again. And we need to say thank you to them, so thank you so much. And again, with those lovely corners from those dies that we've just had, just looks great, doesn't it? So just remember, you're getting both sets of the flower forming foam. Okay, and then we'll add in the 400 stamen as well. And the code is FY2056. And your price is $23.97. Now, is that the right price, Alex? He said it's not the right price. It won't let you drop it.
Oh, dear.
Well, that's not very helpful,
It's
is it,
gone on
Jan?
strike, hasn't it? That's it, 10 to home time, and it's done, hasn't it?
It's going, I've had enough. I've given you too much discount today, hobby makers. Never. Right, so hang on a second. Now, hang on a second. Is there something wrong with... No, let's get this right. So what's wrong, people?
No,
We're trying to work out.
It is a bundle.
It is a bundle, but the images we seem to have wrong. So just bear with us. Let me make sure we get... Because I don't want to advertise the wrong thing, because that's no help to anybody. So the image is right, so what have I got wrong then? Because I can't... Yeah. Which white one, darling? That?
No, I think it's the image. I think that the 2 packs of foam and the stamens, as far as I was aware.
Right, bear with us, because apparently that bundle's not quite right. Paul's coming to save the date. Bear with us. So there's 2 different bundles.
2 different
right,
ones.
Thank you, my gorgeous one. Right, so, thank you. Right, so, let's get this right. There we go. Thank you, Paul. Save the day. So apologies, please bear with us, everybody. You do get that pack of the flower forming foam. You get a delightful rose die and the stamen. Sorry about that, everybody. Sorry, and you get the stamen. So I do apologise. You get those, you get the die, you get the stamen. So it won't let you drop the price. So it should be £19.98. Can I ask a question? Has any checked out so far? Because we can always contact the call centre and get the price amended. It will be £19.99. I'm so sorry it won't let us drop it live on air. I do apologise. Got there in the end, didn't we, together? We got there in the end. Oh, silly what. This is why you could never have auto cue on live shopping television.
Oh, gosh.
Because it wouldn't work. Oh. Now, the other one that I had, the Enchanted Dreams, you can get 2 of these. So you get 2 of these.
And a pack of the
and a pack of the stamens in the white. Now, we would like to see the price of this one if it had worked.
It's working on this one, we're all right.
I said, oops.
Excellent.
Do you know, we've gone from one extreme to the other. We go from a price that won't drop to a half price. I don't know why that price, because you get 2 of them.
Yep.
And you get those. Don't even, just help yourselves. Help yourselves. so you get 2 of those, all A4, and you get the 400 stamen as well for £9.99. That's a proper sale price, that is, isn't it? Brilliant. Wonderful. Now, did you manage to put the moulding ball tools into the show as well, love? He said, I'm just doing it for you now. I'm just doing it for you now. I know you got sidetracked. You got all excited about the flowers, didn't you? He said, oh, well, I wanted to do it for $10. So well done, everybody. Brilliant, brilliant deal. Fantastic. OK, so if you want that, because that was the lovely one of the tools that Jan just showed you there. Now, you can get all 3 tools, the Crafter's Companion moulding tools, all 3 sizes, and you've got 1 on each end. That's 6 sizes, effectively, isn't it? Yeah. And you get those. The code is 80... Oh, no, it isn't. What's the code, Alex? It's OK, darling. MU2048. OK, so MU2048. We're just adding it to the show. This gets a bit technical. So the producer has to find it and has to add it into the show for you. Can we just see the one that you've got again, Jan?
You can, yeah. It does say, when the details come up on screen, it does say 4 pieces. So you get 3 of the tools, you can see there. And then there is a piece of foam in there, because when you're shaping onto a hard surface, you're not going to get any shape.
Yeah.
So the foam allows you to press into it to get the shape. Yeah. So each one has a different size tool on the end of it. So if you look at when we get the picture loaded for you, you'll see that there's 6 different types of ball on the end, which allows you to make the different size flowers. So the large one for a large flower, the smallest one for the little dinky flowers. And again, just by once you've heated them, actually working with them, you can either cut them up so that your flower petals cut this way, or you can actually do them so that the flower petals go the other way and then go in the centre. So again, if you watch Sarah, she's a wizard at it. She's an absolute wizard with them, yeah.
Yeah, yeah. So, as I said before, if you just go back and search for the Hobby Maker / Crafter's Companion birthday show, we think it was October the 18th, and it was a takeover. It was a Tuesday, it was a takeover, and Sarah was on pretty much the whole day, and she was a whiz at those. It was absolutely brilliant. So we've just managed to get them on. Well done, Alex. Thank you, sweetheart. Sorry to put you under pressure there. £14.99, OK, for that deal. And again, look at the home decor, because we know Jan likes a home decor.
I do love the home decor side of it.
Those are your flower forming?
How beautiful would that? We've got Mother's Day coming up next weekend here, haven't we? And it's how beautiful would that be?
Yeah, absolutely. Mother's Day on Sunday, isn't
it? Perhaps personalise it with a name on it or something like that.
Exactly, yeah.
And again, a lot of the ladies that like the flower forming tend to have a session where they make lots of flowers. So not just making them for a project, make a batch of flowers and keep them in a box, and you've got them there to go when you want to start making your projects. Yeah,
exactly. Yeah. So, Jan, you've been such a lovely guest to have.
Thank you.
Oh my goodness me, absolutely lovely. Thank you so much.
I'm hoping I'll be back again at some point next
month.
I'm off at the beginning of the month for some time at Easter, but they're just working on our schedule at the minute, so I will be back again at some point next month.
Wonderful. Well, take care. I'll be back with the team tomorrow.